This young man suddenly woke up in panic. Clearly, just moments ago, he was stabbed through the chest by an enemy. Yet now he hears voices that are completely unfamiliar. Haha. Our son is so well behaved. He didn't cry at all. The sound of laughter and happiness echoes clearly in Agrix's ears. The scene in front of him gradually became clearer. He could see a young couple happily holding each other's hands. Why are these eyes so pure and beautiful? This child truly is a gift from God to us. Auntie. Agrix thought he must have heard wrong. They just called him a child, but clearly you have already become a saint. In confusion, Agrix began to struggle instinctively, but then he realized he couldn't even turn over. The young man in front suddenly lifted Agrix into his arms and looked at him with a proud expression. He said, "You must become a wonderful child and follow in his footsteps in the merchant career. Dean, you will become a talented trader like me. Your father." Agrix hadn't even had time to remember the face of the person holding him before he was pulled into the arms of the woman beside him. What's going on? Come on, Lily. Why are you making the youngest do the assassin's job? It's terrible. As a man, you should use a spear. Agrix felt dizzy and deafened as the couple started arguing. Come on. I'm the one who should be saying it in this situation. Although it's a bit hard to accept, after some time, you've realized that you've been reborn in the body of the black-named child of the Sagras family. The key point is that he was reborn in the Antheon Empire, a land that was his enemy in the previous life. His father in this life is Arkan Sagras, a wealthy baron and a talented mercenary. Mother is Lily Sagras, a beautiful and strong woman. From the moment she opened her eyes in this new form, Arkan and Lily began arguing about whether their son will become a warrior or a merchant in the future. That old debate seems to happen every day. Arkan doesn't find it too hard to understand. It seems that, since you are the youngest child born, they want you to inherit their legacy even more. Today, the Sagras couple is returning to the castle with their youngest son after caring for him at the hospital. Looking at the magnificent estate in front of him, Arkan, even in his child's form, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh, it seems Darren is very happy to be home. Look at that boy happily smiling, Lily said softly. Rick is really happy indeed, because this time it seems he was reborn in the right place. If this is your home, then it's even easier for the hidden military talent within your body to have a chance to be revealed. 2 months later, as Rick gradually got used to the Sagras identity, he also started to learn how to speak and became more familiar with his black name. It was truly an interesting and strange experience. Because of the time spent wandering far from school in my previous life, I rarely interacted with children. The few kids I did meet were badly injured, bandaged up, and crying because they had nowhere to go. Some of them also cry and mourn for their parents. Then they gradually starve and leave without leaving any trace in life. Compared to that brutal battlefield, Rick has now truly become hardened, and the Sagras family is a wealthy and warm place. It's been 2 months now, but every time I think about not having to worry about food and clothing in this family, I feel incredibly lucky. While Lily was happily celebrating her son's first steps in learning to speak, Arkan stormed into the room with a spear in hand, still determined to raise his son as a warrior. That's true, because Arkan Sagras is the strongest level 6 warrior in this empire. Although he seems crazy and often scolded by his wife, Arkan is a true hero of Antheon, known as the Green Tornado. Lily sat her son back down and continued scolding him as usual. Hey, how could you bring something sharp into the child's room? I just wanted to take a look at the spear. I told you it's not allowed. Arkan may have a noble status, but he's still afraid of his wife, because Lily's background is no joke. When she was young, she was the kingdom's best assassin. Both are the best in their fields. So everyone hopes that the youngest son will carry on their legacy. Arguments like this happen almost every day. So Din is used to that peaceful family life. He also understands why his parents are so concerned about his future. That's because the two Sugra sisters chose a path unrelated to commerce or assassination. Now, you are the only hope to carry on your parents' legacy. Again, Din's 2 older sisters also really like this little brother. The eldest is Arabella Sugras, who has had magical talent since childhood and chose to become a mage as she grew up. At 12 years old, she was already a level 3 mage. Since the highest rank for a mage is level 9, Arabella became a genius by surpassing the beginner level at this age. Din's second sister, Claire Sugars, also followed the path of a summoner. She has also shined in her field because she learned summoning magic at the age of 7. Now, Claire can control 2 summoning beasts at the same time. At first, Din thought Claire didn't like him, but overall, she's still not fully grown. And that feeling is probably just a bit of jealousy for no longer being the youngest in the family. It's been 2 months since Ding returned to the castle from the hospital. After all this time together, Claire has become less shy around him and even wants to teach Din her summoning magic. This family is truly passionate. Everyone wants to teach Din their talents, from the father, a level 6 knight, to the mother, a former assassin who once tried to kill the king, and the eldest sister, a genius archmage, and the second sister, also a talented resurrection mage. The Sagers family is truly a perfect, noble family. Also an ideal family that I longed for when I was still an agrarian, and now Din has obtained what he yearned for in his previous life. Therefore, reality unintentionally raises a question for him. What is the point of revenge in this life anymore? Although your death in the previous life was tragic, it was on a battlefield, and claiming you would avenge those who defeated you tenfold is truly laughable. Now that I have become Din, I feel very happy every day, and claiming that he would take revenge on those who defeated him in his previous life is truly laughable. Assassins, mages, or healers so noisy that even chickens and dogs would run away. But that made Ding trust that he truly had a proper home. Ding quietly enjoyed those peaceful days. Noisy but happy. Not long after, the first mark in Ding Sogers' life appeared. The Sagers family has a special ritual called the selection ceremony. When the child in the house chooses an age, they will be the main character in this ritual. Many objects will be displayed in front of the child. Everyone predicts the child's future based on the object they choose during the ceremony. Ding has also chosen a number, and today is his birthday. The townspeople are all curious to see what their little girl will choose. While the two young ladies are both succeeding as a mage and a healer, the lively chatter echoed through every corner of the city, and everyone was looking forward to the selection ceremony. In the Sogers Count's hall, a large table draped with white silk was set up in the main hall. There are items symbolizing various professions such as mage, assassin, swordsman, and so on. The noble aristocrats gather here in large numbers, all eager to witness the young heir of the Sogers clan choose his future. If I were an ordinary child, I might just see the lively and joyful atmosphere in this situation. But he is different. Even though he's just a child, his soul is that of a seasoned warrior who has fought many battles. And he's even been wounded once. Therefore, under everyone's expectant gaze, he only felt pressured. Father Akern presented his son with a long Vi spear. It is made from rare material, and when mana is transferred into it, it becomes heavier and sharper. It is also the spear that has accompanied Akern his entire life, and he hopes his son will choose it to carry on his legacy. Meanwhile, Lily's mother brought her a Nihon dagger made from a material that contains all the elements in the world, capable of holding and combining various poisons to enhance its power. The two Sogers' daughters have also long joined the race to their destinies, so this time, Arabella brought a subspace bag that only mages or those with magical talent can use. Meanwhile, Claire brought the summoning seal used by summoners to call their summoned beasts. Her dark eyes flickered with increased tension. I feel like I can hear everyone's thoughts clearly. This is really troublesome. But as the heir of Sogras, I can't avoid it. Black begins to crawl forward with everyone's expectant gaze, feeling uncertain about which to choose and having to rely on the expressions of his family to decide. But the strange thing is, when Black crawled closer, all four objects sensed it and emitted blinding yellow light, causing the noble princes and aristocrats in the hall to start whispering. They all think that young Master Sogras must be omnipotent to have such a sensitivity to all objects. And Black was also very happy because of this surprising phenomenon. In the previous life, you were already very talented on the battlefield, but it seems that in this life, that talent has been elevated to a whole new level. Dad, what should we do? Has this ever happened before? A rebel asked nervously. Aiken shook his head. Even he has never seen anything like this before. Aiken looked at his wife, and Lily looked at him. At that moment, the two of them rarely agreed to make a decision together. So let's teach the boy these 4 things. Arabella and Claire both let out a loud sigh, while 1-year-old Den smiled brightly. It seems this is the answer he has been hoping for from his parents. In this way, Den grows up surrounded by the overflowing hope of the Sogras family. As promised on his first birthday, all 4 of them are teaching him the best skills in their fields. Just like today, Aiken and his son are busy practicing swordsmanship at the training ground. Black's talent remains as impressive as before, even more so than when he was a Graic. In just a few years, he has mastered all the spear techniques Akin once taught him. Mrs. Tuksagres also seems very pleased with her son. The talent Black possesses far surpasses that of other 7-year-olds, even exceeding that of older children. Just after they finished sparring, Akin's and Homan's subordinates arrived, each carrying a strange spear. This is the 7th birthday gift that Lady Tuk Akin had prepared 2 years ago, personally crafted by a famous artisan from the capital. Originally intended for the official birthday celebration, but because of his competitive nature with his wife, Akin deliberately gave it to his son first before Lily. Happy early birthday, my son Black. Akin's smile was full of pride and affection. Even after 7 years in this new life, every time like this, he silently thanks heaven for blessing him with an incredibly fortunate life. He immediately drew out the spear and took the gift. Thank you, Dad. I will use it well. The quality of the new spear is something you can judge just by looking at it. The black body, combined with the sharp silver tip, looks very impressive, because the spear is very lightweight. It's even easier to master. Senza Akin specifically designed this spear based on his son's physique. Din, are you excited enough to forget the sun and not see it anymore? Do you remember the difference between a spear and a sword? Akin suddenly asked, then went to take his long-tail spear from the rack, pretending to think for a few seconds, but actually remembering everything his father had taught him. The length of the spear helps the user prevent opponents from approaching, and its small contact area increases its attack effectiveness. Mrs. Thuok Akin nodded along with her son's words. But in the past, he only taught him the advantages of the spear. Once you reach a certain level, this weapon becomes more difficult to use than a sword. This is the fundamental issue with a spear. To attack an opponent, you must keep a minimum distance. But don't worry. Each weapon has its own strengths and weaknesses. Even swords, which are considered perfect weapons, can be at a disadvantage in some situations. Yes, I remember. Den is very excited. Over the years, my parents have taught me many things, compared to learning on his own in the previous life and gaining experience through blood and wounds. Den still prefers the feeling of being guided and cared for by someone ahead. Akin powerfully spins the long spear in his hand. He always lets his son learn theory alongside practice, so right after giving him the new spear, Akin wanted to demonstrate something very interesting. With each spin of Akin, the long tail radiates out with a surge of magic. Den knows this isn't Akin's full power, but it's enough to overwhelm the opponent. After accumulating enough mana, he stepped forward forcefully and thrust his spear ahead. It was clearly just a strike into the air, but Akin was able to create a shockwave explosion. Dien was stunned with amazement. Oh my, this is the true strength of a level 6 swordsman. Den, the reason the space here is distorted is because I released my mana and struck simultaneously. This is a powerful technique that focuses the properties of the mana core on magic energy at a specific point. Den has also heard his 2 older sisters talk about this, that humans can surpass their physical limits. As the number of cores increases, those limits also expand. In my previous life as a crit, I had 4 mana cores and was already very strong. Right now, Akin is the one with 6 cores, so he secretly regrets Akrit's fate. If he hadn't been pierced by that spear, he would probably have already reached Akin's level by now. While Black was lost in thought about his past life, suddenly Akin approached and grabbed his shoulder. Why not try using the new spear in your hand? Relax your mind. Forget what's weighing on you, and just thrust the spear forward. Akin in front of you looks like a legendary hero from Black's past. Encouraged by his father, he began to grip the spear tightly in his hand. In his past life, Akin also used a spear, but after discovering his talent for swordsmanship, he lost interest in this weapon and only used it as a backup disguise. But after being reincarnated, it was Akin who reignited his passion for using the spear once again. On hit a deep breath and then grasped the spear with both hands. He closed his eyes, spread his legs wide, and struck a stance that was quite perfect, making Akin very pleased. In truth, he didn't really expect his son to succeed on his first try. Even with high talent, it still took a genius like Akin 7 years to master that technique. And yet the miracle truly happened. The technique Akin had spent 7 years honing was successfully performed by Den on his first try. Akin's father was so amazed he was left open-mouthed, both surprised and overjoyed. Den, how did you do that? I'm very amazed. Father, when I stabbed with the spear, I focused my magic into one point and then transferred it to the tip of the spear. When the magic touched the tip, I cut off the flow. Aiken becomes more excited the more he listens. Wait a minute. You transferred mana into the spear and then cut off the flow. You've already created a mana core den. You made a mana core a long time ago, but you can't tell your father that you know how to create a core because you've died and come back to life once. Den can only say that he tried practicing by reading the book on how to open a mana core and was lucky enough to succeed on his first attempt. Aachen believes him and is naturally very happy. Just reading a book and already creating a mana core. It seems he has truly born a genius. Since Den was young, Aiken has had high hopes for this youngest son, but now he is certain that in the future, you will definitely become an outstanding warrior. Den's official birthday. The Sogre's estate is bustling with excitement. The dukes and nobles gathered early, raising their glasses to celebrate the genius youngest son of the Sogre's family, 7-year-old John. And this time, at the party, there was someone Den never expected to see: Thermion, the duke who sent him off to sell salt in his past life. The relationship between Countess Sogres and Lord Thermion seems close. After greeting each other, Aachen called his son out to properly greet the lord. Seeing him again, memories from the past life came rushing back as if it had only happened yesterday. Is this the son you've always bragged about? Aachen. But, while adjusting his beard and evaluating, Den Sogres solemnly salutes from head to toe. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Butt. Den obediently responded. But inside he was burning with rage, but was very pleased with Den's calm appearance. Then, another confusing dream appeared. Den saw a girl with pink hair walking towards him. That is Layla, the youngest daughter of the Thermion family. After letting the children ask each other questions, the two fathers began to retreat into a corner to talk. Recently, the Thermion lady has been falling ill, which makes Commander Butt very worried. Aiken can only comfort him with a few words and can't do anything else. After a few words of chat, Boo suddenly noticed that Den had disappeared. He still had a few things he wanted to say to him, as a 6th-rank knight of the Anthene Empire, because he sensed the talent you possess. But not only did he lose track of you, even his daughter Layla is nowhere to be found. The two fathers started looking around and finally realized the kids had slipped out to the garden behind the estate. It seems they're both tired of this noisy party. Under the flower garden, Layla couldn't hide her happy expression to be with Den. Actually, I don't like going everywhere with my father, but today I feel happy because I came with him. The girl really wanted to praise Den for looking even more handsome under the moonlight, but she kept it to herself to save face. Den also politely responded. After a few words, Layla started to wish for a peaceful life like Den's at Sogres Castle, regardless of her noble family background, with aristocrats and even royalty visiting every day. Every time, Layla has to dress up and go greet them out of courtesy. But what she really wants is to dress simply and go to the sword training yard. Den let out a small sound, revealing that this seemingly fragile girl actually has a talent for swordsmanship. Layla wanted to prolong the conversation, so Ben asked Den what he liked to do in his free time. Maybe I've always looked forward to sword training the most. Den replied. A sword. At first, Layla seemed surprised that Den had been practicing such an oversized weapon since he was a child. But she quickly remembered that Countess Sogres was a level 6 swordsman. Their family's tradition of passing down the bloodline was just normal. Are you training so hard with the spear just to join the academy? No. I'm not practicing for that reason. Den shook his head. Why? Isn't training to join the academy just a normal thing to do? Layla wondered. Well, I just want to train so that I can do even better once I get in. Den's confident reply makes it certain that you'll be accepted into the academy. Layla talks a lot, and it seems she's very admiring of Den's confidence. Den also shows that he lives by the motto, failure is the mother of success. This only makes Layla admire him more, because in her noble family, failure is considered shameful, and she is very afraid that this word will appear in her life. Den just feels that this little girl is very nosy. He also doesn't understand why the daughter of the Duke seems so insecure when her situation is quite stable. Suddenly, Layla felt like showing off her swordsmanship to him. Even though it was late at night, Den still reluctantly took Layla to the training ground inside the castle. What surprised you was that Layla's swordsmanship was really good. At least from Arkrig's perspective, who has spent his whole life practicing swordsmanship in the previous life. She attacks and defends with great agility, and the family also arrives just in time. You performed all your skills. The girl looked at Den with an expectant expression. How is it? Excellent. That was truly impressive, Den replied. Really? Layla exclaimed, her eyes shining brightly. Den isn't usually one to talk much, But suddenly, he felt it was better to sincerely give her some advice. So Den started pointing out all of Layla's flaws that he had observed earlier, beginning from her third stance, where she was half a step behind, causing the entire sequence to become chaotic. Layla's expression changed in an instant from happiness to clearly unnatural, and Den thought he had made her upset. But unexpectedly, she picked up the sword again and repeated the same moves, this time with apparently better results. Layla was so happy she ran to hug Den, constantly thanking him for helping her find the mistakes she'd made all this time. "Hey, you're making me suffocate. And can you put that sword away?" Den quickly let Layla go. Even though they are just children now, it's still better for boys and girls to keep some distance. At this moment, the servant is searching the castle for the two of them. Den has to return to the main hall, because now it's time to present the fruit to the main character. This year's 7th birthday for Den was even more joyful, because it also marked the day he received his first type of mana. Akon and Lily presented Den with a formal wooden box. He opened it, and inside was a fancy brooch, the same one his two older sisters often showed off. "Be careful with it, Den. This brooch will be a symbol of your honor and status." As Lily finished speaking, countless praises echoed below. This was the first time he received such widespread admiration, even though he hadn't achieved anything particularly remarkable yet. Gradually, Den found himself loving this role more and more. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, suddenly a loud bang erupted. The ceiling starts to shake, causing the guests to panic. They worry that an intruder or someone aiming to terrorize during the young master's birthday party has entered. The tremor lasted for about 10 seconds. Even Den started to worry, and looked at Akern, but Countess Grest still appeared very calm. "Yeah, I thought I'd have a peaceful day. But can you guess who it is?" Den Akern said that as if he already knew who was causing trouble. All the guests turned their eyes to the ceiling. From the sky above, a beautiful figure with long blonde hair descends rapidly. "Your sister isn't late." Right, so it was the eldest daughter Arabella, and the shock she just caused was due to teleportation magic, a spell only mages of level 5 or higher can use. Arabella successfully took the spotlight at her brother's banquet when the guests started praising her as a genius. Den was already used to the noisy bragging of the eldest sister, so when told that she was the one behind the recent fuss, he wasn't really surprised. The room, which had just been peaceful for a few seconds, was thrown into chaos again as they saw a wyvern appear in the sky through the window. It was a large breed with very strong wings. This time, Hua Koch immediately recognized that the visitor was second Miss K. "Maybe I arrived a bit late." Geburst opened the grand door and strode in. The attention of the guests shifted from Arabella to K. They all heard early on that she was a genius summoner, but to have tamed a wyvern at such a young age is truly astonishing. "Here. Happy birthday." Of course they didn't come empty-handed. Each of them brought a very special gift and asked Den to open it right then and there. Father Akern felt a bit embarrassed when he saw this scene. Remembering past birthdays, his two daughters only gave him a letter each. Black opens his eldest sister's door first, revealing a ring inside. "Sister A, is this a space bag?" Den is amazed. "Exactly." Arabella cheerfully says she designed this herself and asked her professor to use the highest level of space magic to create it. Black was deeply moved. "You know very well how difficult it is to apply space magic to an object. Yet Arabella specially prepared this ring for you containing the highest level of magic. Come here. Let me put it on for you." Arabella happily slides the ring onto Den's thumb. She specifically embedded her brother's magic code into this, so no one else can use it except you. The ring is a high-level magic stone emitting a gentle mana wave. Even Lily's mother was amazed by the gift her eldest daughter gave to her younger brother. From now on, he just needs to channel a little mana into the ring, and it will create a subspace. You won't need to bother opening your bag anymore. This is truly a very valuable item. It is an item that only the wealthy can use on the battlefield, like noble commands or powerful magic. Den never thought he would get to use this, neither in his past life nor in this one. But now, because I have a genius mage sister, I was able to own it. Moreover, this ring automatically adjusts its size as I grow, so Den can use it for a lifetime. He eagerly poured mana into the ring, causing a small explosion. Father Akin, Mother Lily, and the two older sisters along with the young boy are the closest people nearby and are all stunned by Den's actions. "Wow. You opened the space ring even faster than your sister. You really are a genius." "Den," Arabella said excitedly. After opening the eldest sister's gift, Den continued with keys present. Inside is an egg. A question mark appears above Den's head, and Gaebon leans on Den's hand to explain that this is not an ordinary egg but a summoning artifact. She once tried to summon to Karen, and on one occasion, this appeared. She doesn't know which creature will be born from the summon, but everyone certainly knows how valuable it is. Den carefully lifts the egg in his hand, not even daring to breathe heavily. He had heard of this before. A sorceress creature is different from a summoned beast. Although they share some similarities, they are two completely different entities. A summoned spirit can exist permanently in this world, which is the biggest difference from summoning beasts. No one knows about it yet. Den, only you know. So please keep it a secret until it hatches. Yes, definitely. Den nodded repeatedly. Actually, even Clay doesn't know when this will hatch. She can only remind Den to transfer mana to the egg every day, once in the morning and once in the evening, so it can recognize him as its owner. Hey, what are you two whispering about for so long? Hey, all your daughters, 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 and ask your parents once. She hurriedly smiled to appease them, as Lady Sogers, who is very strict with her children, didn't blame them at all. The family of 5 reunites happily and joyfully. Amidst the loud laughter, Den suddenly notices Layla hiding in the crowd. For some reason, at that moment, Den feels a strange sense of loneliness from her. Den's birthday party ended perfectly, though Mian and her father are still temporarily staying at the Sogers estate. The next morning, the pencil formula left early and strolled around the campus. Arabella's impressive appearance last night had made him ponder all night. She is even more amazing than he expected. Arabella truly deserves the title of the best mage in the academy, and because of this, though Mian chose her as his daughter-in-law, since his eldest son is also the most talented young swordsman in the academy. If a successful marriage were to happen between the Thomian family and Sogers, it would create a powerful force that even the royal family would dare not interfere with. Then, no one would be able to leave the Thomian lineage. That is what the pencil formula desires. So he decided to bring up this marriage arrangement with Aiken during today's conversation. Suddenly, Kong Thuk but heard loud noises coming from the training room and, curious about who could be training so early in the morning, he went in that direction. In the training room, Den is practicing with his spear with all his might, sweat soaking through his clothes. Since opening his mana core successfully, his attack power has continued to increase. Additionally, with Aiken guiding him since he was a child, Den seems to be increasingly developing his spear skills. The pencil is hiding outside the door, only daring to peek inside. Seeing Black train so intensely really surprised him, because both his movements and focus are nothing like a 7-year-old kid. Even simple thrusts with the spear seem very refined, to the point that even soldiers who have fought in countless battles cannot execute them perfectly. But has long heard the rumor that the youngest son of Count Sogers showed incredible talent at just 1 year old, but until now he had only dismissed those words as mere jokes and never truly believed them. Today, witnessing this scene firsthand, but realized that people weren't joking at all. Black is still practicing diligently, while Mr. Bot is carefully watching every move he makes. Suddenly, he is momentarily stunned to realize that his stance and movements resemble those of a swordsman. The important thing is that movement is incredibly familiar, but can't remember where he saw it before. Don't tell me he managed to learn swordsmanship at such a young age, but muttered to himself. Finally, Den's actions had come to a halt, even though his eyes never looked at, but he had been there all along. I don't know who he is, but it's better for him to step out rather than hide there in the shadows, caught by a kid and spoken to like that. But's formula feels a bit guilty. Sorry, Den. I didn't mean to spy on you. Oh. It's the day of the formula. Den puts away the spear. Lawton runs over, although he looks like a child, but keeps seeing that he's not an ordinary kid, especially the sharp eyes clearly showed that. I was so captivated by your impressive training scene earlier today that I forgot to greet you. Please forgive me, but said, all right, I forgive you, sir. Den replied nonchalantly, but chuckled, thinking this kid was quite bold. Then, he turned his attention to something else. That's because Black has been training intensely for a long time, yet his body shows no signs of wear and tear, and his breathing is even very steady now. Thinking back, at your age of 7, but hadn't even unlocked the mana core yet. Your recent attack was truly excellent. You must have inherited Arkham's talent. That's right. The spear you're holding. Yes. Someone told me that my father carefully prepared this new spear for me. I am very grateful that he recognized it. Den bowed his head politely in response, but nodded with a satisfied smile. Not only does Den have excellent martial arts skills, but his manners also surpass those of other 7-year-olds. The Duke is very pleased with this boy. In the Duke's mind, another marriage alliance was forming between the two families, that of Den and his youngest daughter, Lila. Thinking this, but subtly mentioned Lila in front of Den, that the girl is also training with a sword, and after joining the academy, they could become good friends. I will definitely treat her well. Jen smiled brilliantly, but was growing more and more fond of this straightforward kid. Seeing that the conversation had already gone on for a while, Mr. Vong was about to leave, giving the space for you to continue practicing. But just as he was about to step away, but couldn't hold back his curiosity and turned back to ask, "Hey, I was just wondering if you've ever trained with a sword before." Vongbut's tone was neither heavy nor light, but it made Den feel uneasy. Could it be that he saw through your habits when you were still a swordsman at Ark Gregor? Surprisingly, he only glanced once and recognized it. But you're not too worried. How could but possibly think that someone who sacrificed under his sword could be reborn as a child? No, he calmly replied. I've only read a few basic swordsmanship books. I've never actually trained with a sword. But felt that Den didn't seem to be lying. But if that's the case, it's strange because I swear I felt something like pure combat spirit in every movement of yours. In the end, but chose to set it aside, because for him, Black is just a kid after all. Then, the two of them truly said goodbye, but was also preparing to leave the Soulgrass Arena to return to his home in the capital. Before leaving, he told Den to remember to find him if he ever came to the city. It wasn't an invitation for a meal, but because he liked you especially. As Butt's figure gradually disappeared, Den then let out a strange smile. This feeling is really exciting. I'm not sure if Butt remembers the swordsman Arkwraith who was defeated by me, but it seems like he has found his target now. That is to defeat the one who defeated him before. Just thinking about it is enough to make my blood boil. If Black takes his time to prepare, step by step, surely one day he will make Butt Tho Mien surrender to his weapon. Den kept training without noticing until his loyal servant Herman spoke up, saying, Sir, we've arrived. You can come out now. Herman, you've been waiting for me all this time. My duty is to quietly fulfill every request of that day. Herman handed Den a towel to wipe his sweat and said, I think he's more suited to learn how to be assassin than I am. You've been waiting all this time and didn't even notice. According to Herman, everyone in the castle right now is very busy, because the next banquet will be held very soon in the castle, still part of the celebration for Den's 7th birthday, and the nobles have already gathered in large numbers. As for the two older sisters, they had a midterm exam coming up, so they used the teleportation gate to return to the academy without saying goodbye to Black. He obediently followed Herman back to the bathroom to wash up and change into a similar outfit. Then, Den accompanied his parents to entertain the guests. Although it didn't take much effort compared to training in combat, it made Den 10 times more exhausted. His social schedule was even busier than usual because it was his birthday. If he has a little free time, Den will sneak out to the garden to rest and relax. While admiring the flowers, he suddenly remembered something. Arabella once told him that flowers in nature also contain a lot of mana. Since he had some free time, he sat down to analyze the mana of the roses in front of him. Black closed his eyes, focused his mind, and sensed the mana. Recently, besides training in combat, I've also been trying to practice magic and healing spells, but I haven't made any significant progress. That's why I'm still unsure which area I should focus on. A talented person can sometimes be troublesome, so he puts aside those worries and continues to sense the mana of the roses. It's surprising that even a small flower can contain such a powerful and intense flow of mana. Den once heard Arabella say that if a person can sense the mana in nature and transform it into their own mana, then the mana will settle within the body and become a layer of magic. Black can not only sense the mana of the rose garden, but his body almost automatically draws in their mana. This is probably a major step forward in Black's magical studies, because in the past, he could only faintly sense mana, but now he is sensing it more and more clearly. The process was going very smoothly. But suddenly, the flow of mana from the garden into Den's body was cut off. He felt like he had missed a step and was extremely uncomfortable. Black hadn't even had time to understand what was happening when he heard two children's voices switch to another tone. This is so boring. We just got here, and Dad is already busy talking to other nobles. Dad has let us go out. So after showing our faces to everyone, we can go back to the room as usual. Is that okay with you? You act like it's our birthday. Who would care? Do you think the young master of the Sogrest family would care about this? The flow of mana was interrupted because the two kids didn't realize they were stepping on the rose garden, which belonged to someone else. It seems they got lost, wandering around for a while, and the two of them saw Black standing alone in the garden. Hey, that guy. Your older brother spoke up. That outfit. Lucky it's a servant. Right, forget it. Anyone will do. Take me to the exit quickly. His demeanor was extremely arrogant. As soon as he saw the other person, Den hurriedly ran over and told them to get out of the rose garden quickly. But these two guys got angry just because I dared to shout in their faces when they stepped on the flower cloth. Small but mouthy. Huh, do you know who I am? Black couldn't care less whose children they were. He only cared that these two crazy kids refused to take the wide path and insisted on stepping on the rose beds in the garden. Your appearance is very proud, even though you're much smaller than those two kids. That older brother still thinks Den is just a servant. So when he saw how arrogant you were, he rushed over, grabbed Black by the collar, and started scolding him, claiming he was the son of Count Tyrann, a distinguished guest at today's manor. This Tyrann guy made Den hesitate for a few seconds. He's the one you captured in your previous life after a humiliating defeat on the battlefield. Tyrann was not well liked by the people because of his unpleasant personality. Today, meeting the old man's son, Black had to admit one thing, like father, like son, even in the southern countryside. You must have heard of the Tyrann family. Right, they're quite famous in the capital. My family can make someone like you disappear without a trace. So watch your mouth. Seeing that the opponent was about to resort to physical force, Black knew that talking seriously with him would be useless. If negotiation was impossible, then the only option was to use force, but Den was smaller than him. So he came up with a plan. Den threw his head back to gain momentum, then took a deep breath and forcefully exhaled into his opponent's face. This powerful blow made the older brother stumble back and fall flat, blood streaming from his nose. His younger brother was also stunned. In their eyes, Den was just a servant, so no one expected that a servant could act so boldly. I will kill you. You damn servant, he shouted, but Den only felt like he was hearing a joke. Auntie, you want to kill me, then try it and see. Although the arrow wound is still bleeding heavily, he still wipes it despite Black's threat, not knowing he's already provoked a fire ant nest. Although small in stature, Den's agility is remarkable, and his soul belongs to a seasoned swordsman with real combat experience. So he certainly won't let himself fall behind this inexperienced kid. Based on the opponent's footsteps, Den can easily tell that he is not a weapon user, so he is most likely a mage or a support mage. One side keeps attacking relentlessly, while the other moves gracefully like the wind. Den's speed is as quick as a squirrel, making it impossible for the opponent to keep up with his movements. As for Black, after dodging more than 10 punches from that guy with the roots, he was starting to get tired of just dodging attacks. Black remembered the flow of magic from the garden he saw earlier. If he could control that magic with his will, could he transform it into a physical form? Thinking of this, Den immediately began to experiment. His left hand lit up, revealing the true power of mana. Den raised his hand, aiming at the middle of the target, but that strike, powered by strong mana, hit straight into the opponent's chest, knocking him back nearly 10 meters. His older brother saw him being pushed away and hurriedly ran over. As for Black, he didn't even bother to pay attention to his injuries. After all, he brought it on himself. I just feel angry because all the rose gardens have been completely destroyed. The eldest son of Tyrann struggled to support himself with his hands and sit up. His anger exploded even more fiercely. You bastard. He strained his neck to curse, luckily able to use magic. But who would it help? Seeing the situation was getting worse, the younger brother quickly stepped in to stop him because the boy didn't want things to get worse. But Tyrann's eldest son is just as stubborn as his father. After being hit so hard by Den, he couldn't bear it and struggled to stand up. Get out of the way. I'll kill that bastard. Say your prayers. He threw his head back and shouted loudly. Listen to my call. Finally, Den has clearly confirmed one thing. He is the eldest son of Count Tyran and a summoner. According to his command, a savage wolf appeared, along with the snarling of the wolf. His sharp laughter also rang out. So this is Genpu, the one I summoned. You will soon face the consequences for messing with Degron Tyran. Genpu, tear it to pieces for me. Den nodded. So his name is Degron. If he hadn't introduced himself, you'd still have to call him an idiot forever. What Degron revealed was just an ordinary wolf. Yet he still planned to cause trouble at the home of genius Claire Sagres, who could control an entire river at just 16. That wolf tilts its head back with a long howl before rushing at Den to attack. You thought you had a plan. But before Den could act, the wolf suddenly stopped. Then, it slowly approached you and started wagging its tail. The three people present at the scene all looked surprised. The wolf no longer obeyed Degron's commands, and instead tried hard to win over Den. You try to reach out and pet its head, and Genpu seems to really enjoy it. So I swear I didn't even get the chance to do anything. Looking back now, it seems that the summoned beasts Claire called out were quite friendly towards me. At the time, I just thought it was because we shared the same bloodline. But in this situation, you have nothing to do with that annoying Degron. Maybe it's because my favorability is high, or because Tyran's son has such low favorability that the summoned beast betrayed me. Degron can't accept this truth either, but now he can't even summon his beast anymore. He truly has no other choice. Moreover, his younger brother was already so scared he wet his pants. This situation is too embarrassing for an aristocrat. Degron can't just ignore it and keep wiping and fighting. Listen. The bathhouse is on the first floor of the main building. Hurry up, Black said. And Degron grabbed Dana's younger brother and pulled him away. But Nian keeps muttering threats to come back and settle the score. Black stands there, unsure how to handle this foolish dog for a moment. After this reluctant fight, I almost figured out how to connect with the summoning beast. The process is actually even simpler than I thought. Just as Claire once taught him, he subtly strengthened the connection between Degron and Genbu. Degron carefully used his magic to record this master-servant relationship, and Genbu quickly linked with him. This was truly beyond Degron's expectations. Without any connection to the true summoner, he was able to summon a summoning beast simply because of a high level of goodwill. While Degron was still enjoying his new position as a summoner, he heard a deep male voice. It was the kid who bullied A. Degron turns around. Sure enough, he's really coming back to settle the score with me. But he played the tattletale card and brought Count Tyran along. He still looked just as fat and theatrical as Degron remembered. This idiot is causing trouble again. You think to yourself. Meanwhile, Degron was rambling on about Degron's guilt. He clearly started the trouble, but then told his father that I was the one bullying him and Dana's younger brother, and even forced to break the connection between me and Genbu. And Count Tyran is just a fool. In that situation, he couldn't tell right from wrong, and could only listen to one side of his son's story. My name is Mogat Tyran, the head of the great Tyran noble family. You are the brat who ruined my son's face and forced him to surrender his beast form. That's right. To answer without any fear. Actually, you're a bit distracted because you were too focused on the opponent's huge body. Upon closer look, Tyran is even fatter than when he was captured and made into a prisoner by you. It seems that over the years he has been living a peaceful life to the point of boredom. Mogat took a few steps forward and roughly pointed his finger at the black face. As a guest, I was planning to let it go if I could. But this is something I can't ignore. Why is a kid like you here alone? Hurry up and reveal who you are. I was just sighing. I didn't mean to boast. But since the other side keeps pressing, I have no choice but to show off a little to scare them. I am Den Sogrest, the youngest son of Arkin Sogrest, the Lord of the South and current head of the Sogrest noble family. Especially Degron. How could he imagine that the kid he just scolded and hit was actually the young master of this castle? The atmosphere almost froze, and the situation seemed to have turned around. Den seized this opportunity to pressure the Tyran family and use it as a reason to demand mining rights. His determined look, which was seen through Mogat's eyes, suddenly turned into a sinister smile. He clenched his teeth silently. The arrogant kid, grinding his teeth, as he thought to himself, I didn't come to this remote southern region just to celebrate your birthday. Although he was very afraid of affecting the relationship between the two families, he also didn't want to bow before a 7-year-old child like Den. So Mogat then pulled his eldest son aside and demanded an explanation for why he had hurt him. A distinguished guest at his birthday banquet, and moreover, stolen his beast's soul. I will talk to Countess Sogris and make him take responsibility. Mogat threatened. But of course Den was not afraid at all, especially since Mogat is a defeated general in my hands. I need an apology. Den said. Oh dear. Sorry. This is so silly. Mogat pretended to be amused as if he had just heard a funny story. Den did not deny that he had beaten Digron and injured him, but your actions were only justified self-defense. Moreover, Den didn't steal his summoned beast. It's clear that Genpu willingly followed you. Mogat remained silent. He just remembered that Sogris's daughter is a genius summoner. He is sure she taught Den a few tricks to sever the link between her son and the summoned beast. And although Den's self-defense seems justified, Mogat still feels he's too arrogant with that condescending attitude towards elders. Seeing that Den doesn't seem cooperative, Mogat decides not to speak with him anymore. Instead, he was eager to cause trouble for Batuk Sogris. As soon as Tao Thao was mentioned, he arrived. It seems the servant reported the commotion in the garden. So Aiken arrived, followed by the fragrant ink pen. Den still thought he had taken the girl to Kindle. But since the pen remains at the castle today, it seems something very important has happened. Seeing Aken appear, the Mogat father and son started trembling. A man who truly cares about his family, but he is not the type to be biased. So Aken still gave de Groen a chance to recount what just happened. Of course, when that bastard recounted it, he exaggerated everything. And Den was also surprised that he could lie with such a calm face. You're sure that in the future, de Groen won't be much better than his father? After de Groen finished complaining, Mogat also started to weigh in. He believes that Aken should be gentle with his son, because mixing someone else's summoned beast is wrong. Batuk Sogris is a fair and rational person, so he cannot listen to accusations from one side. Aiken wants to hear the story through the other person's words, then assess the entire situation before making a conclusion. Of course, if you're worried about my decision, I suggest that the Southern poet formulate his opinion. Aiken added, Fine. If you need me, then just go ahead and decide that. This is not what Mogat wanted. He believes that the intervention of the poet's formula only makes things more complicated, and he started to feel uneasy about this, thinking he would eventually be the one to justify himself and apologize. Black began recounting the details of what had just happened. Of course, in the story de Groen just told, there are some truths, but he didn't mention that the root of the problem was him crushing the Sogris garden, including the fact that he got angry and grabbed Den by the collar. It includes the insults and contemptuous words towards you. And of course, when summoning that wolf Genpu, he ordered it to kill you. As for why Genpo left de Groen, Den doesn't know the full story. He only confirms that he secretly summoned the beast. And perhaps that wolf saw your kindness and de Groen's cruelty, so it decided to change masters. Den said very slowly but clearly, without even considering whether what you said is true or not, but was very surprised that a 7-year-old like you could speak so fluently from start to finish. Contrary to the stammering appearance of Tiran's son, Namni, Mogert spoke up to refute it, saying there's no way someone who isn't a summoner could have a summoned beast. It must be that the kid used some secret skill, or perhaps has an innate telepathic connection with the summoned beast. A summoned beast that is not loyal to its owner will accept someone else as its master. Mogert thinks what you just said is just Namni's lie. And Akern also finds this a bit hard to believe. To clarify that, the pen's formula asks you to prove it with your summoned creature. If you can really summon it, it means Den can summon even without being a summoner. Hearing this, de Groen's face instantly paled because he couldn't summon Genbu. Of course he couldn't summon it. De Groen accused Black of stealing his summoning sigil. But in reality, it followed him on its own, and you've already severed its linkage with him. Dad, I'm starting the summon now, but to do that, it seems like you need the summon symbols that he possesses. Hearing this, de Groen almost jumps in disbelief that you want my summon symbols. What are you talking about? Each summoner has a unique symbol with a unique code, and even if others know, it won't make a difference. Based on what you said, even if the boy uses your symbol, it won't work, so trying a little wouldn't be wrong either. Argon's words were calm but carried a hint of threat. He is not wrong at all. So Tyron's father and son cannot argue, although he didn't want to at all. Under the pressure of the adults here, de Groen finally had to compromise and handed over his symbol. This is the unique summoning symbol that the summoner carved after awakening, so no one else can use it. However, when it arrived, it was carved, and Degron's wolf Genpu was enveloped by your magic. This unique symbol is just a means for it to respond to your call. After focusing his mind, Black indeed successfully summoned, leaving everyone in shock. The Tyran family was stunned, repeatedly muttering 3 words that seemed impossible. That's amazing. You said the boy has never learned real summoning. I asked Argon. That's right. I really don't know what happened anymore. Because Den successfully summoned Genpu, justice now seems to be on his side. Count Argon demands that the other party's father and son give him a proper explanation. The Count realized he was in the right, so he had to set aside the matter of summoning beasts. It seems we misunderstood the situation, thinking your son had stolen the beast's summoning. But my son had no intention of killing Black. Yes. Degron hurriedly nodded vigorously, saying he only wanted to scare Black a little and had no intention of harming his life. Of course, the Sorgress Count and the Duke of the Fragrant Region didn't believe what these 2 parents were saying. But since the Tyran family is a guest of honor at today's banquet, they are temporarily in a dilemma, unsure how to handle the situation. And just then, Layla appeared. She was lying. Her confident and determined demeanor didn't match her small stature at all. Layla walks over politely to ask about Argon and the Tyran family. This is also the first time Morgoth has seen the Duke's daughter. It's just a shame that during their first meeting, this little girl openly slapped the guy's face. Layla stepped in front of Argon and began explaining her side of the story. Actually, she accidentally overheard their conversation, or rather the argument between Den and Degron while walking in the peaceful garden. Hearing her say that, the bastard was so scared he broke out in cold sweat. Originally, Den had the advantage, but after Layla appeared and recounted everything she overheard, Degron's defenses completely collapsed. In the end, he still had to bow his head and apologize to Count Argon, though he did so reluctantly. After apologizing to Count Sorgress, Degron also had to apologize to young Master Sorgress because this was a matter of the grudge he caused him, facing a kid only as tall as 3 cloves of garlic. Degron really didn't want to apologize, but he still had to force himself to say the 3 words sorry. Everyone here, even a child like Layla, knows that wasn't a real apology. Degron was just forced to do so because he was accused by a third-party witness. That's why Argon wasn't really satisfied with this solution. And Den felt the same sense of dissatisfaction as his father. But based on your experience, it would be more advantageous to show generosity here, rather than stubbornly forcing the issue. Fine. I accept your apology. Den opened his mouth, speaking with a tone full of disdain. Upon receiving Den's forgiveness, the Tyran father and son both let out a sigh of relief. The Sorgress family has the greatest power in the south, and is not easy to mess with. If Den truly wants to settle this matter completely, the Tyran family's ELA will face a storm of 3 typhoons. The pen nodded as if it had already guessed that Den would do that. From the very beginning, he knew you were very special. Clearly, Den could be stubborn and throw a tantrum like a 7-year-old, because the fault clearly lies with the other side. But he chooses to forgive him like an adult, seeing his son understanding things like that. Mrs. Sorgress was also very happy, and he respected his child's decision. But just thinking about that bastard Degron planning to kill his beloved son with a curse spell ignites Arkon's anger again and drives him to not let this matter go easily. Therefore, even though it was late, Arkon still straightforwardly ordered the Tyran family to leave his castle. This was clearly a huge insult to Mogart. Anyway, he traveled all the way here from Kindle, and of course not just to celebrate Black's birthday. If he gets kicked out now, everything will be for nothing. Mogart must stay at the Sorgress castle at all costs. At least until he is not kicked out now. Thinking of that, he threw all his pride and arrogance aside, rushing to grab Arkon's hand and apologize. The Tyran family's son also promised to do anything, Arkon asked, but unfortunately, the powerful Sorgress family needs nothing from the Tyran house. Arkon's father's attitude was extremely cold. I guess if Lily's mother were here, her expression wouldn't be much better. Who dares for Mogart's son to lay a hand on their precious boy? I'll send soldiers to his room soon. Arkon pushed Mogart's hand away and declared, then turned back to the pen. Let's go. The day of justice. The fragrant pen nodded, then followed the command. The 4 of them left together, then turned their heads slightly to see Degron being fiercely scolded by his father. The boy felt no pity at all, only thinking that the father and son deserved it. They are the ones who started the trouble, so this is just reaping what they sow. However, there is one thing he didn't expect. That is the father Arkon, who always chuckles and gets scolded by his wife. and now he looks so terrifying when he's angry. On the way back to his room, he couldn't contain his curiosity and asked about it, because earlier, Layla's daughter told him that you could defeat Vang de Gran with a magic attack, which is truly unprecedented in the history of the An-Tien Empire and even other kingdoms. When a child who can wield a spear, summon creatures, and now use magic appears. Arkin can't hide his satisfied smile. Honestly, since his first birthday night, he has personally witnessed all 4 objects respond to him, but as he grew older and gradually showed his abilities in many areas, he still surprised him. The important thing is that talent is one thing, but his calm attitude is another that caught Butt's attention. Usually, when children fight each other, they get very tense and determined to win. But in this case, because of his behavior, Butt is even more certain that he will become a great man in the future. It's still too early to say anything for sure. Arkin modestly replied while ruffling your head. We will have to wait until the boy truly matures to know. By the way, I also have to thank Layla. If the girl hadn't shown up today and testified, things might have gone in a different direction. But felt this relationship was quite harmonious. So he subtly brought up the marriage proposal as well. But straightforward attitude made Arkin startled. He has only one son, so the marriage must be handled very carefully. Moreover, at just 7 years old, talking about marriage seems a bit too early. So Arkin started to dodge the topic with a distraction. Oh no, the anger is about to flare up again. I need to go ahead and get ready. After saying that, Arkin suddenly kicked off and ran as fast as the wind, but didn't expect him to react like this. After telling his daughter to go home slowly for the night, but crossed his legs and chased after Arkin. Hey Arkin. Wait a moment. Let's talk for a bit, but was running after Arkin, calling out as he went. The 2 adults had left, leaving only the 2 children. With Layla's face flushed from her father's words, she had to find a way to break the awkward silence. Layla brought up Dekron's summoning beast to ask him about it. She found it very confusing that just now Genpu ignored its owner to listen to what he was saying. When, at Kindle, Layla also witnessed many battles between famous summoners, but he had never encountered a situation like this. So, you're just pretending not to answer because you don't know what to say. So you just give a vague reply and brush the topic aside. So, are you hiding something? It's really not fair. I helped you just now, Layla said proudly. What's unfair about that? I've helped you before too. Wasn't it when you were practicing swordsmanship that I pointed out your mistakes? Layla murmured softly as she recalled that moment. She felt that what Black said also made sense. So she didn't insist on him explaining the summoning beast anymore. As for Black, he also had to admit that this time Layla had helped him a lot. But as for Genpu, you really don't know. So let's just say we've helped each other out this time, and can continue to support each other in the future. You said it. Hearing that, Layla was very excited. But she didn't want help from Black later. She wanted it now. Seeing how excited Layla looked, like she was about to devour me, I guessed she must have come up with some crazy request again. And sure enough, Layla then asked him to teach her how to use mana attacks like he did against Vang de Gran earlier. The reason was simple. Although Layla was a swordsman, he still wanted to become more skilled, and importantly, she wants to unlock at least 2 types of mana before entering the academy. So I don't understand. Although your soul is that of a grown man, your current age is still very young. Layla is both body and soul, a 7-year-old child, so why is she in such a hurry? Seeing the confusion in Black's eyes, Layla explained that she wanted to become skilled to make her mother happy. You know, my mother loves me very much. She would definitely be very happy if I become even more clever and capable quickly. Den remained silent, as if he understood the issue. During their first meeting the day before, he also heard his father, Arkin, mention that the Countess of the Southern Province was seriously ill and could pass away at any moment. If that's the case, then Den can't refuse Layla's request either. After getting his approval, Layla was so happy she almost jumped for joy. Really? Then let's start from tomorrow. I'll be here until then. Or do you want to start right away tonight? Alright. Whatever you say. Creating a mana strike isn't difficult once you understand the flow of mana. Layla's excited look really made Den feel dazzled. While the 2 kids hadn't returned yet, that evening feast had already begun. Black's birthday celebration lasted so long because so many guests promised to come and people from all over the kingdom flocked to the castle, making it impossible to host everyone in just one day. But no matter who the guests are, they all love to gossip. Sure enough, at that dinner, most of the conversations were about Tyrion being kicked out of the castle. They also managed to overhear that grown Tyrion caused trouble with young Master Black and got a lesson for it. Surely, they've traveled all the way here and still caused such a fuss. It's really embarrassing. And by the way, have you heard the rumor that the Black young master is an exceptional summoner like his second sister? The guests promised to start pondering over this news. They already knew that Black was skilled with a spear. If you're also talented in summoning, then the Sagras family truly has a shining star. The rumors haven't stopped there. The guests even caught wind of Den using magic to fight Vong Di Groan. Although no one can verify the truth of the rumors, most believe that Den is a talented and skilled individual in many fields. Den just returned from a meal when an uncle approached to start a conversation. This person introduced himself as Namthuk Open and asked Den if he knew anything about his eastern territory. I know a little. Sir Namthuk. Den bowed politely and replied, I heard that place is famous for grilled salmon claws and sapphire stones. Haha. You really are a clever boy. Namthuk Open burst into laughter. That's right. Our Open family's salmon and sapphire stones are the best on the continent. Of course. He's not here just to boast about our hometown specialties. The owner of Open, like Booth Thumian, also looks at Black because of his exceptional talent, and he approached to introduce his daughter, Lady Cynthia Open, to Black. It's clear that Den doesn't seem very natural, and he becomes even more nervous when Cynthia suddenly approaches and whispers to ask if he is the future heir of the Sagras family. Anyway, since Black is the only son in the family, it's pretty easy to guess. But in this situation, it's better to be a little modest. Right, I don't really know about that. Come on. Don't pretend you don't know anything with me. I've also heard that you're very talented in many areas. Cynthia Tum excitedly takes Den's hand and says, Please indulge me. Anyway, it might still be possible for us to become a family in the future. Black was confused by her reaction. What is this era coming to? Not only do the noble families secretly want to form alliances with Arkan Sagras, but now even children are this straightforward. What makes Black more frustrated is that Layla appeared right at that moment and caught the exact moment when he was shaking hands with Cynthia Tum. Cynthia Tum immediately recognized the noble Lady Layla from the aristocratic family, so she proactively asked and introduced herself first. Layla also responded, but outwardly she smiled and spoke, while secretly assessing the opponent inside. With Black caught between the two young girls, you can sense the familiar tension between them. Just like how older sisters Arabella and High Claire often clash at home. Girls truly are the most terrifying creatures in the world. To confirm that I got to him first, Layla gently took his hand. Sorry, but I need to borrow Den for a moment. We already made plans. Right, Den? Layla's appearance right now really scared Den. He quickly nodded like a chopping block. Afraid of the fat long girl. It seems these lioness girls are even scarier than enemies on the battlefield. I agree. Sorry, Miss Cynthia. Let's talk later. Cynvia's face clearly showed her disappointment, but to maintain her noble lady demeanor, the girl didn't dare show her frustration for too long. Layla pulled Den into a corner and directly asked if Cynvia had come to discuss the engagement. Den quickly shook his head, explaining that they were just greeting each other. Only then did Layla's face relax and her expression become a bit more cheerful. Den promised to teach Layla how to perform magic attacks, so he secretly explored a hidden corner in the arena that no one cared to look into. Although it looks gloomy, Den really likes it because no one will bother them here. Layla stepped in and started to look around from the side. That's amazing. I didn't think a place like this could exist in the arena of the Great Kings. It seems no one will know about what we're going to do here. That's right. This is the best place for training. At this point, Dan directly got to the main issue. First, do you know if Layla has ever sensed magic before? She thought for a moment and then replied a little. It's not enough to create a mana core, but I tried to absorb mana by inhaling. Black pondered. So this girl hasn't reached the breakthrough stage yet. As for him, he had already self-taught on the battlefield in his previous life. Den thought the Duke's family would teach his daughter, but it turns out she's now just like a blank sheet of paper. If that's the case, Den has no choice but to teach her the basics, starting with sensing the mana she has absorbed into her body. If you want to do this, the most important thing is to imagine. Close your eyes and picture mana constantly flowing through your body. This is not difficult for Den, and you're sure it won't be difficult for the Duke's daughter either. After all, like father, like daughter, with such a talented perfume pen, how could his daughter be useless? Layla focused and followed what Den had instructed, but after a period of silence, she could only sigh heavily and say that it seemed ineffective. Den also didn't expect her to succeed on the first try. Den told her to focus and try again. But he didn't expect that the place he thought no one would bother to come to was actually not hidden from the owner of the castle. I don't know when. But Akin had been hiding in a corner, carefully observing. Even though his son was still young, he already knew how to teach others. This is enough to make a man like him feel very proud. And Akin is not the only one who comes here, because Bud suddenly appeared behind him out of nowhere. What are you doing here? Oh my God, Your Grace the Duke. You made me believe in it all along. It's not supposed to be that surprising, but why are you here? Are there any couples secretly dating late at night? Bud just asked out of curiosity. But he actually already knew everything. He also criticized his old friend for having no talent for hiding despite his wife being the Empire's most famous former assassin. If the castle owner goes around spying on others, they'll talk behind your back. Old friend, what are you spying on? Akin. It's simple. I'm just following my son. Bud snorted and said it was quite fitting that he also came here because he was tailing his daughter. Akin still felt quite uneasy after Bud mentioned the engagement between the two families. But since we're already here, the two of them leaned in to see what the kids were doing. At this point, they were still focused on teaching Layla to sense magic, so they paid no attention to the two parents. While he raised his right hand, Layla suddenly noticed the ring on his index finger. Does he have a space pocket? Yeah. My older sister made it herself and gave it to me as a birthday gift a few days ago. Layla was stunned and felt a bit envious of Black for this, because after joining the academy, her brothers stopped paying attention to her. Den nodded and took out a full-length mirror from the storage, leaving Layla puzzled. You explained that visualizing something in your mind is easier when looking in a mirror rather than just using your imagination. Layla chuckled softly, then stepped forward to the mirror and tried again. Father. She's not usually so open at home, but suddenly said, his tone both happy and a bit mischievous. Akin was confused. What could have happened? I clearly see that the girl is a bright child. At this moment, Duke Butt's face had darkened. Indeed, from an outsider's perspective, everyone would think like Akin. Even her inner feelings are so uncertain that even Butt, a man, can't be sure. After her brothers left for the academy, the Duchess fell ill and bedridden, leaving less time to be with her as before. That made Layla become more withdrawn and harder to open her heart to others. The more Butt told his story, the more he seemed sad, and Akin didn't know what to comment, only silently listening as he continued to tell his story. When I raised my sons, I paid a lot of attention to them, and when they grew up, they were spoiled. But don't lump Layla in the same way. She will be hurt. It seems that, but subtly mentioned that Akin doesn't want to marry because he dislikes Layla, just like his brothers. But hearing Butt complain like that, over time he also felt he should judge the girl with a different perspective. By the way, Akin is also about to send his son to the academy in the capital, and Butt has proactively suggested that he stay in his own estate instead of the dormitory at the school. While the two of them were having a deep talk, over here, Layla had successfully sensed mana within her body. Seeing her happy expression, it seemed like she was about to throw herself into someone's arms again. And over here, Akin also made a decision before the invitation from the Duke. We will let our son decide for himself, just like I let Arabella and Claire decide their own lives. However, if you want to go to the capital, I will definitely do as you said. Oh, it would be great if you could stop by. Please. I won't argue with you all day long. Akin is playing tricks. While the two children are happily celebrating Layla's success in sensing magic, the two fathers are here arguing, and Lily Sogras has witnessed the whole scene. They disappeared in the middle of dinner, so she had to search everywhere like this. A respected judge and the most powerful lady in the South. Yet she secretly stalks two 7-year-old children. Lily felt ashamed on behalf of her husband, but since it all stemmed from their love for their children, she decided to pretend she hadn't seen anything to save their dignity. After helping Layla gain some control over her magic, Den and she finally returned. When Akin and Butt argued, Den had actually overheard everything but chose to stay silent. It seems they have quietly left now. On the deserted road back to the main hall, Layla appears to have many questions she wants to ask. But the question she wants to ask most is whether Den plans to join the academy or not. It's where all the geniuses of the Empire gather, and she truly wanted to accompany him there. But in fact, Den was still a bit uncertain. He didn't know if he really needed to go. While he could totally train himself to become stronger. You idiot. Layla suddenly raised her voice and said, education isn't everything. It's where noble circles are formed. You have to go if you want to build relationships from a young age. Den quietly chuckled. It seems that being born into an aristocratic family made a 7-year-old girl like her understand how the world works quite early. If she talks about building power, how could Den not know? I just haven't found the interest in attending the academy, and don't want to force myself. Really. In fact, there are still a mountain of books in Lodi Sogers' library that I haven't finished reading. Your parents, who are leading figures in their field, still have plenty to teach you. That makes Den feel he doesn't really need to go to the academy. That's true. But don't you want to play with other kids? I heard your older sisters have already joined the academy. Layla kept pleading with all sorts of reasons. It was the first time Den had met such a persistent girl. So he finally responded, "All right. I'll seriously consider whether to go there to study or not. So you have to tell me if you want to go." "All right." Den sighed heavily and replied. Luckily, the Thuong family only stayed in Lodi for a few days. Otherwise, you'll be tortured every day by Layla's endless questions. She's also insisting that you visit her house when you come to the capital to see her practice magic, and to thank you for teaching me how to sense magic. Layla also wanted to fulfill one of your requests before leaving Lodi to go back to the capital. But Den just shook his head and said he would mention his request when they arrived in the capital. This statement to Layla is like a promise that he will definitely come to see her. That night, Layla couldn't sleep from excitement. The next morning, the 2 carriages carrying Tho Yen and his entourage left early to return to their family estate. Den watched those carriages closely, while also clutching what was in his hand. This is the gift that the Tom Yen family formula gave you for your birthday. Just looking at it, Den already knows it's very expensive. When he gave it to Den, he also told him about the symbol of their family revenge, the sword, and the blacksmith, because the ancestors of the Tom Yen family were great blacksmiths. Thanks to him, the Tom Yen clan has the best forge on the entire continent. All the weapons created by the Tom Yen family have led this entire empire. The item in Black's hand is like a symbol of authority, but said that if you come to repair the Tom Yen forge and show that item to the blacksmiths, they will make you a weapon tailored to your wishes. That statue is used to identify the honorable and skilled people that the family head of Tom Yen values. It is so precious that even the royal family desires to possess it. So when Butt handed it to Den, his parents looked very shocked, even though in the past, he was the one who ended your life himself. But whether in the past life or this one, Den can clearly feel that the owner of the brush values the person who carries it. Den watches their shadows as they leave, especially Layla, with a heavy heart. Lily's mother also realized that, after all, Layla is Den's first friend. Even though she talks a lot, when it comes to criticizing her hands, you still feel sad. Once we get to the capital, I'll see her again. Get pumped up and become more handsome so the girl will be shocked. Mrs. and advised Den. Actually last night, you also thought about it for a long time. In this life, Den was lucky to be born in the Sogrest castle. His parents are also very good and strong. But Den can't stay here forever, and you decide to go to the capital to study and also to meet Layla again. As for the formula, Mr. but remains silent even after getting on the carriage. Since meeting Den, a strange feeling has always filled his mind, because every time he sees that boy, he can't help but remember the young warrior named Agrix he defeated on the battlefield years ago. Although the two come from enemy empires and losing one of them was inevitable, but still always felt regretful, because Agrix should have had a brighter future. That only made Butt hope even more to see Den grow up soon. After the prince and the duke left, Den returned to his normal life. You follow your sister K.E.'s advice to transfer mana to that magic egg every day, but it still hasn't hatched, making you very anxious. Even though he's not in Summoner, if he transfers mana to the egg every day, he will also be marked as its owner when it hatches. After that, Den can permanently control the undead, something that ordinary summoners and summoning beasts cannot do. Den is very confident in the quality of his mana. However, it seems that many complex conditions still haven't been met. I heard there are eggs that never hatch, because the summoner can't fulfill those complicated requirements. If I really found myself in that situation, I wouldn't know what to do either. So I kept persistently transferring mana to that egg. During that process, Den also tried to change the flow and strength of the mana, but still received no response. Senza can't rush and expect success overnight. Den had transferred enough mana to it and then put it back in its place. Just then, Herman arrived and knocked on the door. Just as he was about to open the door, he heard a clicking sound from the egg. I thought I just heard something. Did I? Herman opened the door and entered the room, seeing Den seriously examining the cursed egg. But after inspecting it for a while, he found nothing different about it. Could it be that you're just disappointed twice? Den sighed heavily, once again placing the egg back and following Herman to the training ground. Lately, he hasn't been focusing only on healing but has started practicing swordsmanship. The feeling from his previous life still lingers. So Den adapts to this weapon very quickly. Herman kept clapping and praising him as a true all-round genius. And every time he learned to use a new weapon, he felt very happy, since he was old enough to go to the training ground. Den still hasn't dared to hold a sword, fearing his father would observe him and notice something unusual. Luckily, after all this time, his skills haven't faded. The 7th birthday celebration for Den has ended. Akern, the host, is exhausted, but has also gained quite a lot from the party. Akern can see that many nobles are focusing their attention on the south. Most of them want to establish good relations with the Sorgris family, which is quite understandable, because, after the war ended, the southern region, with its favorable climate and abundant minerals, became a coveted territory for all the nobles. But this time, their interest in the territory probably couldn't compare to the attention Black was receiving. The conflict between Yu and Tyron's eldest son was beyond Akern's expectations, and he never thought his son could calmly handle the situation in front of adults, even confidently showcase his magic talent and healing abilities. Black's maturity beyond his years made Akern both proud and worried. Sometimes he just wishes his son could behave a bit more like a child for his age. Akern glanced at the clock, then looked back at the long Vi spear that had been with him his whole life. Today I want to let my son try swinging it and see how it goes. With that in mind, Akern took the long Vi to the training ground. He saw his son hesitating as he practiced swordsmanship, and it left Akern utterly confused. Why was he suddenly using a sword instead of his usual spear? This question keeps circling in Akern's mind, causing his eyebrows to furrow deeply. And then he begins to wonder what Buthermian said to Black before they parted ways. Otherwise, why would he be here practicing swordsmanship after spending those 5 years training to become a lancer? And what's important is that seeing Den wield the sword, Akern felt that he also seemed quite experienced with this weapon. The strength you're showing is something even some people who have trained in swordsmanship their whole lives can't imitate. Could it be that your son also has swordsmanship abilities? Despite many questions, Akern decides to wait patiently instead of rushing the boy's training. So after everything is settled, he finally asks Den A. I've been watching you for a while now. When did you start learning swordsmanship? Akern's gaze seemed to pierce through Black's illusion and look straight into the heart of the Arc-Reap warrior. He decided not to hide anymore and said directly, Actually, I didn't really learn it, so that's how it is. So it really is talent A. A warrior, mage, assassin, thief, and now swordsman. If it were anyone else, I would never believe that there could be a child with talent in all these fields. Maybe it's better to let my father think this way. So Den decided not to say anything more, implicitly confirming the question. Seeing his silence, Akern asked again, Den, are you curious about this world? I mean the world outside these walls. That's right. He only wanted to keep his son close to him and his wife before, but every day he witnessed more and more of his son's talents. And Akern felt that the Sagras territory was too small for Den to develop his talents. If they kept him here, it might be a loss for him. Den feels sad and lonely, as it seems his father has realized he can't keep him forever. And for him, although he wants to soar high, he doesn't want to leave his parents and family behind something he has never experienced before. Father, I want to go out and explore. Den took a deep breath and replied firmly. Akern responded with a gentle smile. That's good, but now we need to prepare you well before stepping into the world. Though a little regretful, I will definitely follow my son's wishes. Then he took out the legendary Long Vi spear. Den hadn't seen it in a long time. This is the very thing that responded to you on your first birthday. Akern let Den try holding it. This is the first time you truly hold Long Vi in your hands. The surge of power running through the spear's body makes Den unable to hide his excitement. That was also how Akern felt when he saw the spear reacting even more fiercely than on Den's first birthday. And back then, the guest even said it was because Akern was nearby that the spear responded. But for now, seeing his son with Long Vi reacting strongly in his hand, Akern is sure that his talent must shine the brightest on this continent with that spear. Den. Akern places his hand on your shoulder and affectionately calls you. One day, this spear will be yours. Before that day, Become strong enough to hold it with all your pride. Embracing the great expectations of Akern. Den also promised to diligently follow his teachings and try his best. Akern tilted his head back and laughed loudly. It was hard to find words that could fully express his pride in his son at this moment. Then, Akern began the days of training Den to become familiar with the greatest spear on the continent. That night, Den lay on his bed, propping his head with his hands as he pondered. He had always been curious about the world outside, even during the days when he was fighting on the battlefield in his previous life. All he knew was war, cleaning the camp, maintaining weapons, and eating bland food. The only way to escape was for the war to end or for him to die on the battlefield. And Den escaped that reality through the second method. After starting a new life, he mostly stayed inside the Sagras castle and couldn't even imagine what life outside the battlefield would be like. For the past 7 years, Den has unconsciously relied heavily on his father Akern and mother Lily. And as he is about to leave their embrace, he instinctively feels lost. Akern doesn't know how his talents will be used, how the world will accept him, or what he can do in this world. But he has the chance to go anywhere and do anything. At first, he hesitated whether to stay and greedily enjoy the warmth of family. But the next day, after Akern's encouragement, he changed his mind. All right, let's step out and explore the world outside. Den said aloud unconsciously. So you've already made your decision, haven't you? Too soon. A sudden voice echoes in the room. Den startles and sits up, not knowing when Lily Sagras had entered. Mom, when did you come in? So, I was so lost in my thoughts that I didn't even hear you knocking. Lily Sagras is gentle and kind like a flowing stream. A mother's love is what Den always longed for in his past life. So when standing in front of her, Den felt like he was the most like a child. He knew that she also couldn't bear to see him upset. I'm sorry, Mother, Dion said softly, feeling very guilty because before him, his 2 sisters had also come to Kindle to study. There's no need to apologize. Den. Lily crouched down, ready to embrace her son. I'm fine. Mom, I understand you. Den. I know how talented I am. Lily knows that even if Den doesn't want to go now, the world will call for him someday. She had hoped her youngest son would stay with her a little longer, but if the small territory of Soulgrass can no longer contain your talent, Lily doesn't want to be a selfish mother. Above all, she wants her son to go where he wishes and do what he wants. Mom, even if I leave this house, I promise to visit you often and tell you everything I see in the outside world. Thank you. My son. Then it seems I also need to prepare a few things to send my child out into the outside world like your father did. Lily no longer looks frightened. Instead, she seems excited. Zo then. Yes, Mother. What I meant is that I haven't finished my sentence before being interrupted. Lily said she wanted to teach me how to scout and how to set and avoid traps. Previously, she wanted to teach you slowly and gradually. But now it seems I have to speed up so we can reach the capital in time. Seeing my mother's endless chatter, I suddenly felt cold sweat pouring down my forehead. It seems I will have to work twice as hard in the coming days to learn some special lessons from her. If they keep going like this, I might run out of energy before even stepping into the outside world. Anyway, your mother will teach you many things. Yes, Mother, I will do my best. I understand that it's not just simple lessons, but the love of my parents, and if you want to go out and explore the world, you really need to prepare well. Den has already been ready through months of exhausting study with his parents. Although it seemed like a curse, Den still stayed in the domain for 7 more years because there was so much to learn. During those 7 years, the Sagras domain remained very peaceful. Vudi was already more peaceful than many other regions when the war broke out. But in recent years, thanks to the arrival of Count Arkin in this land, it has become even more peaceful, to the point that people feel this era of prosperity will last forever. As he grew up, Den Kang's reputation spread far and wide among the people in the territory, especially among the young women. For example, today, when Den stopped by a shop in town to buy something, the shop owner's daughter fainted, causing chaos for the young master. Rumors are spreading throughout the territory that Dien Kang is growing more handsome, even more so than Count Arkin when he was young. Although only 14 years old, he is already as tall as the 3 counts. And outsiders might think that Den has already become Yen. Moreover, his features are very sharp, and many young women in the city are willing to become courtesans or concubines just to catch the eye of the young master. But Den is so busy that he has no time to pay attention to the gossip about himself. Today you are struggling in the outskirts forest of the territory. This is the Apocalypse Forest, filled with ancient magic, and Lily Sogras has given her son a mission to escape. To get out of this forest, Den must use all the knowledge he has, including the sense of wind and sun, as well as his understanding of the monsters in the woods. There are only 3 hours left before sunset, which is also the deadline Lily set for her son. Because the deadline is even more ruthless than my boss. Dien keeps running and jumping from branch to branch. After teaching his son everything he knows, his strict mother, a teacher, doesn't hesitate to throw him into this dangerous forest. And one of the most important things for any assassin is to never let the enemy catch you. Therefore, for a certain period, Den must avoid the trap nets set by his mother while also trying to escape the monsters lurking in the forest. He chooses a strategic spot and takes a deep breath. What he breathes in is not just air but also the mana of the forest. That mixture of air and mana is held in his lungs for a moment before he exhales. That will help Den hide and blend into the scene in front of him. And then the locations of the hidden traps placed there will also appear suddenly. Just like now, Dien could see nearly transparent thin threads everywhere. And although they looked fragile, they were extremely sharp. And if you accidentally touch it, the trap will be triggered immediately. This is the most basic mechanism of the trap, but also the most dangerous. Luckily, Dien had already learned how to disable these kinds of traps. Just as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to act, a horde of monsters appeared. It's a pack of Rugel, monsters that look like mice but have sharp horns on their faces, along with pointed claws and teeth, making them incredibly fierce. Dien doesn't know why they appeared here, only that they are rushing towards him at terrifying speed. Dien originally planned to deal with them in one go, but during the fight, you might trigger those traps, which would be extremely dangerous. You have to choose to run away temporarily to avoid the danger. While those Rugel monsters quickly chase after you, there are so many of them, and their aggression increases as they chase after us. But these monsters don't have very high intelligence. During the escape, they didn't notice the hidden traps. A horde of Rugel charged forward, making it hard to avoid getting caught in those thin strings. And as soon as they touched, the trap was quickly triggered. From the tall trees, sharp and thin spears were launched down, continuously piercing into their bodies. The situation quickly turned chaotic, causing the Rugel to rush into the traps even more and die in greater numbers. Den can use those traps to deal with them effortlessly. He turned around to check the situation and saw that almost all the Rugel monsters had been defeated, leaving only one. Its eyes are bloodshot, like a raging fire that cannot be extinguished. And the mouse rushes toward Den at a speed even the naked eye cannot follow. Den quickly dodged to the side, luckily avoiding its bite. I have to admit, this monster's speed is too fast. The monster, after missing its bite, becomes even angrier. Its eyes filled with a hatred that seems to want to devour Den alive. It opened its mouth and spat out something that looked like a fireball. Den couldn't tell exactly what it was, but anything spat out from the monster's mouth was definitely dangerous. Den's spear spins up, forming a wide shield to block Roger's attack. But he can't afford to waste more time here. There is less than 3 hours left to escape. So Den avoids direct combat for fear of triggering a trap. However, facing the furious monster trying to kill him, he had no choice but to raise his weapon. The long spear in his hand drew a beautiful arc, successfully splitting the foolish creature in two. Luckily, during the fight, he didn't touch any of the ropes. Den couldn't afford to waste another minute. After defeating the monster, he ran wildly back to the area where he had tracked them. Before the sun set behind the mountain, Den finally managed to collapse exhausted in the forest clearing. However, before his breathing could stabilize, he sensed a surge of mana emanating from very close by. Den swore under his breath and stood up with his weapon ready. You thought that while you were off guard, the attacker would keep approaching. But luckily, the person who appeared in front of you was Lily. She was very pleased with her son's recent escape, and when she summed up his total time, it was even faster than hers before. Mom, have you been watching me all this time? Of course. I can't just leave you alone. Lily approached him, even though she knew her son's talent better than anyone else. As a mother, she simply couldn't let Den face his fate alone. And throughout that observation, the truth is, she couldn't find a single mistake. Den performed beyond expectations, and Lily was so happy she kept pinching her son's cheeks. If things keep going like this, you'll be made a killer by Chuang Mo, my son. Then, Lily took something out of her shirt pocket and handed it to Den. That is the thing she has always given you, ever since Den was still a baby. That is the Nihon dagger, linked to her title as the kingdom's greatest assassin, and also the item placed next to Akin's long spear on Den's first birthday. And this spear is very good, and it is as famous as Lily's reputation, which is why it is even more precious. Den didn't think he was only 14 years old when he received this priceless gift. Of course, in Stangzales, I won't be using it anymore. This Nihon spear is made from O, A, E, T, R, U, a mysterious material that absorbs the elements of all things. So Den can store any poison inside the spear. The enemy only needs one slash to have a chance to survive. Day is truly a wonderful weapon, and if Lily gave it to Den, then you can guess that his mother has already taught him everything she needed to teach. The live combat training session has ended, and as the mother and daughter are about to return to the estate, they hear a loud scream. Following the direction of the scream, they rush over to help. That man was taken to the auxiliary tower in Sawgrass Castle. When he woke up, he was still in shock. Where am I? I remember I was eating mushrooms in the forest, he muttered to himself. Just as he finished speaking, the door opened. Den brought in a cup of tea. Are you awake now? He is still detoxifying, so don't move hastily. Detoxifying, who are you? So you were the one who saved me, Den nodded. It turns out that earlier this man ate the deadly red mushroom by mistake. If fate hadn't spared him, and if Den and my mother hadn't been nearby, he might have already met his ancestors. Den handed him the teacup, taking the opportunity to observe him a bit more. He wasn't in a hurry to ask for the man's identity, but earlier, Den saw the Nixon Tower emblem on his belt, so this person is definitely not an ordinary individual. The man finished his tea, then handed the cup back to Den, thanking him and asking what place this was. This is a subsidiary tower in the Sawgrass Castle, Den replied. The man shrugged, looking uncomfortable. Apparently he got lost heading south, but he ended up all the way in Sawgrass territory. Then he ate poisonous mushrooms and finally appeared in the Count's castle. Please rest now. I have already informed my father. He will come to see you soon. Huh. Your father, so you are. Den nodded, indicating that his suspicion was correct. The old wizard seemed very excited after confirming that you are the youngest son because you are the younger brother of Arabella Sawgrass, the young magic genius that all the magic towers are watching. Dad, you look quite similar to your sister too. So why did you figure me out? The man asked. Just a coincidence. At that moment, I was training with my mother in the forest. The old wizard let out a loud shout. I thought I had heard wrong. That crazy forest is so treacherous that even an 8th level mage like him got lost. Yet the unstable, swirling mana in the forest prevented him from casting a spell, and was so heavy it threatened to crush his body. And yet, a young teenager like him chose it as his training ground. Seeing the confusion in the other person's eyes, Black then explained that the forest was his family's property, and to outsiders, it was even more dangerous. Moreover, the mana circulating in the forest is different from the mana commonly used by mages today, so it's best for sorcerers not to come here unless they want trouble. This man just faced a monster, got caught in a trap, had his mana reversed, and ingested poisonous mushrooms. What a brutal combo. Hearing that, he could only mutter one thing to himself. Luckily, he's not bald yet. But that's not the main point. The main point is that the forest is so dangerous. Black, who still looks so young, has already been training there. So how strong must your help be to survive? So my antidote was also prepared by you, the old man asked with doubt. That's right. He has once again achieved something astonishing. How could a young child like Black be able to develop an antidote that requires such extensive knowledge and precise crafting skills? At that moment, he felt like the Sawgrass family had taken all the best qualities of the world for themselves. Both of the older daughters are geniuses in their fields, and the youngest son, who hasn't revealed himself yet, is even more formidable. If this were a time of war, I believe the Sawgrass family could become the most powerful noble family in the Antion Empire, even surpassing the royal family. Anyway, this time Black saved the old mage's life, so he thought he should return the favor. But before thinking about debts, the man decided to introduce himself first. His name is Sidron Gauze. Not long ago, he was the owner of the Nixon Magic Tower. If there's anything you want, just say the word and I will use it to repay your life-saving favor. I have everything in this world, except for the things I don't have. Even though Gauze speaks a bit casually, Den can still tell he's referring to the subspace. There are many mages who can live without a house, by storing everything in their subspace. Oh, I see. Black responded with a rather indifferent look. Gauze seemed surprised by his eerily calm demeanor. Being the owner of a magic tower is no trivial matter. Anyone else hearing that would surely be surprised or show some respect. But Den remains so calm, as if to say, oh, so that's all there is to it. Gauze is not willing to accept this, and continues to gesticulate in front of Den, trying to emphasize that his presence is anything but ordinary. You probably won't get another chance to meet someone like me in your life. No need to hold back. Just tell me what you want. Black mumbled to himself. Gauze was pleased because he thought this attitude showed that you were begging him. However, he was forced to swallow his pride again because right after, Black said, I will take some time to think about what I want and then tell you. Gauze was furious, wondering just how powerful this kid really was. Why didn't he care about anything at all? Of course, Den isn't very eager because if you talk about a mage's storage space, he was given one by Arabella 7 years ago. Master Gauze is no longer having any issues. Black Bon Q tells him to lie down and rest, while he himself carries out the empty teacup. The sound of the door slamming shut hits like a hammer straight into Gauze's mood. He was stunned for a few seconds, then sighed bitterly. Having lived so many years, this was the first time he met someone who didn't even see him as important. And on top of that, it was just a kid. Originally, Gauze was expected to recover quite quickly and only planned to stay at this castle for a few days. But given the current situation, Gauze plans to stay here longer to investigate this interesting kid. The next day, Black told Herming about having a high-level mage staying in his house. Hearing that he is a former owner of the Nixon Magic Tower and an 8th-level mage, Herming seems very excited. That's the normal reaction Gauze expects when revealing his identity. Just a bit too calm. Even when a powerful figure like that is in debt to you and you can demand anything from him, you still maintain that same calmness. Furthermore, Herming said that Gauze is an all-powerful figure because the magic towers function like independent territories of this continent. They are like countries, and the owners of the towers are like anonymous kings. In fact, Black didn't think the old man he casually saved in the forest was such an important figure. I wonder what someone like him, the owner of a magic tower, is doing wandering in the forest. Herming wondered, especially since the forest he got lost in isn't an ordinary one. All the mages consider it a forbidden zone, for reasons that Den explained to Gauze before. Luckily, this old man is also lucky to have survived after facing such dangers. Den was practicing swordsmanship lazily, seeming indifferent, but in fact he heard everything Herming said. Right now, there's something more troubling him than that old man Gauze. All the swords in the training yard are too short and light now. It seems you've grown too fast. And these ordinary weapons no longer satisfy you. Herming quickly replied that he would prepare a longsword for Den to practice with tomorrow. When it came to weapons, he suddenly remembered the poetry pen and the token he was given 7 years ago. Time has passed quickly, and Den still hasn't had the chance to use it to get his own weapon. Den, it seems you also trained very hard today. The owner of the Sogra's estate suddenly appeared at the training ground. Today Akron had to go out early for some matters and returned sooner than expected. Part of the reason he hurried home was the appearance of the former tower master, Nixon. Akron simply thought that maybe he could help Arabella, like becoming her master or something. So he hurried back to entertain the guest. Actually, Den had also considered this when Gauss revealed his identity, but he wasn't sure if he could handle his sister's temper. For example, Arabella once broke an upperclassman's nose just because he kept pursuing her. Anyway, you managed to save another life. Well done. Den. Akron pats your shoulder, pulling you away from thoughts of that punch your older sister threw. Not everyone can do what you did. What you did really made your father proud. Den left the training ground and followed his father back inside. On the way back to his room, Akron kept complaining that these days, meeting his daughter was even harder than reaching the sky. Arabella had just finished a semester and was considering choosing a magic tower to join. Claire just received a request to attend a date from her professor. As an assistant professor, both of Den's sisters are achieving impressive accomplishments in their fields. That's why your parents have even higher hopes for their youngest son. They are eager to see how the world will treat a talented child like him. Anyway, just thinking about how my writing must be taken seriously by my father is enough to make him laugh out loud until next year. Akron proudly said that every time his father mentioned the fragrant ink, Den would instinctively remember the battle between them from years ago. The talented young man had long forgotten his opponent in that fight. All that remains is the desire to spar with him in swordsmanship once more someday. Thinking of the pen, Den also remembers Layla. And he wonders how her life is now. The last time you received a letter from her was a year ago. And a few days later, Gauss's body still hadn't fully recovered. The mana flow in his body is not yet fully purified due to poisoning, preventing Gauss from using magic. Still, he didn't want to stay isolated in his room anymore. So no matter how much Gauss's health supervisor advised him, he still rushed outside. A few hours later, the maids in the Sagres pavilion started whispering among themselves. They had all heard about a great mage temporarily staying in the recovery pavilion, but the way Gauss behaved made them feel like he had gone crazy, walking up and down the stairs in the pavilion dozens of times, then sitting and admiring the flowers in the backyard for hours. This made them very worried about the future of their young lady Arabella, who was also expected to become the strongest young mage of her generation. Of course, Gauss isn't crazy. He's just captivated by the flower garden in the Sagres estate's backyard. At the same time, I am also very curious about which artisan created it. Not only is it stunningly beautiful, but each flower in the garden also radiates an extraordinary amount of mana. I came to check on you, but I didn't see you anywhere. Gia, are you here? A pair of shoes suddenly stopped right behind Gauss, and no one else but Black. At this moment, his attention temporarily shifts away from the vibrant garden. Haha, you thought I was about to leave, didn't you? Someone told me I have to stay here until I fully recover. But staying in the room all the time is just so boring I could die. However, Gauss cannot deny that resting in the Sagres castle has been very effective for recovery. Now he understands why the nobles love to visit the south during the summer vacation. The weather here is so wonderful that words can't even fully capture it. This place is truly amazing. Black supporting. I'm a bit sorry to leave so soon. Zika, are you about to leave here? Where are you going? It's not far. I'll head to King Du. Gauss let out a sigh. Just hearing that. I already understand that you've come to join the academy. Anyway, the Sagres family is a prestigious lineage, and his two older sisters are both very talented and well known at the school. Whenever he thought of them, Gauss wondered just how talented this boy must be to be on their level. Driven by curiosity, Gauss decided to investigate the other person, and as a result, he saw a figure shrouded in dense mana covering their entire body, with a mana concentration near the heart that Gauss had never seen in anyone else. In simple terms, if we think of these young geniuses like Den as a stream, then he is a towering waterfall. This groundbreaking discovery kept Gauss's eyes fixed on Den. Usually, those with a large amount of mana find it difficult to control it steadily, and it can cause bursts of mana to escape. Even though Black's mana is so large, it is controlled so perfectly that Gauss would never have known if he hadn't intentionally sensed it. Seeing the opponent staring at him intently, Black finally couldn't hold back and spoke. Don't you think it's very rude to read someone's mana without their permission? Seeing that a kid could see through him, Gauss felt a bit embarrassed and could only scratch his head and smile to make peace. Oh, how did you realize? You do have some skills after all. As for that, I'm sorry. I was just curious and didn't think things through. Even though I try to stay calm on the outside, inside Gauss is really panicking. Indeed, the amount of mana concentrated in her black body is something he has never seen in all his years alive. And if he hadn't felt it himself, Gauss would never believe it was real. The existence of someone with such enormous mana is truly unbelievable. Sidron Gauss thought to himself in confusion. Wait a minute. Why can't I see any magic layers? With that density, you should be able to see the magic layer. His face shifted from confusion to fear. Sidron Gauss was extremely shocked to realize. Could it be that the kid has two types of mana? Without hesitation, Sidron Gauss hurriedly asked, how do you create such a type of mana? Seeing his expression, I couldn't help but wonder if something was wrong. Of course there is. You've got such a crazy amount of mana. Yet you still want to wield another spear. He was suspicious. And he even possessed a type of magic that only requires a core without increasing mana. Do you want to give up this greatest talent you've ever had? After hearing this, he asked back with wide eyes. So isn't using both the best solution? Sidron Gauss's eyebrows seemed to knit together as he started to complain loudly, feeling so frustrated that he wondered where to begin explaining. Sidron Gauss had no choice but to ask, do you know why the lifespan of a magic swordsmith is so short? They are strong because they possess both types of mana and increase magic at the same time. But they hinder each other, and when they collide, that's where the problem lies. That's just how natural law is. Mana, compressed in the type used to enhance magic, cannot withstand impact and will explode. By then, I was extremely confused. I've researched quite a bit myself. But is this really possible? Sidran Gauss sighed in frustration. Iska. Such talent wasted. Truly wasted. In the beautiful flower garden, Tuku asked naturally, "Can't you use magic without a magic layer?" Sidran Gauss snapped his fingers and explained, "It's not impossible. But without the refinement of the magic layer, how can you use spells that require pure magic?" He also said that, "Besides, no one with thoughts like yours has not existed before. But most of what I know has failed." He slightly pursed his lips, placed one hand on his chest to show determination, then said, "I'll try." Sidran Gauss was surprised and asked, "What? Up to now, I've never tried with both hands. But it seems possible." Sidran Gauss is furious, secretly cursing this crazy kid. What is he talking about? What are you saying then? If I rearrange the magic code, you will definitely raise your hand and pull out the bright blue treasure, and a powerful aura will burst out along with it. It then transformed into a large flame before Sidran Gauss's incredulous eyes. The boy smiled contentedly. Oh, it worked. Just a basic level 1 spell after all. Sidran Gauss was stunned. What is this? How is it possible? He silently wondered. This child has no magic layer at all. So how can he use magic? You expressed your own judgment. My sister Arabella said my affinity for magic is very high. Maybe that's the reason. Sidran Gauss let out a sigh. But his tense eyes revealed it all. This is what ordinary people mean when they describe those untouchable talents. The so-called innate abilities. Den looked at the barrier and thought to himself, "It's truly effective. So I can use magic without a magic circle. Now I understand." Sidran Gauss's legs trembled violently. Innate mana affinity. His whole body seemed frozen with shock. And his mana was purer and thicker than anyone else's in this world. Does this person really exist? Dane was still watching intently when suddenly Sidran Gauss made a proposal. "Do you want to become my disciple in the vast hall?" A loud voice shouted, "Wait a moment." The two of them continued walking down the corridor as Sidran Gauss kept explaining. "I mean, just have a little chat. Missing out on such an incredible talent, like you would be a real pity." Dane seems to have lost all patience, while the man is curious. "Do you know how to use level 2 magic?" Dane clearly shows his annoyance and replies that, "I don't know that spell. So I can't." Sidran Gauss seized the opportunity, chuckling loudly. Oh, this is great. If you become my disciple, I will cast an 8th level spell right away." Den firmly refused. "No. Thank you. I won't accept." Sidran Gauss was so angry, his eyes widened and rolled back, with a series of veins bulging on his forehead, and a low growl escaping his mouth just then. Footsteps approached. Aiken laughed loudly, surprised that he was so close to my son, and politely called him father. Aiken gently asked his son what they were discussing, hesitated and replied, "Well, he kept insisting that I become his disciple. But I refused." "A disciple, huh?" Sidran Gauss scratched his head and said, 300 gress. "Your son has the talent of a great mage." Aachen happily said, "Ha. Really?" Sidran Gauss confidently patted the black boy's shoulder a few times, perhaps even more impressive than he could imagine, as he had successfully used chain-level magic without any prior spells. Aiken was stunned to hear that. No need for basic magic. Could it be true? Black sweat broke out all over. And he stammered, "Yes. Father." Aiken remembered that he probably had no basic magical knowledge at all, and Sidran Gauss quickly added, "So his talent is even more impressive." The two men laughed joyfully, clearly the true masters of the magic tower, immediately recognizing the talent of the boy. "It's not just talent, your son is a genius. And he might even become a rare mage swordsman. Imagine Black dressed in iron armor, sword in hand, charging onto the battlefield. He even shouts out loudly like a declaration, saying a sword is better than a spear." And hearing this, Aaken's face darkened. He frowned and asked coldly, "Mage Knight." Black felt a chill run down his spine. "Ah, I shouldn't have said that in front of my father." Sidran Gauss still didn't notice anything unusual, always chuckling to himself. "Yes, that magic swordsman, finally showing some interest. Right, if you become my disciple, I will take full responsibility and turn that boy into the strongest magic sword master in the Empire." 1 second later, He suddenly fell silent. What is this feeling? Akin roared fiercely, saying he wouldn't let the boy become a magic swordsman. Sidran Gauss tried to argue back. But why not a swordsman with magic? He didn't see that the boy was particularly suitable. Akin lost his composure and accidentally announced that my dark son would not become a magic swordsman, but would become a magic spear master. Sidran Gauss was startled and frightened, thinking what the is going on. Is that the problem? And Jen fell into a state of helplessness, unable to say a word anymore. Akin's face was as red as a tomato. Sidran Gauss stands in confusion. Ha ha. Why is everyone in this house the same? For a wizard, becoming a disciple. Black sits alone in the study room and tells himself that it means a great deal. Wizards usually nurture their successors through a process called inheritance, a tradition that has existed since ancient times and continues to this day. Even in modern times, when basic magical education has been established, Black quickly raised his hand to grab his staff. Yes, the master of the Demon Tower is only looking for a disciple, and even more so, an heir. He remembered that with an 8th-level archmage hovering around him, his own talent must be something truly extraordinary. Den touched his hand backwards, and after hearing so many compliments, he also felt something stirring inside his body. Suddenly I woke up. Oh, I see. When I was young, Arabella once told Den that whenever he wanted to see her, he should pour magic into this crystal ball. Den opened one side of the cabinet, playfully took out the sphere. All right, let's ask Arabella and see. The call of sister is heard through the hallway, in the library, where students are diligently studying. The voices echo faintly. And Sister Arabella, the younger one. Here she is. She gently lifts her head, and her hands, which were writing, come to a stop. Arabella was surprised to realize that the voice belonged to Den, her younger brother. She asked curiously, "What's going on?" Den, you managed to cast a level 1 magic. She covered her mouth with one hand, avoiding the gaze of everyone around her. I don't have a magic circle yet, but I can still perform magic. Arabella hesitated in amazement. I know you're a genius, but I didn't expect you to be this talented. Den asked curiously. The magic circle's only function is to filter and circulate mana. Maybe because your mana is already too pure. Arabella pondered. That makes sense. Arabella suddenly remembered something. This is the only way to check. Den, I will give you the magic stone through the transmission device in your room. You just need to pour some mana into it, he politely replied. I understand. Den looked at the sphere, feeling full of happiness inside. Big sister is so kind to me. Mana has always been something I am very curious about. The advice from a level 6 mage is incredibly helpful, Arabella reminded him. Now that I think about it, if you are able to cast magic, she revealed the truth that you will attract a lot of attention during your apprenticeship, and you will be so scared you'll cry out. I don't want that. Arabella gracefully tucks a few strands of hair behind her ear. It's inevitable now. Talent is what attracts the most attention. You told me that if I get bullied at school, you'll handle everyone who dares to mess with my brother. Shout loudly. I won't say anything if you forget. I heard you broke that guy's nose who kept hitting on you. He must be the second son of the Duke. Right, Arabella was close to anger. Don't mention that bastard's name anymore. But it seemed her loud voice was attracting some suspicious looks. Arabella quickly regained her composure and, by the way, even without the magic circle, over time, could my mana become even purer? Den hesitated slightly. You don't know. Maybe later I'll go find out. A petite girl hurried over. Call Miss Arabella. The professor is looking for you. Arabella quickly told Den, I have to go now, I will call you back later. Den cheerfully replied, okay, see you later. Arabella reminds her. Okay. I will send the magic stone to you as soon as I can. The light from the magic orb disappears, and Den feels excited thinking about the new horizon awaiting her. I look on with great excitement. I never expected my mana to be this pure. Could I really have Dong's heart in another room of the palace? I hear someone crying out. I'm doomed. Cyrene Gauze is deep in thought. Using mana to probe him has only made my situation worse. I was planning to leave here earlier, but I still can't go. He clenched his teeth tightly when you refused to accept his proposal. Cyrene Gauze recalled the scene earlier. Oh wow. If you agree to become my disciple, I will teach you level 8 magic right away. No, I don't need that. He wondered to himself. What should I do to make him agree? In his mind, He was lost in a series of random thoughts, wondering whether to give him some magical creatures or to accumulate knowledge from his many lifetimes. No, that's too much already. If I give it to him and he still doesn't agree, I'll have to leave empty-handed. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. Are you in there? It's me. Dan Soxers. Cyrena Gauze immediately froze. What is he here for? Or has he agreed to my proposal? The door swung open. As the words come in were spoken, he quickly approached, happily saying, That's great, you're here, I have something to discuss with you. Cyrene Gauze wondered, what do you want? Seeing Dan's expression, a sudden idea came to his mind. Wait a minute. Cyrene Gauze chuckled softly. Haha, I knew it. You definitely want to become a disciple of a powerful 8th rank mage like me. So I replied casually with a, no. Then what are you doing here if you said you weren't interested in magic? Then Bim smiled. It's not that I'm not interested in magic. Cyrene Gauze doubted. Then why don't you want to become my disciple? Could it be that you already have a master? No, I don't have a master. Cyrene Gauze lost her patience and thought to herself. Is this guy joking with me? She asked. If not, then why are you here to take what belongs to you? Den mir moi suiting. Toi hon beat kach fat trien. Hi lin toi. Tong zwei. De chi kade toithi rat ko. Vici idang oratcha. In the end, the best way is to learn from Cyrene. He still owes me a life. Seriously. I don't want to be just an ordinary mage. Cyrene Gauze was surprised and asked, What? Do you want to become a swordsman? This statement was also rejected. No, I will become a mage, a knight, a assassin, and a healer. Cyrene Gauze looked shocked and said, Wait, does that profession really exist? Then she cheerfully added, Oh, and a swordsman too. He took a small sip of tea, feeling quite annoyed. Yeah, it's hard to say, Cyrene Gauze said straightforwardly. You still decide to refuse me even though you know this is your only chance. And you calmly replied, Yes. Cyrene Gauze helplessly rested his chin on his hand, thinking, damn it, he's too determined. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Maybe that way will work. Cyrene Gauze slammed both hands on the table and asked, Do you want a letter of recommendation? Dien widened his eyes in surprise. A letter of recommendation, Cyrene Gauze excitedly said. I heard that you want to attend that academy. If I write you a letter of recommendation, you'll be directly admitted. Dion carefully placed the teacup down, and a sense of hesitation began to appear in his mind. This condition is truly very tempting. After a long pause to consider, Den calmly agreed, and Cyrene Gauze hurriedly said, Very well. Now let's discuss the details. And Den pressed further. Can I make a condition? Cyrene Gauze showed clear satisfaction. He's fallen for it. I will seize this opportunity and make sure he can't escape. He readily agreed. Of course. Go ahead and tell me, Den said casually. Can you teach me how the level 2 magics work? The conversation suddenly became much more lively. Of course. I understand all kinds of magic in this world. Oh really? So I rely entirely on you. Cyrene Gauze chuckled softly. Haha. It's nothing, and your gaze from start to finish never left Den. He is still very young. A letter introducing 2 methods of operating level 2 magic is nothing to me. Cyrene Gauze then asked, Shall we start now? Even though my condition isn't very good. But it's okay. Den is also ready. So let's begin. Cyrene Gauze was overjoyed. He had completely fallen into my trap. He also added, By the way, I'll consider this as my reward for saving him in the forest. Cyrene Gauze looked confused and asked again what, then calmly explained that he owed me his life. So I can ask for anything I want. And I've already made my request clear. Cyrene Gauze, hearing this, became angry and asked, What about becoming my disciple? Then closed his eyes and said, There's no way. Cyrene Gauze looked like she was about to collapse. I was just deceived. Deceived by a 14-year-old kid. He quickly counterattacked. Wait a minute. You only asked me for 2 things. I only owe you 1 favor. Then he softly snorted. I don't think so. Cyrene Gauze was confused. What's going on? To tell the story. First I saved him from the forest. Then I removed the poison from his body. You also said that I had to carry him back from there. But I didn't count on that. Cyrene Gauze was speechless, unable to say another word. He wondered to himself why this child was so incredibly talented. Oh, my back is a little sore. About 15 minutes later, the two arrived at the training ground. Cyrene Gauze had to calm himself down. Huffing. It's okay. He calculated in his mind that if he continued to persist in convincing him, perhaps he would change his mind in the future. And it would be a shame to overlook a born genius just like that. Cyrene Gauze begins to get to the main point. Stopping the mana before the magic circle is not worth mentioning. The important thing is that you can cast magic even without a magic circle. And the method of level 2 magic transportation I'm about to explain will be very complicated. He glared as if to give a warning, knowing how many people had given up at this point. So next, listen carefully and respond with a smile. All right, Cyrene Gauze frowned and evaluated, then looked at that confident gaze. He spread his legs wide. But I won't let you achieve your goal easily. I'll show you what respect really is. Before truly starting the training, Cyrene Gauze also wanted to emphasize that level 2 magic is a completely different realm from level 1, requiring you to calculate your mana amount, the floating mana in the air, and even consider your physical condition all at once. He crossed his arms behind his back, with a serious expression of someone in authority, which is also the reason why most people give up studying magic. And in my mind, I was thinking, does he understand what I'm saying? Surely the kid will have to try to beg me to explain with simpler words. Cyrene Gauze gestured with her finger. Basically like that. Do you understand now? She then smiled politely and replied yes. I understand. I had to learn a lot. Not only how magic works, but also things I didn't even know existed. Cyrene Gauze completely calmed down and exclaimed, What do you mean? You really understand everything. So tell me how the law of magic works. Dane was taking notes on important things in his notebook while replying that the first law is coexistence. Mana can exist alongside the physical world and other sources of mana. Through coexistence, the mage uses their own magic power and the surrounding magic to cast spells. Diane looked away, beginning to recall the second law, conservation, while Cyrene Gauze was still in shock, unable to believe it, fully understanding the true nature of magic. Then he said if enough material elements are gathered, then through conservation it can cast magic using all different elemental attributes. Cyrene Gauze was truly bewildered now, and he even added his own interpretation about the female. He looked at the young man before him as if he were a strange creature. Most people find this boring, but it seems like he's not the same. How can someone like that even exist? I'll put that aside and show you instead of explaining how Cyrene Gauze wins easily. With each level up, magic becomes exponentially more complex. A surge of energy burst from his arm and roared. Cyrene Gauze released a magic barrier with magic squares of the same perfect diameter. For example, this is level 1 magic, which can be cast using simple rules. They carefully observe and listen from the opposite side. But from level 2 onwards, it's different. Level 1 cannot compare. Strange symbols continuously appear on the magic barrier panels. Cyrene Gauze spread her hand to let the convection currents move chaotically in the air. This is how level 2 magic works. She paused thoughtfully, observing how they tightly intertwined in a very complex way. Feeling it was more difficult than the theory suggested, Cyrene Gauze arrogantly asked, So this is the second level fire magic. A fire missile. Cyrene Gauze then nodded. And also, if you want more, you need to cast the same spell multiple times. But deep down, you must be very surprised. Right, you've never seen how level 2 magic works before. His hand carefully touches the flow of power, and it's quite complex. Cyrene Gauze estimates that most people take at least a year after they can freely use level 1 magic before they start using level 2 magic. Cyrene Gauze finishes the theory part, smiling with growing confidence. But no matter how intelligent he is, he can only understand part of the magic. The important thing here is the rule. If you can't understand that, then nothing else matters. His plan is to observe you for about a week, and then gradually teach you the techniques, putting the rights into his shirt pocket. Should I try it or not? Cyrene Gauze was a bit surprised. You. Then still agree. Well, it will be difficult, but just give it a try. Then she spread her legs apart and prepared herself. All right. And then, based on the experience he had gained himself, Cyrene Gauze suddenly felt something unusual. He closed his eyes, and streams of power pierced through and merged together, enveloping his body. The time has come. Then open both palms, with aura like soft, beautiful silken ribbons gathering on command. You successfully created a barrier. Surprising Cyrene Gauze. This is a level 1 magic. Right, he exclaimed in shock. Cyrene Gauze stroked a few strands of white hair, clearly shocked, and exclaimed, he can create lines of certain length and width. Impressive. So he's just using basic level 1 magic, and this is what you just showed me as well. He was completely confused. Really? How could he perfectly replicate the operation of a level 2 magic? Understanding immediately, after just watching me cast it once, Cyrene Gauze asked hesitantly, how did you do that? And the crazy one explained, when I observed, I memorized the rules and patterns. You look at him with a cheerful smile. And shaping the magic in your mind isn't that difficult. Cyrene Gauze was surprised again and again, thinking to herself, it's truly beyond imagination. Even a magic genius like me takes some time to cast level 2. But this boy can manifest it without using magic layers. If that's the case, then I will also try a fire missile, Cyrene Gauze exclaimed in panic. What is that? The initial barrier started to show faint cracks. Then suddenly, it lit up brightly. Den shouted loudly, breaking through the initial barrier, and focused all his mental strength. 4 staffs appeared together with sacred flames. Oh, it seems to be working. Cyrene Gauze looked in amazement. Huh. Does he do it so easily? Judging by Den's excited expression, Cyrene Gauze silently wondered in confusion. This is utterly unreasonable. If I had such talent, I would have already achieved my dream of reaching level 9. Den asked curiously. Am I doing this right? Cyrene Gauze stammered. Very impressive. You learn everything I teach very quickly. His next words made him startle. Yes. I was also surprised I could do it on the first try. Cyrene Gauze was terrified at the thought that a mage without a magic tower would cause chaos in the world if they found out. His goal also changed because of this. I have to hide this talent so that all kinds of people won't try to approach and bother the kid. At least until he becomes my disciple. Cyrene Gauze changes the subject. All right, let's learn a different magic now. Yes, I should think about how to write a letter of introduction to the academy. That night, in a luxurious room, I was surprised that the magic lesson was more fun than I thought. I lay on the bed, pondering that I need to learn both theory and practice. But because I can use magic. In my previous life, I remembered being forced to give up magic in a situation where I didn't even know when I would lose my life. Spending time studying is a luxury Black cannot afford. To survive, I have to fight for every inch. Because magic, until a certain point, requires prioritizing theory over practice. Black's calmness makes me look forward to this life more. Combined with the theory of black magic learned from myself and innate talent, Black evaluated himself. Realizing he could demonstrate explosive growth with just basic guidance and teachings from the former owner of the tower. Before falling into a deep sleep, Black wondered what magic he would learn tomorrow. Half a month later, someone in the palace asked, "What? Do you want to make a magic test potion?" Cyrene Gauze replied seriously, "Yes. Because of insufficient materials, we will need to go outside the territory." Aiken let out a sigh. "They're already making potion A. Don't worry about the kid. He's already learned how level 4 magic works." Aiken asked in confusion, "Isn't it usually a month to reach level 1A? And information about magic potions isn't easy to find. I'm curious. Where did you learn that?" Black chuckled happily. "You learned it from reading magic books in the library. Do they make you feel very interested?" Cyrene Gauze kept praising him, as expected of a genius. "I never thought you would be curious about that magic test. Many people find it very boring." He also said that, "But for you, just going to pick materials is already enjoyable." Aiken thought for a moment, then agreed, "Fine, this will be a valuable experience for you. Go outside, so check the territory too." Den respectfully bowed his head and replied, "Yes, father." As sunlight filtered into every corner of the picturesque town, the villagers whispered excitedly when they saw the black-skinned young master. The young master, bringing food, and your silver hair was flying beautifully today. Den also smiled warmly and greeted them. "I guess everyone is fine. I will come back later to get the food." Sidrin Gauss, walking beside him, speculated that Count Grest probably isn't a bad person. "Father, based on how he treats me. That's understandable." He pointed to a fruit stall. "With many things in the south, delicious food, harmonious weather, and friendly people, a rare scene in the capital." Dark slowly continued. "Yes, this place is very warm." Sidrin Gauss suddenly remembered. "How much longer until we get to the old shop?" And responded casually, "I'm not sure either. I've never been there before." "Huh, You loudly call Herman. Remember to lead us from here. And the obedient young man follows. Yes, sir. The horses are galloping along the cobblestone road. Following Herman's directions, we're not far now. Lucky us. After a few minutes, we arrive at the old magic shop. Oh my. Is the old man really here? The deep rumbling sound echoed endlessly, and his silver hair and emerald eyes were truly astonishing. Just as the rumors said, thank you for having us. He then asked the shop owner how her work has been lately. The shop owner replied with a smile, but her voice carried a hint of frustration. Not many people in the domain come to buy old magic items. I only sell to foreigners and those interested in magic. The shop owner excitedly added that she never expected to have the honor of meeting the former tower master, Lord Citrine. Here. So she silently assessed me. She recognized him with just a glance, which was understandable since few people become the master of a magic tower in the Empire. The young lady then bowed sincerely and said, feel free to browse the shop. Call me if you need anything. Citrine Gauss gently told Den, go ahead and browse freely since it's your first time visiting the magic item shop. I'll talk with the shop owner for a while. Den looked around for a long time and answered instinctively. Inside the display shelves, arranged with countless jewelry and antiques, Den couldn't help but marvel at how many interesting things there were here. He stroked his chin, looking contemplative with a strange feeling of déjà vu. Then, Den raised one arm, and suddenly a magic shield appeared in front of the display. Dean also realized that if he touched the magic artifact, he could see its magical reaction. He closed his eyes and guessed that his sensitivity to magic was quite high. Suddenly, Den sensed that something unusual was happening around him. He looked around to check, wondering what that sound was. What kind of strong reaction was coming from over there? As Den prepared to observe above, the lady boss nearby suddenly called out, Sir, they're just decorations. Den was a bit startled. Oh, is that so? Cyrene Gauze softly suggests. Why don't you come over and check out the ingredients for making the medicine? The moonflower is quite good too. The lady boss quickly took out the ingredients after hearing that, while the guest praised it as a perfect choice, with at least 50 types of medicine containing moonstone, all grown by me and of very good quality. Den still couldn't stop thinking about that strange feeling. It's really odd. At the same time, the shop behind him emitted a shimmering light, and Den quickly turned around. The object looked like a piece of shattered glass, and he ran over with a look of disbelief. Yes, it was it. That stone was ringing. Herman looked at you with concern, wondering what was going on, and you hesitantly explained that you sensed something from the stone. Herman showed suspicion, saying, yeah, it's just a decoration. Dion gently touched through the magic wall. I'm not sure either, but this stone is truly strange. When I held this piece of glass, I was amazed, realizing that the more magic I poured in, the stronger the reaction became. I felt like I was being drawn into the source of light. Could it be that it only reacts to my magic? Those two didn't notice and kept chatting casually. Your eye is sharp. Using it to examine the sample is perfect. Then give me that pile of moonstones and a few dream fruits. Diane approaches with a questioning look and asks what this is. The lady boss looks puzzled, and he asks where you got that stone from. Cidraine also felt confused. What is that stone? Oh, it's just a decoration. The small shop is spacious and decorated. I thought to myself, no way. How could a decoration react to magic? The shop owner sighed heavily. Just thinking about that stone makes me so annoyed. The shop owner sadly began to tell that a few years ago, some street vendors paid me with a large package. When I opened it, inside was that stone, and the person had already left. The shop owner tearfully wiped his eyes and stepped back. I didn't know what it was, so I took it for appraisal. In the end, it was just a piece of stone. Nothing more. Nothing less. And I didn't know where to put it, so I left it there. He still stood there silently. Strangely enough, this stone was definitely not ordinary. The shop owner regained his enthusiasm, introduced, and said if you want something better, you should check over here. I have a few special magical artifacts. She gestures. I will show you. Alright, let's go inside. The shopkeeper holds the item with both hands. This is a scroll of business cards. My mind is filled with random thoughts. Even though there are many interesting things here, I look at the stone, but I only want this one. The shop owner is explaining that if you place it there, it will automatically save the information you want, and you just need to call out that person's name. Their business card will appear with everything else. So, before she could finish speaking, I requested that I take the business card roll and put it into this stone. The shop owner was surprised and asked, "Why would you want that useless stone?" So I was very firm in my judgment that I would definitely need the stone. Sidrani Gauss suspiciously asked what he planned to do with it. So he said nothing, only responding with a sly smile. After leaving the shop, Sidrani Gauss Sihil, I didn't expect you to be interested in decorations or art. Or maybe that stone has something special about it. Diane chuckled softly. Heh. Don't you realize? Of course not. Otherwise, why would I want to buy a useless stone? Of course I agree. This stone is definitely not just a decoration. It can react to my magic. Sidrani Gauss replied. So what? He whispered softly. I'm not sure what that stone is either. But hearing you say that makes me curious. Let's go back together since there are too many people here and examine it more carefully. Sidrani Gauss didn't think much and agreed, then urged the horse to run. When they arrived at the palace, they immediately went to the training yard. Do you know what it is? Are you underestimating my priceless experimental tools? With these, I will find out what it is. Sidrani Gauss reluctantly accepts the power, even though a mage has assessed it and said there's nothing special about it. But no matter what he says, how can it compare to mine? He looked regretful and said I spent all my money on building this advanced device that can analyze anything you put on it. Satisfied, he exclaimed, Great. Let's try it out now. Sidrani Gauss carefully places the stone down. All right. I'm quite excited. He releases his hand, gives the order. Put the stone here and channel your magic into it. When he touches the object, the stone immediately reacts with incredible force, unleashing its power into the air like a thunderbolt. The two, one old and one young, stare with wide eyes. Den is extremely stunned, sensing something truly extraordinary. Sidrani Gauss, on the other hand, looks very satisfied, proud, finally able to hold his head up high. Light begins to converge at a single point. Dawn suddenly said it was a rune magic, and Sidrani Gauss did not deny it. Yes, but it was not just an ordinary magic. Dane is extremely excited, thinking to himself how incredible it is that this is a magic containing structural laws of movement that he has never seen before, possibly even as complex as level 6 or 7 spells. Then you concluded that the magic hidden inside the stone is the same as the magic that appeared. And Sidrani Gauss smiled slightly and replied, Exactly as you said. Your magic is the key to unlocking that spell, because it only reacts to your magic. Dion watched the ancient symbols glow continuously, wondering what they were and what kind of magic was inside this stone, and why it only responded to his magic. Sidrani Gauss steps forward a few paces, carefully examining it. The magic seal inside feels somewhat unfamiliar to me. But since I am the former owner of the tower, I will give it a try. Then I wonder if I succeed. I might understand why my magic is different from everyone else's. Sidrani Gauss sighs deeply. Maybe that's it. And I only hope that it will succeed. In another part of the royal palace, in Arabella's private laboratory filled with thick books, a neatly arranged recording device sits on the table, seemingly cleaned regularly by its owner. Arabella stands alone in the room, muttering to herself. Indeed, it's different. Clearly unlike ordinary magic. She gently touched a data sheet, a special trait of the magic that she shared with me, one even I didn't possess. Arabella frowned, thinking seriously, but this magic doesn't seem to fit into any known field of magic. Test magic, magic gates, magic techniques. If it's not these, then what could it be? Arabella glanced over each note to make sure she wouldn't miss any words, reasoning that it must be suitable for something. Is there something that accidentally crossed Arabella's mind? She gets excited and suddenly remembers. Yes, there is a lost field of magic, and the magic should be suitable for it. Without hesitation, Arabella hurriedly searched around the room, wondering where she had left it. She rummaged through the pile of books scattered on the floor, and finally she found it. Here it is. Alchemy, divination, spiritual death, spirit magic, and even primordial magic. A worn-out old book suddenly fell from behind her. This caught Arabella's attention. She cast a suspicious glance at the object lying right at her feet. This is it. On the brown cover, it says Ancient Magic Book. Arabella recalls a long-lost magical kingdom and a spell inherited from Akena. She looked at the item in her hand carefully because it was an ancient magic from 2,000 years ago. so no one knew how to use it. But then Arabella burst out laughing at what she just said. What am I even talking about? Ancient magic disappeared 2,000 years ago. The magic of the night could never match it. Arabella suddenly paused for about a second. Hesitated. But it didn't matter. I have nothing to lose. She was determined. Telling herself. Just try and see. In front of the recording device, Arabella concentrates all her energy to recover her magic. A slender object with 2 blue tips appears. Arabella closed her eyes tightly, trying to sense as much as possible. And she realized that something was beginning to appear. Fragments of paper spilled out from the machine in a surreal stream. Arabella's eyes widened in surprise. Is it alchemy? Divination? Or, Arabella recalled the long scroll and hoped it wasn't a spiritual spell. The dense lines of text filling Arabella's mind like a film reel made her almost fall backward instantly. Arabella's eyes widened in horror impossible to believe. From outside the door, you could easily hear screams, "What the hell is going on?" Outside the training ground, the aura emanating from the gem showed no signs of diminishing. Cedron Gauss happily said, "Oh, the seal has been lifted. So there must be something inside." Cedron Gauss had already noticed this from the beginning and replied, "Yes, I will take it out." His hand slowly moved into the source of light. When they finally retrieved the treasure, the surrounding power gradually disappeared. He was a bit surprised that the silver bracelet was so superior. Cedron Gauss clearly shows his irritation, shouting, "It's just a bracelet or anklet anyone can buy at the market. I thought there would be something special inside this material. But I see nothing." He stared intently at every detail of the ring. Cedron Gauss quickly reminds him that it's that one, because it only reacts to his magic. So he should try wearing it, and politely bows his head. Accepting the bracelet from the man, its size seems much larger than your wrist. So you tense up, waiting to see what will happen to you. As expected, the ring has started to change. Cedron Gauss exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, indeed it reacted, so I'm curious. I saw some strange characters quickly observe more. What is this? Let's see." Then he pressed further. "Do you know what they are?" Cedron Gauss moved closer and realized that this is indeed the ancient language no one in the world can read. He hesitated, and before you could finish asking, Cedron Gauss interrupted. "They are characters used by the ancient magical kingdom of Akenna." And then he fell silent. I've heard Arabella mention the name Akenna before when I was a child. She said it was a time when even the smallest objects were created through magic. But then one day, that era came to an end. The only remnants being some ruins. Stories passed down. And this line of magical code. Cedron Gauss laughed loudly. "Haha. I knew your magic was special. But I didn't expect it to be connected to the ancient magical kingdom. So I guess that's why I was able to move easily through the forest these past few days." Cedron Gauss half closed his eyes. Seemingly so, because the magic from that forest originated from Akenna. He thought to himself, "I've always wanted this child to become my disciple." Dien still has some doubts. "But I don't see anything else inside this bracelet." Cedron Gauss replied faintly, "You can take your time to investigate. But don't go telling others about this. And act obediently." "Yes. I will follow your instructions." Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, startling both of them. "What is this noise?" Cedron Gauss stood up suddenly, looking panicked, and asked, "Don't tell me." This alarm sound means there's a monster attack, but just 1 second later, he was even more excited. "Haha. Very good. My body has almost fully recovered. I'll just relax a bit." Cedron Gauss was eagerly waiting for this moment. At last, "I can strike back." He almost sounded impatient. "What are you still doing? Go get the spear or something." He was about to take something out of his shirt pocket. Cedron Gauss stared in shock and asked bewilderedly what it was, saying it sounded like the noise coming from over there, and explained that this sound had nothing to do with the monster. "You also explained that this sound means my older sister is trying to contact me." Cedron Gauss looked disappointed and said, "What? You should have said that from the beginning." Then he forced an awkward smile and said, "Haha. There's no way a monster would appear in this area. Now, may I have a moment to talk to my older sister?" While Cedron Gauss irritably turned his face away, Den quickly answered the phone. "Yes, sister. Is there something wrong?" Arabella excitedly asks. "Why did it take you so long to reply to me?" "Sorry, sis. Is there something you wanted to talk to me about?" She recounted that while she was analyzing the magic code, Arabella suddenly changed the subject. "Wait a moment. Tell us there is someone else," and responded frankly, Don't tell me you also realize that my magic is ancient magic. Arabella, after hearing that, immediately wanted to explode. But how did you find out about that? The voice on the other end responds calmly. Oh, I see. So, that's it. When you and Lord Sidron were analyzing some stones, you guessed they came from an ancient magical kingdom, and you said those stones only react to your magic. Yes, that's correct. Sidron is even more surprised now. So the girl only figured that out by analyzing the boy's magic. I knew she was a genius. But she's even more talented than I imagined. Arabella asks if anyone else knows. And Den responds coldly no. Then she says, listen carefully. Lord Sidron, please listen along. It's best for you to keep this secret. If you reveal it now, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Dean. The man finally spoke up. Miss Arabella, I have heard quite a bit about you from DN. Lord Sidron, I realize I jumped straight into the issue without introducing myself. Don't worry too much. I will keep this secret. He is worried that if this gets out now, not only Dean, but the entire Sagres family will face serious consequences, Arabella exclaimed. Indeed. Your Excellency. You immediately understood the issue at hand. Curious. Will this conversation be recorded? Arabella chuckled softly and said that no. Once this conversation ends, it will automatically disappear. Sidron Gauss breathes a sigh of relief. Good. No one wants to leave scattered evidence. And I plan to return to the Tower of Magic and investigate this matter further. The girl happily thanked him for helping us. No. No. Miss Arabella, I do this out of my sense of responsibility as a wizard. So there's no need to worry. He suddenly remembered. During our conversation, I heard that you are looking to join a magic tower. Have you decided which one to join yet? Arabella hesitates for a moment, tightening her bracelet, and reluctantly replies, no, not yet, but I am not considering Nixon Tower either, because it doesn't specialize in the field I love. Sidron Gauss quietly thought in frustration. I used to wonder who that kid resembled enough to be so decisive, and it seems it's from his sister. He hobbled with his cane, chuckling. I see, so you don't really need to come to our magic tower. It's better to stand by and quietly observe. That's quite honest of you. Arabella said her final words before the conversation ended. I am sure there will be talented people joining the Demon Tower in the coming days. Anyway, for now, let's discuss the details later. Okay, do you, gently reminded. Yes. Sister. Be quick, Sidron Gauss gracefully praised. Your sister has become quite talented, so I completely agree. Of course, this item was also created by her. She said that this sleek crystal ball is the trend among young mages nowadays. Sidron Gauss suddenly clarified sharply. Yes. Very impressive. But I don't need an item like that. When someone reaches level 8, they don't want to communicate with others. If there's something important to discuss, they just need to come and see each other directly. Right. Den nods slowly and says, I see. It seems like in your mind you think he has no friends at all. In the room, Akern's voice echoed, saying that the magic of the great star made me feel worried. But the black guy quickly reassured me. Haha. Don't worry. Dad, Akern solemnly says, if anyone targets Black, I will make them pay the price. Lily also adds, listen to them. Then I will make anyone who targets you stay silent in my way. Black sat curled up like a child, thinking, haha, those guys are full of energy. But with 2 of them protecting me, there's nothing to worry about. Akern rubbed his chin and then made a guess. So if that's true, it means there is a great hidden magic within our bloodline. Right, Lily replied seriously. That's a good question, and we don't know if any of our ancestors had it. I'll check with my family. Den wondered to himself if both families looked into this, what they might discover, but it wasn't really as important as he was curious to know. There are cakes and hot tea on the table, but it seems you've already crossed more than one line. Lily calmly advised that staying here might hinder your growth, so you should consider moving to the capital to live from now on. Den doubts about the capital. A needs to gently explain. Yes. You know, at least 14 years old, is required to start an apprenticeship at the academy. And now you are old enough. Actually, I wanted to keep you here for another year or 2 before sending you off. But it seems there's nothing left for you to learn here anymore. Lily gently touched the young man's hand. So if I choose that way then, Lily smiled kindly. You can leave whenever you want. So I was very surprised I didn't expect them to think that way. A can happily encourage you, so you'll do very well. Go ahead and fulfill your talent as you wish. Black happily responds. Yes. I understand what you and Mom are saying, and so you have made your decision to prepare to attend the academy. Needs to rejoice and praise you. That's a good choice. Den is very pleased. Well done. It's time for me to reach a new level. Inside the room, lively conversations can be heard. Yes. Is that your choice? That's right. Sooner than I expected. You've made a good choice. Staying here longer will only limit your potential. It's a waste. Sidran Gauss said seriously. I have a piece of advice for you. Don't reveal too much about your talents right away. Although the academy itself is a place that welcomes talents, not everyone shares that view. Den Channel was about to listen. Yes. Earlier Arabella told me she had faced insults from others. Sidran Gauss Sigat. Well, ordinary children wouldn't be able to keep up. But the Thomian family is a different story. Den unconsciously remembered. Oh right. Think about it. I told her I would visit her if I came to the capital. He thought, if I don't visit her, she will be very disappointed. So I should also consider what kind of weapon to make with the crest the Duke of Thomian gave me. Sidran Gauss snorted at his large nose. So if you're only joining the academy in 3 months, then you should leave here in 2. Black looks curious. That seems reasonable. What about you then? Sidran Gauss speaks softly. I plan to return to the magic tower. I think I have something to do. Thanks to you, I no longer feel bored. If you have any connection to the great magic, or anything related to it, I will let you know. Dark clearly showed surprise. Really? If that's the case, I would be very grateful, Sidran Gauss requested. So then, the only remaining issue is your lessons. If there's little time left, we need to speed up. He reminded me that reaching level 3 is very difficult. Level 2 is nothing compared to level 3. Be serious, yes. I will study hard. You reached into the box. And I also prepared a gift for you. Sidran Gauss was surprised. Really? Black took out the box and replied, yes. My sister sent me this through instant teleportation magic yesterday. Inside is a glowing gemstone. A new item just released. Oh, this is it. Sidran Gauss excitedly takes the treasure, while Den explains that this is a newly designed compact crystal ball not yet available on the market. Arabella invented this new product. She values me. So when I asked for it, she gave it to me. Sidran Gauss happily exclaims. Oh, it's quite compact and beautiful. Well, I don't need this, but I'll graciously accept the gift you've prepared for me. Den politely suggested, please use this to contact me, he thought. Secretly, I could encode my password in it, although I said I didn't need it. He seemed very excited. Black gently explains how to make it for Sidran Gauss. Yes. You do that here. Haha. This thing is really simple and easy to use. He guesses. Probably he won't contact me constantly. And as night falls, Den wonders to himself about the academy. Yeah. He laughs in his t-shirt while making plans. I need to prepare seriously for the remaining 2 months. Den gently smiled. His hobby is being able to use summoning magic to some extent, and my goal is to officially enroll in the summoning magic class, receive the summoning mark, and have the chance to participate in the aptitude assessment exam. Since Claire is an assistant professor, I guess I'll be seeing her often once I enroll. At the same time, Den accidentally glanced at the certificate. Tization. I forgot about those close friends in magic. As soon as he touched the crystal, a fierce reaction erupted. Black remained silent. For 7 years he poured himself into magic day and night, but it still showed no response. But still, Den has always been waiting. And if the magic I infused into it doesn't go anywhere else, and my close friend has absorbed it, I'm sure one day it will bloom. Den and Arabella are talking together, currently. The entrance exam system is very simple, with 2 exams to pass. 2 exams. Huh. One for the intermediate level, and one for the specialized field. I see. Can you explain it in more detail? The intermediate exam is an old method of screening candidates. That is a test on culture, history, and issues related to the empire. And I am sure I can pass it without any trouble. Her hips are wide. Of course, the better she does, the more it counts towards her entrance exam score. Arabella smiled and explained further. The next exam is a specialized subject test. As the name suggests, you choose a major and take the exam on it. The exam content depends on the professor, but I believe you'll definitely pass, especially since you also have a letter of recommendation. Denfat's voice came from the gym. Oh, I remember now. You girls also passed it easily, right? Arabella looked smug. Yes. It really wasn't difficult at all. Outside, A few young men are carefully examining the sword. But once you've chosen your major, some people choose to switch to magic, Arabella warned. But you will have to stick to your chosen major for the specialized exam. Arabella turned back toward the window unless you want to change your field later. Over there. Den is practicing swordsmanship while still paying attention. Yes. So at first, you had to choose a major. Sister Thee still hopes our youngest will choose the magic department. After hearing that, Den clearly felt helpless, haha. She still hasn't given up. So she reluctantly replied, fine. I'll think about it. Dane wondered. So if I want to change my major after enrolling, is switching majors the only option? Arabella replied, usually yes. Unless you've already graduated and want to start over. She also said, of course, you can take other specialized courses. He decisively swung his sword in a long slash. Normally, from the third year onward, advanced major classes do not allow students from other majors to participate. He pursed his lips and paused his action slightly. After thinking for a long time, he muttered softly, so I will have to choose only one major to study. Arabella suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. There's a program called the elective major for talented students. Slightly surprised. Is that really a thing? Sounds pretty good, Arabella said with an emotionless face. But if you don't intend to fail on purpose, no one would want to sign up for it. Dien asked curiously why. Arabella laughed because no one has ever passed that exam so far. The voice on the other end suddenly lowered. I see. Arabella sensed something was off and hurriedly asked, don't tell me you're thinking of challenging it. Immediately. She refused no way. Oh, Sister Sidran has arrived. I'll contact you later. Arabella walks away in doubt, wondering if she's pushing too hard. But no. Magic is still. A voice called out from behind. Senior Arabella. The professor is looking for you. Oh, all right. I'll be there right away. Sidran pointed to an item, announcing that here is the referral letter I promised. You must be delighted. Did you really write this for me? Lord Sidran Gauss gently stroked his beard and replied calmly. Not only the form, but also the content has been carefully prepared by me. I have written a few recommendation letters before, but this is the first time I put so much effort into it. So consider it an honor. I am very excited about this and will do my best not to disappoint you. Sidran Gauss turned away. Annoyed. Yeah. If you said you wanted to become my student, that would be great. But even if I took you as a disciple, I don't think you'd obediently call me master. Hearing this, I immediately went speechless. Haha, how did he know that Sidran Gauss regained his caring attitude? Have you prepared everything for the trip yet? I answered casually. But honestly, I don't have many things to bring. Moreover, the facilities at the Academy's Guild are also very good. So most of the essentials are already provided. Sidran Gauss said, crossing his arms. The facilities are indeed good. But it's really just about dominating the skills. And you're not the type to give up to those kinds of people. Right. Now I feel a bit worried, hearing him say that. It seems like the Academy is just a gathering of evil nobles. Sidran Gauss. With a harsh attitude. Remember this. That place might be brutal. And if you look down on it, many will immediately reveal their true nature and quickly attack. Then he remembered the previous scene. It probably wasn't much different from a battlefield either. You obediently reply, yes, I understand, Sidran Gauss. If you need anything, contact me. And that thing you call the Crystal Bridge is truly very useful. I will make good use of it. Then he asked with a sad look. But why do you keep talking as if you're about to leave? Sidran was surprised and realized, oh, you're planning to leave tomorrow. Really? I can't stay here forever either. Right. Your father offered me the position of magic advisor. But I will consider it later when I have nothing left to do. Sidon placed a hand on Black's shoulder. You know, I still have many things to finish when I return to Ma, he said softly, thinking he had finished everything. But it turned out there were still many tasks he needed to complete. So he wondered if he was talking about ancient magic. Helping him was like helping himself. Which wasn't so bad. Sidran Gauss happily says. After all. Thank you, kid. Black quickly adds. Thank you as well for everything during this time. He squinted and smiled. Yes. I look forward to seeing how strong you'll become when we meet again. Sidran then left with a wave goodbye. So I'll be going now. Don't see me off or I'll feel embarrassed. Politely replying, yes, sir. Please take care. You can't help but feel a bit sad that he's leaving. Maybe because we've been close for a long time. Lily entered the room to deliver the message that Sir Sidron had left safely. And Black also said he would depart today. Right. Akern gently replied. Yes. The boy said everything was ready. Lily was still very worried, hearing that it would leave soon. I felt at ease. But I wonder if it will face any danger on the way. Akern gently reassures his wife. We will use the teleportation gate Arabella prepared. What could possibly go wrong? Lily feels relieved, realizing her worries were unfounded. Akern, full of happiness, said no matter what, I think we have raised our children very well. While children in other families are busy fighting each other for the position of head of the family, Akern continued, we will have to make a clear decision someday. But I don't favor anyone. Just then, a shadow appeared outside the door. Den was ready and gently called his parents. Akern stopped playing when he saw his son. Oh Den, you're here. Are you ready to go now? Lily then asked. Did you bring the sign Mom gave you and the nylon? Den squinted and replied. Of course. Lily gave a few instructions. If you really face a difficult situation, go to the place your mother mentioned and show the sign. Den asked. Yes, I remember. Are the people there? My mother's former colleagues. Lily looked kindly and said yes. They are very close friends of my mother, even though we haven't seen each other for a long time. I'm sure everyone will help you. Akern was tensa, realizing that Den might come to our house and start a path as a real assassin. All right. When you arrive at the capital, find the official Tom Yen before entering the academy. He will help you. Yes, father. Thinking about having to leave her son made Lily cry. He has grown so much that he's about to leave us like this. Akern was a bit confused, not knowing what to do. Ha. See your child off with a smile. Priestess, Lily said sadly. Hurry up. We won't go far. Den tightly fastened the bag strap, feeling suddenly heavy-legged as he was about to leave. He looked at his parents one last time and then said, I apologize. I am leaving now. Follow Black's steps as he approaches the palace gate. Akern sternly commands his subordinates, Gillette, to monitor carefully. Ensure Black reaches the teleportation gate safely, and then report back to me. The young man covering his face quickly obeyed. Yes, my lord. Before Gillette left the room, Lily suddenly spoke a sentence. It's been a long time since we saw each other. Shadow, she smiled. You know what to do now. Right, pay attention to see if anything unusual happens when Den teleports. Den and Herman have already observed the object right in front. Herman excitedly called out to the young master. Seeing something like this firsthand is truly impressive. This is it. Black didn't answer, but deep down he realized that yes, this is a teleportation gate that the eldest sister had prepared in advance. Herman kept praising. Lady Arabella seems to be a truly remarkable person, so I completely agree with that statement. Yes, I understand why it took an entire year. Herman pointed at the object and asked nervously if stepping into it would activate the teleportation magic. Black jumped and nodded, confirming that was correct. He wondered how much effort she had put in. Teleportation, like other magics, can only be used if the code is arranged correctly. Magic must be continuously channeled while the code is being rearranged before it can be activated. Black assessed from top to bottom that the Arabella gate installed is a perfect device, meeting all the conditions for teleportation. Herman slightly bowed his head, his voice tinged with worry. So please be careful. Den patted his shoulder firmly, still very relaxed. All right. You also be careful. Ermin, Den will be the first to step through the teleportation gate. His footsteps firmly press down on the grass as he advances, taking only a few seconds to reach the center of the large gate. Black takes a deep breath. She said, all I need to do is transfer the magic into the portal, and it will activate. I spread my arms wide to withstand the power. The aura gradually lifts Black's body to the middle of the frame. As a sudden, powerful gust of wind forces him to brace himself with both arms, the surrounding space begins to freeze, and the teleportation gate opens along with it. Black closes his eyes tightly, trying to sense, and as he felt the strange energy seeping into every fiber of his body, the portal shifted and disappeared with him, leaving the bustling street bathed in bright sunlight. This place is just as beautiful and romantic as Black's land, riding on horseback and standing in front of the city gate filled with excitement. It must be here. Den eagerly looked around. This is the entrance to Artemia's capital. The sound of horses stopping when hearing a strange voice. I've been waiting for you. The man in the imposing armor respectfully calls out. Lord Densegrest. He then introduces himself with reverence. I am Loic Asma, the captain of the first night squad of the Tom Yen family. After hearing that, Den's expression stiffened, and he understood. Feeling a bit overwhelmed by the personal greeting from the night captain, Loic solemnly announced that we would escort him from here. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately looked back at his subordinates who were ready to follow orders and protect carefully, and they all shouted in unison, "Yes, sir," Loic confidently said. "We will depart immediately." Den smiled happily. "I trust you all." After walking a few steps, only random thoughts filled Den's mind. Now that he has truly arrived, it feels so strange. I never thought I would step into the heart of the Anthean Empire I once hated, with the flag fluttering in the summer breeze and being regarded as the best. There are hurried voices whispering to each other. Come see this magic. This isn't an opportunity you'll get easily. On the other side, there are invitations. Over here, enchanted frozen parfait. Just a copper crown. Den couldn't help but marvel. Haha, everything is here. I didn't expect the capital to be so lively. Liquich suddenly spoke up and introduced that place is the residence of the Tho Mien family. Den was a little startled for not paying attention and looked ahead in the direction indicated. The grandeur made him gasp in admiration. The mansion was truly magnificent. Later on, Den was completely silent because he sensed something strange. Watching the crowd continue to move steadily, Black unconsciously pursed his lips, feeling like someone was watching him. Or maybe he's just imagining it. 2 rows of people bow respectfully before Den, welcoming him, and he politely responds, thanking them for their hospitality. Even something so simple surprised Black a little. They're disciplined, courteous, and rule-abiding formations seemed perfect and natural, quite different from our southern region. The main gate has been waiting for someone for a long time. I walk up, smile, and introduce myself as Den Segrest. Greeting Duke Tom Yen. The man clasped his hands behind his back, embodying the demeanor of a superior, and responded politely to Den. It's been a while. Tom Yen, with a gentle face, asked with concern if you are still well. I guess the trip was very exhausting. Come inside. Tom Yen was surprised and let out a small sound. Looking at him, you've changed a lot compared to 7 years ago. Those children are your age, or even a year or 2 older. Tom Yen placed her hand on Den's shoulder. It's hard to compare with you. Akin must be very proud of you. You are truly remarkable. Tom Yen gave a few instructions. This place may not compare to your father's castle, but enjoy your time here while preparing for the academy entrance exam. Additionally, I will assign a servant to serve you. Den, so if you need anything, just let us know. Tom Yen said that lately, when she mentions your name, the girl seems upset, so she stays silent. I don't really understand either. Tom Yen spreads her legs wide. I understand. Maybe due to the pressure from the upcoming exam. Someone like Lala can easily get through it. Den forced a smile and let it go. I'll ask her when I see her, he thought. What could it be? Could it be about the age for exams? Tom Yen agrees. That's right. We will have more time to talk later. I just wanted to remind you beforehand. Take it easy. What do you mean? Tom Yen suddenly fell silent. Then you'll understand soon. Den wondered anxiously. What is he talking about? Tom Yen remembers and reminds him. You should go back to your room and rest. The servants will take you there. Den respectfully bows and says, Well, I wish you a good rest. Black kindly nodded and said thank you very much. The door was carefully closed, and Black guessed that he might stay here for a week until the exam. You glance around and realize this living room is a bit too luxurious. Setting down your bag, you think to yourself that you should pack your things and head to the training ground first. A girl carefully pushes the door open without making a sound and offers to take you to the training ground. Den widened his eyes upon recognizing the voice. Lila asked with annoyance. Den, why did it take you so long to come? She shouted loudly, making me wait for ages, not knowing when I would see her. While Den remained in a hostile state, could it be, you immediately became excited. It's been a while. Are you doing well? Lila snapped. Yes, of course. I am, very well. She strode forward aggressively. But you have nothing to say to me. Black replied awkwardly. What are you talking about? Lila suddenly shouted loudly. Why didn't you write me a letter? And at that moment, Den froze completely. Black was stunned by the constant questions. Then after a moment, he mumbled, I also meant to reply but forgot, sorry. Lila scoffed coldly After hearing that, is that all it takes to apologize? The girl at the front smiled and said, I came directly here. But since I have to prepare to leave the capital, I don't have the energy to do anything. Please forgive me this time. You asked what I want you to do for me. And to apologize. You're willing to do anything I want. Lila frowned slightly, lost in thought, and remained silent for a long time. Black looked at her sincerely with a smile, knowing he had to get out of this situation first. But he wondered what she wanted him to do. Taking a deep breath, Black slowly said, What should I do for you? A light match. So what? Black couldn't help but furrow his brow in suspicion. Lala raised an eyebrow at you, smiling happily, and saying, A match with me. You hesitated to speak. Are you okay? After she shook her head, you finally agreed. Hearing this, Lala slightly smirked. She raised an eyebrow in challenge and asked, Are you confident you won't regret this? I may look like this, but I'm now so strong that I can't be compared to before. I'm no longer the person who learned to release magic from you. Den was a bit surprised, looking at that confidence. It seems she has grown a lot over the past 7 years. Thinking about it, you spoke up again. And now that I remember, you mentioned winning a certain competition in your letter last time. Lala nodded and smiled. You remember. I won the Royal Cup tournament organized by the kingdom, Den calmly said. It's that one. The competition among under 15 teenagers of the empire. Right. Lila smiled and nodded. That's right. If you also came, you would definitely compete with me in the final. What a pity. Den shrugged indifferently and calmly said, That feeling of regret can now be let go. Lala still hesitated a bit. Are you really okay? I still have an entrance exam to take. What if I get injured? He smirked and chuckled to himself, wondering who should be worried about whom. But he didn't say anything, calmly waving his hand and saying, I'm fine. With that said, Lala happily agreed. All right. It's late today. So when we wake up tomorrow, let's have a match. The next morning, at the castle, as promised, Lala went to find Den. After hearing Den's proposal, Lala exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that he's still using a blunt weapon? He shook his head and explained that it's just a light match. Using weapons for practice is enough. No matter how skilled a warrior is, they can't handle every situation. And he's worried about getting injured during the fight. Lala heard Lian sighs and reassures her, Don't worry, because the best healer in the empire works for my family. But Den asked back, what if something happens and Leo cannot heal her? Then what? La hesitated, unable to speak. Den calmly looked at her, understanding that to wield a weapon with a blade, one must think that way. She criticized with dissatisfaction. It's just a match. Why are you so serious? Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, she could only sigh and agree. Fine. Just use the training weapons. Then she ordered the servant to bring her training weapons. Black watched her closely, secretly admiring her. Indeed, she had become a proud young woman, as the rumors said. People still say that she will soon catch up to her brother's stronghold, who are actively working as knights. And perhaps Lila's formula has created the first female head of the family. Sure enough, at that moment, unleashing her magic became a great motivation for her. At the same time, Lala was also reminiscing about a few years ago, the day she was helped by Den. She is very grateful for that. Thanks to him, she was able to learn the basics of mana control much faster than her peers. And now she has 2 types of mana. She has been waiting for this day for a long time. I wonder if she'll be sad if she wins. At this moment, the servant brought the weapon to Lala. She took it and casually said, Thank you, to receive the spear from her. He happily spun it a few times before nodding, saying that it was a training weapon and quite lightweight. He was originally a bit hesitant, but he quickly regained his confidence because on the battlefield, he could use anything he had, so there's no need to change. Immediately after, his steps grew more steady, and the arrogance of a seasoned general returning from many years of battle re-emerged. You look at Lala and speak. So then it's finally starting. Lala is ready too. And Danmak nods. At this moment, Black points his spear forward, his right foot bent, ready to attack. On the opposite side, Lala was also not wasting time, gripping his sword tightly, his eyes full of shock. She had faced opponents wielding spears in Dandakwak before, but it wasn't difficult. Ranged attacks are effective at a distance but lose power when close up. Thinking of this, she grew more confident in the battle ahead. She immediately charged forward with all her might, her aggressive stance causing her sword to rise fiercely. Her sword almost pierced Den's body. Seeing this, she became even more excited. But her sword only stabbed into the air. Since she could no longer see Den's figure in front of her, she was speechless with shock. As she was stunned, a weapon was pressed against her neck. "It's the spear in Den's hand," Layla exclaimed in shock. "When were you there?" Den retracted the spear in his hand and said coldly if it were a real weapon. Something serious could have happened. Hearing this, Layla immediately shouted in shock, clearly having touched the sword, and she simply couldn't believe that he was so fast. Black lowered his weapon to the ground and said, "Let's start over. You said the same method doesn't work, so she should move carefully." Layla let out a dry laugh. It's been a while since we last met, so she's a bit tense, but this time she absolutely won't back down. But when she looked up again, she saw a familiar figure standing on the balcony, apparently watching the battle. He carefully watched Den's back. She understands his intentions. After winning the Danter coup, Layla has worked so hard that he was very worried. Today, he has decided to put those worries to rest. At this moment, Layla glared at him and spoke. Den prepared himself because his father was watching, so he would give his all in the match. No matter how tough it gets, Den will surpass himself again, immediately. Layla rushed forward quickly. Mana energy kept appearing in the air, but Den remained very calm standing there. He spins his spear in his hand, creating a whirlwind, but the mana still lingers in the air, and Den remains calm, continuing to spin his spear. At this moment, Layla charged forward fiercely and sternly asked, "So, Den, it's not easy, right? But Den can still stop it. Nhund up. There's still a long way to go. Do your best." At the same time, the pen high above silently observes, whispering that the battle between the two is still evenly matched, and no one knows how it will end. But he can't shake the uneasy feeling in his heart. The smile on Den's face has completely disappeared, and his appearance now resembles a warrior about to go into battle. Below the training ground, Den and Layla are still fighting fiercely, with Den using his long spear to defend himself as Layla's powerful sword strikes keep coming. The two of them kept moving quickly, with Den stepping back 2 paces to dodge Layla's sword. Seeing this, Layla clenched her lips fiercely. Her moment had come. Thinking of that, she lunged forward with force. Den was a bit surprised by this sudden move, but he simply spun his spear and struck her hand. Layla's eyes widened in shock as her sword fell to the ground. Den raised an eyebrow and smiled. "It seems I've also won this time." On the balcony, upon seeing this scene, Madame took, but sighed with some regret. Once again defeated, the man looked at the person beside him and asked, "What do you think, Asma, if this way Layla might become less arrogant?" Hearing this, Asma was immediately startled, and the old man spoke softly. "So you knew about it," but calmly replied, "Of course I know well. The Demon Lord has already shown signs, and after winning the championship, it was fully revealed." At the same time, below, the battle was still ongoing. Watching my daughter struggle against Den, he couldn't help but sigh. "I was planning to have a serious talk with her, but I think it's better if she realizes it herself." Asma nodded slightly, considering it a wise decision, but hesitated for a moment before suspiciously asking, "How many cores of mana does that kid have, according to your opinion?" He squinted at Den below. After a moment of hesitation, Asma spoke, "At least 3 cores. But Butt shook his head in disagreement. "I think differently. It has at least 2, and at most 3. Asma frowned and asked, "Why do you think that?" Look carefully. But didn't answer, and instead made a suggestion. Although the speed of using the spear overwhelmed Layla, it was not due to quickness, but rather because of the lack of experience on Layla's part, specifically in tactical movement. After a fierce battle below, Layla couldn't hold on and shouted out, but he managed to block all of her attacks. And at this moment, Den's spear pushed Layla's sword aside. He retracted his sword, frowned at her, and calmly spoke, "I can see all your movements." Asma looked at this scene vaguely. "I wonder if he's really a diligent swordsman." Misses. Took but nodded slightly. "Probably because he lacks real combat experience. I can't believe it either." At this point, he squinted and looked down, feeling a bit restless inside. The time when Layla was most mature was after the southern inspection 7 years ago, right after she met Den. And maybe this time is the same. While he was thinking, Asma spoke again. which was quite interesting. Miss has defeated Danter group but cannot use her full strength. Clearly, Lady Sogras has trained her very rigorously. No, you don't understand Akin, but said softly, shaking his head. Even if he's strict, he's not the kind of person who trains in a cruel way. Unlike Butt, and there's no need for such harsh training. Ozma was slightly surprised and asked confusedly, "What do you mean?" But calmly replied, "An overwhelming talent that ordinary people dare not surpass." He believes that Den is a genius, and at the same time, Den has knocked away Layla's sword. He guesses that he didn't join because he wasn't interested in the Danter group. Ozma was a bit skeptical, wondering how he could not be interested in the Danter group, the company that all the boys and girls of the Empire desire. He calmly spoke again. Right now, no one at that age could compete with his abilities. Meanwhile, the battle between Den and Layla has reached its end, with Layla pushed back and a look of panic on her face. At this moment, but only hopes she will realize her shortcomings in this fight. If she abandons her arrogance and focuses more on sword training, she can completely surpass him. Under the arena, Layla still kneels on the ground, lost in thought. As expected, she can't win against him. He's a prodigy. But she never imagined the gap between them would be so vast. Den squinted at her, lowered his sword onto his shoulder, and calmly said, "I'm tired now. Let's stop here." Layla looked at her fallen sword on the ground. Then after a moment she sighed and said, "Fine. You win." Den squinted at her, silently exhaling, hoping her wish had been granted. He probably already sensed that he's not number one. Layla approached him and asked with dissatisfaction, "How exactly did you train yourself?" 100%. Den casually said a word or two, but it only made Layla more annoyed and shout louder. "Who doesn't give 100%, huh?" Den shrugged indifferently, lowering his injury to the ground and saying, "So shall we start over again?" This made Layla stare in shock. Den didn't care what she thought, calmly walking away. "I'll go ahead now." Layla watched his back, frustrated, and shouted, "Next time you won't be able to win anymore." "All right. I will wait." Den didn't turn around and calmly replied. Then he took a step and left. Den is the only child Layla admires. At the same time, he is also the person she wants to surpass. Just need guidance and patience. She wants to prove she is no longer a little girl. But why are you surpassing her more and more? Just wait and see. Next time I will definitely win. A month later, the Royal Academy entrance exam began, resembling a festival as talents from across the Empire gathered to compete, including their families and supporters. Nearly 1,000 people gathered in the capital. The number of applicants for the Royal Academy this time is about 6,000. Paying only the exam fee doesn't qualify them to apply on their own. But since 2/3 of them didn't pass the first round, the remaining number is not that many in the end. Currently, after the first preliminary exam, more than 2,000 people are preparing for the second specialized exam. In the grand hall of the castle, everyone is discussing this matter. Someone suspiciously asked how many people would pass this exam, and another calmly replied, "At most 200 people." They believe that the children in this entrance exam are all talented, some even potential geniuses. At this moment, Professor Jinabu, the head of the magic department, anxiously asked if the results of the first exam are still not finalized. Head of the magic department, Ingrid shook her head and replied, "We're still tallying who will score the highest." Someone asked if the top swordsman was Layla's daughter. Another person nodded and said yes. That was the one who defeated Dantergoop in the semifinals. A very impressive victory. And Layla has raised her daughter very well. The head of the department summoned Den Pinaso, frowning as he asked, "The swordsmanship top scorer is someone worth looking forward to." The swordsmanship department head, Professor Esterander, nodded and said, "What more to look forward to? It's almost certain." While everyone was discussing, only Dinabo remained deep in thought, as if pondering something. A moment later, he let out a sigh, reached out and took out a letter, and said in a low voice, "My thoughts are a little different." Ingrid frowned suspiciously and asked, "What is that?" Dinabo slowly explained that this is a letter of recommendation from Sidran, sealed with a magic that contains magical energy. As soon as the words left her mouth, Ingrid exclaimed in shock, meaning that Sidran had indeed introduced someone. Esterander couldn't deny it. And no matter who it was, they couldn't surpass the one who had defeated Dantercut. Everyone started discussing this. Sidran was famous for not accepting disciples. Yet he sent a recommendation letter, As a newcomer, only 14 years old, but already at level 3, Dan Kingok exclaimed. Third year. Who could that person be? Dinabo slowly revealed the name, Dansegrest. And everyone present was stunned. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Dinabo continued to speak as a Sogrest noble. In an instant, everyone started talking about the Sogrest family again. Their family has 2 geniuses in the magic department and the summoning department. Even their youngest son was introduced by Sidran. After some discussion, Dan was the first to speak. And if it's the Sogrest family, they are not ordinary. Ingrid nodded in agreement. Both of the great noble families registering at the same time, surely a hot topic. But Ostrander raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Wait a moment, isn't that a family famous for commerce? But it's a recommendation letter from a mage. It seems the Sogrest family is now becoming famous for magic." Hearing this, Ingrid felt a bit dissatisfied and sighed, thinking she would definitely get into the magic department. Dinabo nonchalantly shrugged, and casually said that if he joined my department, he and Arabella would be very strong. Sid, after all, needs magic at the Royal Academy. At this moment, a voice suddenly breaks the atmosphere from outside. Sorry to interrupt, but the results of the first exam have just been announced. Hearing this, everyone immediately became excited, eager for the girl to quickly share the data. Immediately afterward, the data was announced. 367 students in the swordsmanship department, 227 inches, the magic department, and 152 inches, the summoning department. The numbers are clearly way above expectations. Everyone here is immediately stunned. Indeed, the swordsmanship department shows a huge difference. Asterander excitedly opens the list to check. Immediately after, he smiled with satisfaction. As expected, Layla's name was at the top. But at this moment, Dinabo suddenly felt a bit confused. His hand kept scrolling over the datasheet, and after a moment he called out again. Dansegrest, I don't see your name on that list. Asterander frowned and asked, Is it true? And what about Sidran's letter of recommendation? Ingrid shook her head softly. I don't have my departments either. Someone suspiciously asked the girl earlier if there were any candidates not on the list, and she hurriedly replied that there was one candidate competing in the free major. As soon as she said that, everyone present was speechless with shock. But it didn't end there. The girl also announced a piece of news that terrified everyone even more. Among the 6,000 candidates, Black scored the highest in the first exam. The experienced professors, at this moment, couldn't help but gape in shock. They simply couldn't believe that Din actually ranked first. Meanwhile, at Din's home courtyard where he has been practicing dual spear techniques for a month, time has flown by so quickly, and the fight with Layla feels like it just happened yesterday. The first exam has already taken place and we're just waiting for the results. Luckily, it wasn't difficult. Just then, Layla ran in from outside and asked loudly, Din, are the results out yet? What place did you get? Din's bracelet lights up at the same time, indicating the exam results have been received. Din happily announces, I am in first place. Hearing this, Layla immediately got angry and coldly sneered. It's definitely you. I missed first place because of you. She glared at him and demanded, How exactly did you learn all this? Din casually replied that it was thanks to the questions his sister sent him. But in reality, he had an advantage because he had studied it directly in his previous life. Layla still didn't let go and kept asking, Do you think a 14-year-old kid knows anything about tactics, strategy, and military management? Din calmly replied, I think that's the easiest part. Don't you find it interesting? Layla couldn't believe what she just heard and exclaimed in shock, Are you really an ordinary person who not only studies military science but also has knowledge of fine arts, music, and even the history of the Rhinic Empire? That is actually my major. I couldn't help but smile. Din said calmly, Actually, there are many things you have unconsciously gained from rolling around on the battlefield. Layla continued to ask, But where did you take the second exam? Din muttered quietly, There should be 3 in total. 3 places. Layla exclaimed in surprise. But you really applied for the free major. She aggressively questioned what other fields there were besides the Department of Education and the Department of Resilience. Din chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, I'll tell you later, which made Layla furious to the point of going crazy. After some thought, Layla irritably asked again why you chose the free major, no matter how I think about it. I don't understand, Din calmly replied. Because I want everything. Layla's face was stunned by this statement, her confidence very low. She chuckled softly and Din confidently said, I heard that in the free major you can take any class you want until graduation, and you don't even need to choose a specific major until then. Plus you get to research with professors in the field. Layla suspiciously asked, Is that why no one applied for the code? Could it be that you don't like studying with me and are doing it on purpose? Din shook his head and replied, No. She slightly furrowed her brow and asked, So you really think you'll pass? Besides magic and healing techniques, what else do you know? Hurry and tell me. But when her aggressive attitude confronted him, he was at a loss for words. Should he say something now? A few days later, in a room within a castle, a meeting was taking place where 3 professors discussed the matter of the free major exam. Summoning magic and demon magic are so different from core and magic circle that it's almost impossible to pass. Den hesitated and said, At first, some people managed to pass 2 free majors, but most couldn't pass even one. Dinabo nodded slightly. Either in magical theory or in magic. Applying for one would be better. Black sighed reluctantly. The free majors have been around for about 200 years. Right, Ingrid took a sip of tea, looking a bit serious. But almost no one passed. It wasn't as difficult at first, Dinabo said quietly. Because unlike now, hundreds of years ago, the academy needed talented people. That was a time when conquering required seeking out all talents. If someone had ability, they were nurtured. But now things are different, and the standards have become even higher, so the contestants don't apply for what they're best at. Ingrid asked suspiciously. Then why does it still exist? A department no one applies to and no one can pass. Because it is a symbol. Dinabo replied casually. A symbol that only the most talented individuals of the empire can pass. Black heard this and pouted. But that also matters. Even though now it's a dying field just to keep the name alive. Dinabo handed over a document and explained slowly. I checked and found that in the past 100 years, only 2 people passed this exam. One dropped out, and the other was the previous emperor. Ingrid's face immediately became serious, meaning only a genius could pass. Densihid. If she is the youngest daughter of the Arkansas Reds war hero, then it's hard to say, because she's from a prominent family. So I also have high expectations. Dinabo spoke up again. Maybe he's just a conceited kid. But based on our assessment, we might consider letting him enroll. Den hesitated to speak. But as a professor, he couldn't be careless. Dinabo takes a sip of tea, then sighs again. And after a moment, he sets the cup down. He speaks in a deep voice. Is that boy confident enough to challenge the symbol? The next day, at the second competition, Denso Grez respectfully introduced himself to the 3 professors, saying, I am Denso Grez, applying for the free major at the Royal Academy. Dinabo narrowed his eyes and smiled, asking, Do you know what applying to the free major means? You nodded slightly and confidently replied, Of course. I know that all 3 majors require passing scores. Ingrid quickly added, Your name is Den. Right. And it's not too late now. Hearing this, you couldn't help but feel nervous. What does this mean? Ingrid continued speaking. I deeply respect Lord Grez because he is the best mage in the Empire. She said she didn't want to see his son be eliminated and return home. Black now understood what they wanted. He calmly said, Thank you for the compliment, but I came here with the mindset to do my best. The 3 professors immediately fell into thought. That's right. If the kid was the type to give up easily, he wouldn't have applied. After a while, Dinabo finally spoke. Then, there's no other choice. There are 3 exams depending on your major. And if you fail any of them, you'll be automatically disqualified. I understand. I nodded without hesitation. Dinabo nodded at Den's suggestion, then started with the summoning department as previously decided. Soon after, Den stepped outside to prepare for the exam. Din recognized this person, the professor of the summoning department. She is the highest-ranking summoner in the Ante-Ong Empire, holding the record for summoning level 2 or higher 3 times. After observing you for a long time, Den finally spoke. The simplest method for the summoning department's test is to make me satisfied in any way related to summoning magic. Hearing this, Den smiled, just as he expected. Free testing based on personal preference has no standards or format. I suspected. Then he spoke up and asked if the professor could summon a beast to help me. Den exclaimed in panic. A beast summon. Of course I nodded. Yes. Any beast summon is fine. Not only was she shocked, but the 2 professors behind her were also stunned. Ingrid exclaimed in disbelief. So the contestant requested the professor to summon a beast. And Dinah's face was so surprised she couldn't speak. This is about a strange sound ritual. Since there's no sign of anything yet. I thought you would just talk about the theory. But it seems you also want to see the summoning creature. Den looked at him thoughtfully for a long time before finally nodding and saying, "All right. Quite bold but very interesting. Really knowing how to appreciate the unusual. She told you to open your eyes wide and watch the wind." Den nodded slightly. Then observed her actions. Only this carved wine reveals a blue light surrounding her, swirling around her palm before spreading across her body. In her mouth, she seems to be muttering an incantation. And after a moment, her eyes suddenly shine brightly. She shouts loudly, responding to the call. In just a blink, the energy waves started dancing in the air and quickly gathered into one spot, radiating such power that nearby students were knocked over. Seeing this scene, the other two professors were also stunned in shock, because what they saw within the energy wave was a large wolf beginning to appear, a set of long, sharp claws and a large tail curled in the air. When it fully formed, the enraged summoned beast, Ezra also quickly stepped out. It roared loudly, frightening everyone here. Black narrowed his eyes at it, cursing inwardly. Its roar was too unpleasant to hear. It is the most ferocious beast among level 4 summoned creatures. Except for the summoner. It attacks anything it sees. Since it's the first exam, you didn't expect much. But this one will be very interesting. Black narrowed his eyes and watched Ezra for a long time without taking any action. At this moment, Den spoke again. "I've summoned any creature I want now. What are you going to do?" You didn't answer. Just standing there. Extremely calm. On the contrary, the people outside kept discussing the summoned beast, which is the strongest in level 4. And even many duelists would find it hard to defeat. Ingrid outside also shouted in fear, asking what they were planning to do. After a moment of contemplation, Den finally stepped toward the summoned beast. Seeing this, Den immediately exclaimed in shock. "What are you trying to do? Stop right now. If you provoke Ezra." But she hadn't finished speaking, and Ezra had already roared and charged forward. Den still calmly asked, "As long as you can prove it in any way." "Right." Den slightly furrowed his brow, hesitating before saying, "But if you prove it by throwing yourself into the fire pit, then—" She hadn't finished speaking when Den interrupted, saying it wouldn't happen. "Everyone, stay calm." As soon as he said that, Den's face grew even more pale. Under her terrified gaze, Ezra's son let out a low growl before falling silent. By this point, as he muttered the incantation, Ezra's bloodshot eyes began to fade. The longer time passed, the less fierce its eyes became. After a moment, its body suddenly crumbled into mud. It slowly sat on the ground, nodding contentedly, and Den calmly said, "Good job." Seeing this scene, the faces of the two professors behind turned pale. Denabo exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth is going on? Even Den couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Den didn't know how everyone would react, so he gently patted Ezra's head and casually said, "We're much luckier than Genfu." It obediently nodded at him, ignoring his hand on its head. Den gapes with wide eyes, unable to believe that the ruthless Ezra would comply so easily. But the real shock came from behind, and Den was once again struck with terror. She saw the faint magic thread linking to Ezra gradually appear. It's light in color, so it's not submission, but it completely erases Ezra's hostility. Den was happily sharing moments with Ezra, while behind them, Denabo was stunned and shouting, still unable to believe what he saw with his own eyes. Ingrid was so excited she stood up. Is that innate empathy? That's amazing. The people outside are also speechless with amazement. Is it possible that I approached Ezra, quickly analyzed the magic thread, created a similar one, and connected it to myself, since there is no other method? This might be the most suitable way to tame it. It is a superior ability even compared to her, who was always praised by the master before. With such talent, the future is truly very promising. Hearing this, Den finally stepped forward to stand in front of Den. You have spoken seriously. Den Sagres. Your abilities have been fully confirmed. Brave strength, calm judgment, and solid basic skills. There's no doubt anymore. You've passed the exam. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two professors behind nodded in agreement. Den happily smiled and politely said, "Thank you." The long day quickly passed, and Den let go. Then, after returning, He recounted the situation to Layla. She couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Is it really over in just 30 minutes? So you are the top scorer." Den looked confused. "What's wrong? I heard you're also the top scorer in swordsmanship." Layla shook her head sadly. "He's the one." And she chuckled softly. "You happily said, 'Cheer up. They've opened a place to celebrate our passing.'" She shook her head in despair, not wanting to eat. "You eat a lot." "Okay," she sighed helplessly, unable to believe it, surprised by such a huge difference. "It's like an unstoppable force. A natural disaster. That's exactly how it feels." Den watched Layla's back, unsure of what to do. Just then, Mrs. Layla approached and tried to stop her, wanting to be alone. "So tell her, you are still very worried." "But Mr. Kin confidently said, 'It's okay. Layla will get through it.'" Then he smiled and asked, "Did you contact your father this afternoon? She must be very proud." Den nodded slightly and calmly replied, "Yes, everyone is very happy," and the old man cheerfully added, "If it's a free major, then it's very deserving. Now that the exam is over, just get ready to enroll." Den nodded softly, grateful to him for helping me have a very good time. He declined to comment, nodded and asked, "Have you thought about the item entrusted to the forge yet?" You slowly replied, "I am thinking about a sword, but I still have no plan." Dad frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" I slowly replied, "My body is still developing, and I don't know which sword to make. I'll think about it a bit more because this is a good opportunity." He thought for a moment before nodding. "That's right. There's no rush. Just go ahead." At that moment, a subordinate came in to report that the lady of the house should go see Madam. The pen flicked at the other person, calmly replying, "I understand. I will take my leave now." Saying that, he turned and left. Looking at her back, he couldn't help but sigh. Lady Gongxi's illness still seems to be ongoing. You have heard Layla talk about it before. Her condition hasn't worsened or improved, just staying the same for years. It truly is a pity, as someone who has never seen a family member ill. It's a feeling that can't be understood. Are you thinking about visiting Layla to comfort her? 2 days later, at the Royal Academy's castle, many people gathered here for the celebration. A moment later, a calm and serious voice spoke. "Very pleased to meet the new students of the Royal Academy. I am Arshwan Thomas, the principal of the Academy. This year, seeing the new students who overcame fierce competition and stand here, he believes the future of the Empire is very bright, as they are all talented individuals of the Empire. But among this new batch of students, there are many outstanding talents, including one who was accepted into the free major, a field in which only 2 students have been accepted in the past 100 years. The student was approved by all 3 deans of the magic, law, and martial arts faculties. As soon as this was announced, the students below started whispering and murmuring, mostly in shock. Hearing these words, Iwan smiled. Then, he confidently spoke up, representing the new student valedictorian Den Sagras. 10 voices projecting forward. Den stepped forward from among the students, and as soon as he saw him, whispers immediately spread below. Feeling overwhelmed, Den paid little attention and calmly walked up. Those standing above also began to praise him. Bud approached Akern and said, "You've raised him very well." Akern shyly scratched his head and replied, "He's nothing compared to you." But hearing this, Bud immediately sighed. Raising 2 sons was of no benefit. He hadn't seen his 2 brothers at his sister's enrollment ceremony. The older one was sent away on a mission, and the younger one had run away from home. On the contrary, Akern has 2 really good daughters, and he feels very envious. Akern modestly smiled and said, "Isn't Layla also yours?" In an instant, Bud's face changed expression because at this moment, Layla was clearly not in a good mood among the crowd, and he only wished the noble was here too. At the same time, someone else was discussing Den's summoning technique. "Den, suspicious?" asked Claire beside him, who has been close to the false summon beast since childhood. Claire nodded and replied, "Yes, Professor," clearly understanding that this was an innate social ability. But deep down, she felt that Den was a monster. This unimpressive boy was capable of more than other summoners. At this moment, Claire hesitated slightly and asked, "Professor, with Den's social skills, is it possible for him to summon the summoned beasts from the other side of the horizon? Beyond the horizon is a different world, where the summoned creatures lost their connection over 100 years ago." Den thought for a long time before speaking. "Let's see. Maybe the summoned creatures there will choose a mage as well. Everyone continued to talk about Den Sogers, the rumored name. As Principal H1 approached and spoke to him, he handed you a piece of paper from his hand, smiled and said, "I hope your talent will shine at this academy." Den took it, nodded and replied, "I will remember." Headmaster. All the students in the courtyard watched this scene with admiration in their eyes, while the nobles on the high platform also looked on. Next will be the oath-taking speech by the student representative. At this moment, Den is very satisfied. He finally entered the academy. It took quite a while to get here, but he won't waste this new life that has been granted to him. His eyes are now more determined than ever. From now on, it's only the beginning. A little later, at the main avenue of the academy, the introduction to the academy finally comes to an end. The academy staff told them to rest for a while before the next part. So eat something and relax. Soon after, the students started to rest on the spot. The whispering and murmuring continued, and the main character was none other than Den. At the same time, Layla kept reminding Den nearby, "Listen, many people will target you in the future. So, if anyone invites you to do something, you must think carefully. I heard there are also many strange people here who are not well educated at home. Over here, other students are constantly noisy, and some are invited to join clubs. The lobby is already very lively." Seeing this, Layla couldn't help but be worried. The seniors are inviting people to join clubs during break A. Den heard from his older sister that there are many interesting clubs here. Many eyes were already turned toward Den, and Layla couldn't help but shout out. Everyone was staring at him. What should we do? Without hesitation, she grabbed Den's hand and ran away. She spoke as she walked away, saying, "We should get out of here first." Den asked suspiciously, "Where are you planning to go?" Just after running a few steps, he was blocked by a few tall people. Den Sogers. Join the Body Beauty Club, where you can build and train a beautiful body. You haven't even answered yet. And someone else runs up. "Hey new recruit, what do you think of our exploration and mapping society? If you join now, it will be a new map." Another girl shouted out. "Our Bird Spirit Research Society gathers the most talented individuals." Even Layla beside her was targeted by everyone. She was a bit panicked by their enthusiasm, and hurriedly shouted to run away. "I'm not joining," but then a chase broke out here. Having gotten used to being chased by enemies, this is the first time he's in a situation like this. And it turns out even the top student is exhausted. On the other hand, in a corridor of a castle, a figure is walking slowly. This person is Kentis Refuel. As soon as they saw him, everyone started talking. It is said that, after the retired knight, Hoang that, he became a professor immediately. A perfect successor. But there is a rather troublesome matter. It was a position he had held comfortably for decades as a new free major student, occasionally writing essays and achieving modest results. Now the easy life is over. He has to prepare for class and will probably be very annoyed. At this moment, Kentis has arrived at his destination. He bit his lower lip fiercely, looking quite upset. He snapped irritably. The orientation session for the new student has already ended. This is ridiculous. Why would a student pass at this time? I saw a figure standing in front of the door. Of course that person is Den, the one just accepted into the free major. Kentis frowned and asked, "You're Den Sogres." "Right. Why are you here so early?" Den was slightly startled and turned around. Seeing the person, Black politely bowed and said, "Hello, Professor. It's a pleasure to meet you," he said, seriously. "All right, go inside." The two quickly stepped into the room. Kentis frowned as he watched Den sitting on the chair, silently contemplating that he had fought hard to earn this position. He came here to rest, not to teach. If it were the first version, he would have been tired of having to guide the knights. Thinking of this, he finally raised his head to ask Den why he wanted to apply for the free major. And Den calmly replied, "To do whatever I want." He suspiciously asked again, "You don't plan to switch to a special field, do you?" The boy calmly replied, "Yes. I don't want to miss this opportunity." Hearing this, Kentis immediately felt uncomfortable. If it continued like this, he would have to guide him. There was no other choice. But then he suddenly remembered that you didn't take the swordsmanship test. So the reason for not taking it must be lack of confidence. Thinking of this, he asked, "What do you know about swordsmanship? I don't mean to hide anything, but since you're studying a free major, as your teacher I should at least know your level of swordsmanship." Hearing this, he frowned, wondering why he suddenly asked about swordsmanship. feeling like he wasn't welcome. Then he replied, "No. It's just that I'm not interested in swordsmanship." Kentars immediately perked up and stood up. "Luckily, I'll try to check it out." Without hesitation, he nodded and said yes, secretly pleased. You've fallen into his trap. So he quickly suggested, "Let's go to my training ground." He has the authority to evaluate the students. And as long as he uses the excuse of poor swordsmanship skills to make you leave, the two quickly arrived at the training ground. And Kentars casually said, "There are many swords here, so just pick the one you want." So I calmly nodded. He looked at the swords placed there and couldn't help but feel a sense of irony that the training ground was in a place like this. Even without such casual students, it would be a bit too serious. I give up and sigh, wondering which one is suitable. Then, I reached out and drew a sword from the corner. Kentars frowned and asked, "So is that enough?" Then nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, this one is enough." Kentars frowned and said with a smile, "If you can attack me with that sword even once, you'll pass." He said it wouldn't be difficult because he would only move within 2 steps. Hearing this, I nodded and understood. Kentars frowned and observed, calmly accepting his condition because he was confident enough. So he truly believed he could do it. At this moment, you immediately charged forward with a determined look in your eyes, your sword almost touching Kentar's. He was a bit surprised. Your speed is really fast. So that's why you excelled in your free major. But while he was thinking, Den's sword kept spinning continuously. Kentar's face immediately darkened. What is this? Finally, his sword hand began to raise again. He took a step back before raising his hand to block Den's sword. Only then did he take a breath, almost causing a big problem. Using a sword so unusually. Could he be a true master of swordsmanship? On this side, Black also took a step back, lowering his sword and frowning at the person in front of him. His eyes darted around as his stance began to shift. Kentar's looked a bit uneasy now, resembling a swordsman on the battlefield rather than a noble or knight. While he was thinking, Den charged forward again, his sword tip constantly darting through the air. His offensive speed was extremely fast, gradually forcing Kentar's into a defensive stance. His face looked a bit grim, and his hand holding the sword unconsciously trembled. But he doesn't give him any time to breathe, rushing in with a wind-cutting momentum. His quick and light movements, his sword skills so natural, make Kentar's doubt himself. Am I really a level 6 warrior fighting a 14-year-old child? You no longer need the handicap. Your steps had to keep moving to block the attack. At this moment, Black has stepped back. But Kentar's face doesn't look much better. This expression feels so familiar. That year, when he was still a knight and led his troops into battle, he saw a brave warrior. But that person had no medals or banners to symbolize a knight. Watching that person fight, he was so stunned he opened his eyes wide. Who on earth is that person? Returning to reality. The swords of both were pointed at each other, but it managed to touch Kentar's, who was startled to see this scene. Why was he thinking about something else? But no matter what, Black had already won. I think I've met the requirements. Professor, he said with a hint of a smile. Hung Hang bit his lip, feeling a bit dissatisfied. His sword hand was trembling with a clenched grip. Taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke. You passed. Den let out a sigh of relief. As expected, with the Royal Knight's strength, it wouldn't get him anywhere. Kentar's frowned at him, deep in thought. But this kid truly is a genius. A special genius. Despite the disadvantages, he is not inferior to the man who has reached level 6. Now he understands why he is not interested in the swordsmanship test. Thinking of this, he asked hesitantly, why with such strength he didn't apply to the swordsmanship department. Den calmly replied, because I thought my family would be disappointed. Hearing this, Kentar's couldn't help but startle. He furrowed his brow in deep thought. Den's father is a master of education, and his 2 sisters are experts in magic and healing. So you chose all 3 to meet your family's expectations. Now, Den asked, has the professor confirmed everything? Kentar's realized he was wrong. It's not that you're not confident enough in your swordsmanship. He nodded slightly and said, go back. I will send you a message soon. Yes. Thank you. Professor. Den politely bowed. Kentar's clearly seemed a bit reluctant as he watched your back disappear. We really messed up, didn't we? Do the judges feel this way when they evaluate? All of his plans to chase you away and live comfortably have vanished into thin air. He couldn't help but sigh helplessly, recalling his past as a knight He finally remembered who that person was. The brave knight was indeed Rick, the heroic figure striding over the corpses. He still remembers clearly. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the person he unintentionally remembered during the previous battle had a fighting style very similar to Rick. Outside the academy, after leaving Kentus's room, Den recounted everything to Claire, who exclaimed in surprise, "I really passed the test." And he nodded in agreement. "Probably so." Claire frowned slightly, suspiciously saying it's strange that Professor Kentus wouldn't easily pass a student. That professor, a man who only attends regular classes once. But this time the principal called him. He really hates trouble. Den nodded in agreement, saying he's definitely someone who likes to do things his own way. Claire hid and said, "So that's why I was surprised." Luckily, nothing happened. Den watched her smile intently, feeling a wave of emotion. She wasn't praising him, but he felt reassured that his sister was safe, and that was one of the reasons he liked his second sister. At this moment, Arabella runs over from afar, wondering where her younger sibling is, so she's with Claire. She smiles happily. "Little one, you've passed the test, haven't you?" The students, seeing the three sisters chatting happily, started whispering among themselves. After a moment, someone approached Den and introduced himself. "I am Marquis, in charge of all the dormitory operations." The dormitory is divided into 3 zones based on entry points, with the highest ranked area called Dantech 1. He also told you that because you are the top student in the free major, you will stay in this area, which includes the cafeteria, sports field, library, as well as restrooms and magic projection rooms. There's also a secret device. Hearing this, Enji frowned. "What secret device?" Mark continued explaining that it might not happen, but depending on your grades, there is a chance you will leave this area. Arabella and Claire are also in this area, but only until graduation. Then he handed you a key card for access. He gave you 2 to keep the room, and if you lost them, let him know. So take it, and nodding, you replied, "I understand." Mark once again warned to be careful, as there are many strange students here. They are not bad people, but sometimes unexpected things happen. So check the room and inform the logistics department if you need anything. He nodded and sighed. Should I go check the room? In the end, he decided to take a look, and his first impression was that it looked very upscale, but it was strangely silent, and he slowly walked down the corridor. After a while, he suddenly stopped. Something was off. He couldn't sense any presence, as if it had vanished into thin air. What exactly is going on here? The character takes a deep breath, releasing the sensing aura with suspicion. He wanted to see what had happened, so he quickly closed his eyes. The aura gradually spreads everywhere, and before long, you can smell a faint oily scent through your nose. Along with the soft grinding of gears, it's clearly a trap. You, second young master, can't help but smile slightly. So that's a greeting gift. At the same time, a group of people watching through the screen wondered aloud why he wasn't moving anymore, while someone cautiously asked, "Hey Anol, do you think he knows there's a trap?" Anol gently shook his head and confidently replied, "There's no way that's true. My Zulat family has been the best hunting clan for hundreds of years. I trust my trap. This is the eldest son of Lord Zulat, Anol Zulat, a third-year male student in the artillery department." Another person skeptically asked, "Is it dangerous?" Anol calmly said, "Of course, I removed everything that could cause harm. I just made him into a laughingstock." Another person smiled with excitement. "This first debut is truly something to look forward to. They believe that you probably got into a lot of trouble coming here." But someone still worried and asked, "Are you really okay?" "That's the Saugers family." Anol promised to say the word. "So what? We've all been through a memorable debut. Just wait and see. He'll probably faint from fear." At this moment, a female student hesitated and said, "But he's the top student in the free major, so this time it might be different. And both he and only the 2 of them are geniuses. If he gets into the free major, he will be even more of a genius." The one speaking is Priscilla Neliel, a male student in the neuroscience department. Anol heard this and immediately questioned with dissatisfaction, "What do you mean? Are you implying he won't fall into my trap?" She shrugged indifferently and faintly smiled. "Not really. But it seems like you're not confident." "Don't laugh. That's not possible." He snorted coldly. He doesn't believe he would fall for his own trap. He used stealth techniques and also smeared oil to avoid hearing the engine noise. While they were suspicious, Den started to move again. Seeing this, they immediately became excited, and he continued to move forward. Outside the corridor, Den knew their main trap started with a simple tripwire trap. Just a light touch would trigger it. Seeing this, the students cried out in disbelief. But he seemed to have anticipated everything was Anod's deception. Really this simple. Hung clenched his lips in frustration. Anod refused to give up, saying it was too soon to surrender and he couldn't avoid the final trap. Priscilla, hearing this, was stunned and asked what the final trap was. With a slight smile, Anod confidently said, "You'll see." Sure enough, at that moment, a giant monster suddenly appeared in the corridor, attacking Black. It's not just one. Another group has appeared. This time, it's the summoned monsters. Seeing them, he immediately sneered in contempt, ready for a few strong ones. But something felt a bit strange. He furrowed his brow and observed their bodies for a long time. Then he immediately realized something strange. Their bodies weren't real. He softly smiled. So it was an illusion. Only hearing my voice. It seems they are quite strong. If you are an ordinary student, you would have run away. But you are different. There's no need to avoid or retreat. You just need to interrupt the flow of the young demon's magic to stop it. Thinking so, his eyes became determined, and a powerful flow of magic appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, a student asked suspiciously, "Isn't that kid running away?" On the contrary, he seems quite calm. And another person spoke up. "It looks like he's trying to gather his magic power." Anod's face immediately turned grim. Could it be that he realized in that brief moment that it was an illusion? I can't believe it. How could this be possible? Priscilla saw his face showing a hint of helplessness and sighed. Oh my god, outside the corridor. Black's mana surged back into the air. The magic force swept over the bodies of the recovering beasts, instantly knocking them back and causing their bodies to disintegrate rapidly. Seeing this, Black subtly smiled. They're finished. Do you want to find out who designed the trap? Just then, a desperate cry came from a room. It's Azeroth. Get out of the way. Why is it here, Anod? Damn it. Do something. Anod's people rush outside, with Azeroth chasing after them, and they flee in fear at its roaring. Slowly walking over, he looked at them and smiled softly. So everyone was hiding here. Hearing the sound, they immediately turned to look, and Anod exclaimed in surprise. Learning a new version. It seems you've realized something. So please do something if it belongs to me. We're sorry. Please take it back. He didn't even want to scare them. And the magic power in his hand reappeared. Soon after, the magic swirled around Azeroth. Very quickly, its body gradually disappeared. Seeing this, Anod's group was immediately panicked. And it was also an illusion. After going through the crisis, the final class finally returned to normal. A student sighed softly. The graduation ceremony was a failure. Then he approached the front and introduced himself to the crowd. Hello. I am Droy Ian Balanton, a fifth-year student in the Department of Alchemy and the direct descendant of the Marquis of Ballantine. Droy Ian frowned and praised. He's quite tall and very handsome. All the girls are beautiful, so it's only natural. He reached out his hand to shake his. The guest said, Hello. What is this guy even talking about? He keeps praising you, saying you're really good at avoiding traps. I heard you majored in free studies. So Anod's traps don't work on you. He's going to be disappointed. He also told you that Anod is the heir of the famous Zulat hunting family and the one who designed all these traps. Hearing this, Den immediately looked towards Anod, realizing he was the mastermind. Droy Ian glanced around and said, You guys should come and ask him yourselves. He pointed to the only girl he introduced. This is Priscilla, a fourth-year neuroscience student. Better not to mess with her. She's dreaming of becoming a priestess. I haven't finished my sentence yet. But Priscilla interrupted. Kind and beautiful. I am Priscilla Neliel. In the field of neuroscience, I can't even dream of getting married. She nodded and smiled, saying yes. Please help me more. The moment she shook hands with you, Priscilla was so shocked she widened her eyes. She couldn't believe it and exclaimed how strong the magic was. This isn't magic that someone our age should have. The level is unbelievable. Hearing this, Droy Ian asked in surprise. Is it really that amazing? Priscilla nodded confidently. Yes, it is. Even Anod could notice this. He couldn't help but frown and use strong magic to emphasize it. At this moment, another male student approached, smiling and greeting Den. saying I am Squaw, a second-year martial arts student, different from those muscle-bound kids in the bodybuilding club. So don't misunderstand. Hearing this, Black immediately remembered the big guys who stood in front of him earlier. Squaw continued speaking. Muscles are important, but martial arts are not about showing off muscles. If you're interested, just tell me, and I will teach you what true skill really is. Den refused to comment, glancing at the boy standing on the other side. Now only one person left. Squaw also looked in that direction and said, "Come on, Arnold. Introduce yourself. Your strength is right there." Azoy pursed her lips and said, "Is she angry about the trap? Is that all? So petty." Arnold bit his lip fiercely and hesitated for a long time. He just walked up to Den and greeted him. "I am Arnold." You also nodded politely and said, "I am Denso Gris. Please help me more." Maybe he's upset because all the traps have been destroyed. So you spoke up, saying they are indeed good traps. It seems you know very well the mechanisms and triggers. But the most prominent issue is the paint. Hearing this, Arnold's face immediately turned to shock. Den slowly explained that next time, instead of 6 breaks, mix in 3 silver. And with a 4-to-6 ratio for 6 breaks, it might be better, as this level of brightness is less noticeable. Arnold thought for a moment before nodding. That makes sense. So he continued speaking. Besides that, anyone could easily fall into his trap. Arnold hadn't had a chance to reply before Squaw interrupted angrily. Who do you think you are to teach Arnold how to set traps? That's too much. They didn't really care. So everyone led him to see the room. They walk slowly down the hallway, chatting happily. Den watches them from behind, quietly admiring truly interesting people. Anyway, I'm in a pretty good mood because I have good friends, and it will probably get even more interesting later on. The next morning, Den went to see Layla and was extremely upset to learn that they had to attend 6 specialized courses this semester. But Den explained to her that there are only 3 majors, each with 2 sessions. After all, Layla was still very upset. And on top of that, there was also the general education course. How could I do it? I don't even have time to sleep. Usually, first year only has 4 classes. Think about it. There's no time to skip any. Den silently looked at her, sighed, and said, "Well, she's lucky. That's why military studies were added to 2 general courses." Hearing this, Layla's voice trembled as she said, "You are really heartless. I am very afraid of military studies. In the first semester, my grades dropped a lot because of it." She scheduled to meet again later during the swordsmanship class, as she had to attend the general military science lecture. Then she asked with a slight frown, "What is the general lecture about?" Layla blinked and sent a reply about cosmetics and skincare. Den sighed helplessly, as expected of a girl, and shook his head saying, "I understand. See you later." After leaving, he entered the hallway to listen, and as soon as he saw him, the students started gossiping. To listen to all of their words, I couldn't help but sigh. I heard everything. I just didn't care much, quietly flipping through the book. Today in class, I was listening to an overview of military science. Based on what you read yesterday, there are parts you know and parts that are completely contrary to reality. That's right. If theory and practice always matched, no country would ever lose in war. But military theory is taught because basic principles are very important. As you were lost in thought, the professor entered the classroom, and everyone stood up to greet him. A professor on the podium waved his hand, signaling for everyone to sit down. Then he slowly spoke. "Hello everyone. My name is Francisco Gabias, and I will be responsible for teaching military theory. Just call me Professor Gabias." Then he took attendance and started the lesson. He squints and observes him for a long time, lost in thought, seeming to see him as someone with extensive battlefield experience. I slightly bite my lip and smile softly, truly looking forward to it. At this point, Professor Gabias had begun teaching, emphasizing the importance of understanding military theory deeply to be effective on the battlefield. Soldiers act arbitrarily, and commanders must always weigh victory against the lives of their troops. What do you think is the most important thing in war? A group of students with only one raised hand. Professor Gabias looked over with his eyes and slowly spoke, inviting the student with the raised hand to try answering. The person raising their hand is Black, and he confidently answers, "The supply chain." Professor Gabias is a bit surprised but quickly regains his composure. He nodded slightly. "Correct," he slowly explained. "Victory, triumph, improvement. All of this can only be achieved when the supply chain is secure. He found it very interesting that someone answered correctly right from the start. He squinted and looked at Black, then continued to ask, "Do you know the 3 most important things in supply management?" Black calmly replied, "First is managing the supply chain from the central to the front line. If only one person has malicious intent, corruption can easily occur, which will soon lead to a shortage of supplies. Based on your experience, most supply issues are caused by unscrupulous intermediaries. Even though the shipments were initially transported safely." Seeing you remain silent, Professor Gabius spoke up again. "Precisely. So, what's next?" "Standardizing the supply chain. So just speak openly, if mass production can be carried out. This greatly helps with rapid supply, allowing frontline units to maintain their strategy without losses." Your words caused chaos among the students here, because what you said isn't in the book. Even Professor Gabius was a bit surprised. What is going on? After hesitating for a while, he finally spoke. And this time his answer was correct. In the end, it was local production. As the war drags on, both of these will become harder to follow and the quality of supplies will decline, forcing soldiers on the battlefield to find ways to sustain themselves with minimal resources. The self-sufficiency and quality are quite low, but it's still enough for emergency supplies. All of this is something you have witnessed and experienced firsthand on the battlefield. Immediately, the atmosphere fell into silence. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Gabius, after regaining his composure, also praised him. "Quite impressive. That was an excellent answer." "What grade are you in?" he casually replied. The top male, his eyes widened in amazement as he exclaimed in disbelief. The top male student. How could a new recruit know this information? After recovering from his surprise, Professor Gabius slowly spoke, emphasizing strict military management, standardized supply, and ultimately on-site production for self-sufficiency. That answer is based on practical experience that soldiers and officers have gained on the battlefield. Since you have no experience, I wanted to ask how you knew about it. De hesitated slightly, then finally spoke. "Is this what your father usually told you?" Professor Gabius asked curiously. "So what is your name?" He calmly replied. "So, Sagres." "Huh, I see," Professor Gabius exclaimed in surprise. "So you are the son of the Blue Storm. That makes sense. If you are a member of the Sagres family, then you are the student who passed the free major. No wonder your skills are different from the other top male students." Thinking about this, he calmed down a bit and said, "You all understand now." "Right. The military theory we will study is exactly what the Sagres students just answered. Applying the theory appropriately to real situations based on the textbook is the ultimate goal of military studies. It's been a long time since we've had such an outstanding student like Den." Professor Gabius hesitated for a moment before glancing at him again. After observing for a while, he finally spoke. "Let's move on to the next section." A little while later, the final bell rang, and Den hurriedly ran out of the schoolyard as if someone was chasing him. I let out a sigh of relief. Almost there to entering the academy. Before it ended, Professor Gabius called me back, and even wanted to advise the new students to join the academy. It seems the professor is a bit anxious, but Claire told him to refuse anyone who advises entering the Imperial Academy. It just seems that he won't give up easily. So I had to sigh in frustration. My current task is to find the way. He still hasn't adapted to the Academy's map. It's too vast. The meeting place with Layla is at the central fountain square. He looked at the map for a moment, then found the way. Crossing the Foggy Garden was the quickest route. The Foggy Garden is an area where, even on cloudy days, visibility remains limited, as if shrouded in fog, so it's easy to get lost and go in circles. And this is a vast garden shrouded in fog, especially if everyone avoids it. Moreover, there are rumors of ghosts appearing at night. By now, having stepped into the Foggy Garden, he looked around, pursed his lips, and smiled softly before running into the woods with an excited mood. A while later, your mother left. Now you can run away. You can run away. But you can't run away. You can run away. But you can't run away. You can run away. But you can't run away. You can run away. But you can't run away. You can run away. But you can't run away. You can run away. But you can't run away. With a feeling of excitement, you run into the woods. A little while later, you rescued a male student. He sat on the ground, gasping for breath, and gratefully said, "Thank you. I thought you were trapped in there forever." I nod gently. "All right. Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm a little tired, but it's okay." The male student replied with a smile. I'm Ernest Dillon, a first-year student in the exploration department. You're a bit surprised and ask, so you got lost even though you're in the exploration department? Hearing this explanation, he was momentarily speechless and suddenly remembered something, then asked with suspicion, if it's Baron Dillon, then it's a family from the West. Right. Their emblem is probably a ship and a sailor. Ernest replied happily. You know too. My family has explored the seas and distant lands for generations. Hearing this, I couldn't help but smile and quietly reflect. But for you, it seems that might be a little difficult. Ernest doubtedly asked again, what is your name? It's surprising that you know my family. So I honestly told him my name, and Ernest was immediately amazed. So, you're the new student who just switched majors after 50 years. Huh, I nodded and said yes. And immediately he excitedly exclaimed, I've wanted to meet you even once. He refused to comment and looked at him. He said there was no injury. But what about that birthmark and the scar? It's very different from the scars caused by exploration. The more I think about it, the more confused I become, and I frown in deep thought. A moment later, I doubted and asked, Are you exploring this garden? And Ernest nodded slightly. Exploring excites me. Actually, for me, not just the garden but everything new I encounter is an exploration. As he said that, he took out his bag to show you, filled with many objects. And Ding exclaimed in amazement. Are all of these exploration devices? Ernest nodded slightly, smiling broadly. My goal is to explore every part of the academy. This foggy garden must be one of them. There's definitely something here. With the cloudy sky and thick fog. It's not impossible. He looked at him in surprise and asked, So have you figured it out yet? Not yet. Ernest shook his head. But I am sure there is some power in this garden. So I doubted and asked, But isn't it true that no one can clarify it? Ernest continued to reply, Yes. But what if there is a reason no one has thought of to clarify it? Or if they've tried and still couldn't clarify it? Hearing this, Blackney couldn't help but frown. The reason for not being able to clarify, Ernest said seriously, yes. Right now we can't know, but suppose it is a power created by unknown factors or objects, such as the lost treasures of the Great Kingdom, or mythical beasts beyond the horizon. Black thought for a moment before speaking. If it really is a relic of the Great Kingdom, then it's quite interesting. Like finding a companion. Ernest was very happy. And you think so too? Right, I truly want to uncover that secret. At this moment, Den shattered his happiness. That's right. I am on my way to the binding ceremony. Ernest immediately froze, quickly packing his belongings to leave. Unfortunately, before I could leave, it suddenly started to rain. And soon after, the rain grew heavier and heavier. Ernest exclaimed in panic. It's a big problem. I heard that if it rains here, the fog gets even thicker. Black frowned and asked, So it's really hard to go outside then? Right. Ernest nodded softly. That's right. We will lose our way. Then he took out the compass to check. Kim's compass kept spinning around, unable to point in any direction. His face grew even more panicked. He shouted in fear. So the compass isn't working either. We can't move like this. Black asked him if it couldn't be solved with exploration abilities. Ernest gently shook his head. With no wind to power his abilities, he was trapped, and his body felt heavier. What should he do? Den's face quickly turned pale. Ernest looked at him with concern. This is serious. Den ignored him, glancing at the surrounding fog with a hint of surprise, feeling as if he had gained a strange new strength. Ernest didn't know what he was thinking, still panicking as he sat on the ground. This is serious. If things continue like this, Den will be in danger. But at this moment, a surge of magic suddenly burst forth, causing Ernest's eyes to widen in horror. A massive wave of magic radiated from Den, even causing the fog to begin dissipating. Ernest raised his hand to shield himself from the approaching magic, trembling as he bit his lip. The magic power was truly terrifying. At this moment, the fog was dissipating from Den. You panic and shout, Den, what exactly is happening here? Den doesn't answer, calmly replying, Ernest, let's go. I think I know the way out. Ernest exclaimed in surprise. Really? How did you know? The two of them looked at each other, but their expressions were completely opposite, facing Ernest's panic. On the contrary, Den pouted smugly, thinking maybe he could actually uncover the secret of this place. Although the rain was still falling, It no longer posed an obstacle for Den. As soon as Den passes through, the fog begins to dissipate. Ernest, standing behind, was at a loss for words. This is the mysterious fog that many mages have yet to uncover. But Den can pass through it as if nothing happened. Moreover, the fog clears where he passes, and the view becomes clearer. You really are a miraculous boy. While he was thinking, Den spoke again. We're almost there. Ernest, he was slightly startled but asked hesitantly. So we found the way. Right, not long after. They stopped, though Ernest's face showed a hint of surprise, because where they stopped is the center of the foggy garden. Ernest looked up at what was in front of him, unable to believe it, and exclaimed, "This is the magic fountain." Den then looked suspiciously and asked, "Is there something special about it?" He hurriedly explained that the students entered the foggy garden for this reason. Then he looked at you again and asked, "Don't you know the legend of this place? Is there really such a thing?" Ernest nodded slightly. "The legend says that if you arrive here before the fog disappears, you'll be reunited with the person you want to meet. Just a typical romantic story." Hearing this, Den continued to ask how the magic of the fountain still works. It's already difficult enough to get here. So how does it operate? Your words make Ernest hesitate. You're right. Den observes the magic fountain for a moment. After a while, he spoke again, suggesting that if no one continuously poured magic into it, perhaps there was a source of power even stronger, making it unnecessary. A source of power. Ernest frowned in thought. Then maybe the garden itself is a giant body. Den muttered softly. There's no need for this garden's mechanism to be so complicated and convoluted. Maybe that's right, Ernest happily exclaimed. So if the garden is a giant mechanism, then this magical fountain could be an ancient relic. And the mist is also related to this. All right, I'll raise my hand and place it on the fountain. The sensation quickly comes through. This feeling must be right. A source of awakening opened his eyes, and his eyes shone brightly. This is ancient magic. As expected, not long after, a line of text appeared. Ernest exclaimed in surprise when he saw it. Wait a moment. This is the secret language of the great demon. Den frowned and asked him. Secret language, Ernest explained slowly. Since I couldn't see clearly, I stitched it tightly. But when I touched it, I was sure it's the language used in the ancient, lost secret nation. Den exclaimed in surprise. You knew this too, Ernest confidently said. Of course. I am a member of the Dalenmar family. Of course, he hasn't mastered all the languages yet. But he has been deciphering this language since he was a child. Then he suggested trying to decode it himself. I suggest not to laugh softly. The instinct to explore is truly awakening the curse's mystery. Not knowing what you are thinking, Ernest was still excited to explore that writing, to see if this word means qualified, and the next word is this world. Immediately after, he started writing. But the more he wrote, the more his face darkened. Yet the rustling sounds on the paper continued. After a moment, he immediately looked happy and said, I've decoded it. Then frowned and asked him what it said. Ernest quickly replied that those who are qualified will prove their strength. I'm a bit surprised too. What does being qualified and proving oneself mean? Being qualified means ancient magic. Somehow, the closer you get to the center, the more familiar it feels, Ernest happily said with a smile. That's interesting. Being qualified means ancient magic. There's no way someone like that exists. Then Song Niang nodded gratefully and said, Thank you. Seeing this scene, Ernest exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing? He didn't answer either. People say that ancient languages contain power through their form. He gently narrowed his eyes and thought, pondering for a long time. If he used this bracelet, maybe it would react to those strange characters. As expected, the bracelet in his hand kept emanating magic power. And before long, strange characters appeared on it. Seeing this, An immediately curled his lips into a faint smile and then reached out toward the fountain. The two streams of magic quickly clashed. Strange symbols continuously appeared, increasing in number each time. After a moment, the fountain suddenly started to shake violently. Ernest exclaimed in surprise. What on earth is happening? Then the astonished looks of the two people as an object slowly rises up. It looks like a large gemstone. Ernest asked in surprise. What exactly did you do? The fountain sank into the ground. At this moment, Dung was also very happy because his answer was correct. Immediately after, you continued pouring mana into it. Ernest suddenly realized that the mist had also disappeared. Is the plan to explore the ancient relics that Easy Deng's bracelet keeps releasing magic power? It turns out that the one qualified is Deng. Not long after, a sudden light burst forth. Deng quickly spoke up. Look, something is shining in the center. The light gradually appears, and the two of them watch it intently, just like Jade. It must be the source of the power that runs this fountain. Den nodded slightly, thinking it might be the cause of all the strange phenomena in this garden. Then he glanced back at the central platform. Now it's time to see the relic for real. Thinking about it, Den stepped into the central area and placed his hand on what was there. The moment he touched it, he was startled. This power was ancient magic, just like his own. But at this moment, he realized something had appeared. There were strange characters on it. Akana has existed and been destroyed. This is its legacy. This is amazing. You can now understand the ancient language you previously couldn't read. This truly is the legacy of the Akana Magic Kingdom. So now you have absorbed this power. The more you absorb it, the more your heart aches. You grit your teeth, cold sweat covering your forehead, as something is flowing into your heart. A powerful flow of mana and something strange are pressing inside, making your heart feel like it's about to jump out. Then a strange circle appears. The core and the circle, their roles are opposite to each other, so it's very difficult to have both because of poor effectiveness and harm to the body. So magic sword masters often have to live with heart problems. So, you don't want to create a circle that can only be used with magic. But do you really have to do it that way? While you were lost in thought, Ernest suddenly spoke up. So, are you okay? Your face hasn't looked well since earlier. Dien was startled out of his thoughts, chuckled softly and said, Don't worry, I just had something to think about. Ernest didn't know what to say, so he changed the subject. You have no idea how surprised I was, but the power you absorbed earlier, the fog, the text as well, seemed to be somehow connected to you. Hearing this, Den didn't know how to respond, and Ernest was surely very curious because he had witnessed everything firsthand. But it would be better for both of them if they didn't know each other. Thinking about it, you then softly smiled and said, I just responded the way you showed me. I don't know the details either. Ernest also didn't suspect. Nodded and replied, so that's how it is. If you find out later, you must tell me. Today, he's really in a very excited mood, constantly talking to Den about this. But Den didn't say a word in response. A moment later, Ernest looked at Den and asked, Weren't you saying you had Class A? Den suddenly remembered and realized, Oh right, I have a meeting with Layla. Then, he patted Ernest on the shoulder and said, Sorry, I have to go now. See you later. With that, he quickly ran off, and Ernest couldn't help but smile. He watched his back as he left. Truly an interesting friend. Exploring together could lead to great discoveries. How exciting. On this side, Dien is still using magic to run forward. It just feels a bit strange. He feels more comfortable moving, and he gently tucks his hair back as he falls into thought. The circle and the core coexist without feeling separated. But normally, the magic power of the core would be hindered by the circle, making its effectiveness extremely low. But now, no matter how much magic power I create, I don't feel anything unusual. My magic power hasn't decreased at all. I softly smile. No. Actually, it's the opposite. It feels like the magic power is circulating through the circle and gathering into the core. And the magic concentrated in the core is even purer than before. You run off happily. This is too miraculous. You whisper to yourself, I have to contact Sister Kai now. Soon. In Hengston District. In the end, Layla was strolling here, happily chatting away. So, this is Hengston District, everyone talks about. Look over there. The entrance is that way. Den was slightly startled and looked in the direction of her hand. Layla slowly explained, stepping through the famous magic barrier there, then frowned in suspicion and asked, So it's a magic barrier after all. Layla nodded slightly. It was created by Hengston, a legendary wizard from the academy. And this curtain is opened once a year for new students with talent in magic. Passing through here reveals different colors depending on the quality and level of magical power. It was originally a device to detect dark mages secretly infiltrating the academy. It seems that after the dark mages were wiped out, it changed for this purpose. At this point, Layla suspiciously asked, What color corresponds to each level? Layla slowly replied that without talent, there would be no change. With an average level, it would be yellow. Relatively talented, it would be green. And at an overwhelming level, it would be red. Dean looked at her with surprise. It seems he has learned a lot. She nodded slightly. because I want to know everything about the academy. She told him that all his sisters are red. Inside, a bright red color appeared, and Layla happily exclaimed, "It's red." Den also nodded in praise. "That's amazing. I felt excited too. I should be at this level as well. Then I should try too," Den said excitedly. After speaking, he took a step forward, thinking that he would also be red, but suddenly, he remembered something, and froze in his steps. He had absorbed more ancient magic, so he might be stronger than usual. When he entered, the door turned green, causing him to be stunned. Layla also exclaimed in surprise. What had happened? There was no green level. At this point, she couldn't help but feel dissatisfied and complain. Why is he always so different from others? Then she softly chuckled. Well, that's true. But why does it have to be like this? A moment later, in the magic class, whispers and murmurs continued to spread, seeing his badge. He came from the finance department. After a student from the finance class comes to this class again, maybe he just attended the first session and then left. Amidst the murmurs, a pair of slender legs suddenly appeared. Seeing the other person, someone asked suspiciously, "Senior Arthur, why are you here?" And the man named Arthur casually replied, "I stopped by because I had some business after class." He looked around and then asked suspiciously, "But he still hasn't arrived." The Denso Grez spirit student, a handsome young man, flinched slightly and said he would attend this class. "But I haven't seen him around either." He understands the leader's intentions, so he's probably on his way now. When he arrives, take him to meet me. He's Arabella's younger brother, so I have to pay special attention. He turned around and walked away. But as he did, he saw a man and a woman approaching Den and Layla, and everyone continued to talk about it. Layla also heard and winked playfully. So fond of flowers. Huh, this outstanding student is always the topic of conversation wherever he goes. Meanwhile, Arthur looked at Den with great joy finally. "You're here." He walked up to Den and greeted him. "Very pleased to meet you. Den Sogris. I saw you at the opening ceremony. You were very outstanding." Den furrowed his brow and looked at him. Who is this guy? He seems to be an upperclassman, but why does he act so familiar? Thinking about it, he calmly asked, "But who are you? Isn't basic etiquette taught in the magic department? You said, if he has something to say to you, at least tell him who you are." Your words make Arthur grit his teeth in anger and curse silently. This arrogant bastard. Even the outside students are stunned. They didn't expect you to speak to a senior like that. Arthur suddenly said, "I came here because you are the younger brother of a senior I greatly respect. But you act so arrogant. Have you ever considered how your attitude might affect the reputation of your family?" Den calmly replied, "I never really thought about it. But from my perspective, isn't it you who's truly rotten?" Heng bit his lip. And Arthur angrily said, "You don't know who you're standing in front of." After saying that, he fell into deep thought, thinking that ignoring this would damage his reputation. But he believed Arabella would understand. With that in mind, he snorted coldly. "It seems you need to be taught a lesson." Den looked intently at the magic flow in his hand, frowning, but he was extremely confident that he would defeat Den. But at this moment, a deep voice suddenly sounded. "Is there a problem? Did something happen?" Arthur immediately turned his head back and saw the visitor, then explained, "Yes, I just came by to say hello to the first-year juniors." The person who arrived was the head of the magic department, Dinabo, who asked indifferently, "So you like to socialize? Do it after class." His words immediately broke the atmosphere. Arthur looked at Den and muttered irritably, "This time I will let you go." Then he turned and walked away. Layla watched his back and softly warned Den, "Be careful. He looks really unpleasant." Before leaving, Arthur leaned close to the person next to him and whispered, "Take him there." But the other person hesitated and said, "He's Arabella Sr.'s younger brother. Is that okay?" He didn't care, and coldly replied, "I will explain to Senior Arabella. Just take him there." At this moment, Professor Dynabo was standing at the podium, beginning his lecture. Since today is just an introduction to the subject, we'll keep it simple and dismiss class now, because this is an empirical course and we need to measure mana as well. At this point, he placed his hand on the device in front of him and slowly explained that if you place your hand on the device and channel mana into it, a stream of magic will immediately appear surrounding the device. He glanced at everyone and asked if they could tell how many magic circles they had. Seeing the 6 circles appear behind him, the students were immediately stunned and amazed indeed. He is the professor. Ignoring the students' reactions, Denabo continued speaking. Of course, the number of magic circles is the same, but the higher the level, the darker the color. Sometimes the magic circles don't appear, but the absence of circles doesn't mean you're not talented. So don't worry. This statement made the students realize that yes, some haven't even created their magic circles yet, so I don't rely solely on the magic circle test. Since they chose this subject, they need to know the basic magic spells at least. He will use this sphere to accurately assess their mana. Seeing this, I was a bit surprised. What do these spheres mean? Only Denabo begins to control the floating spheres in the air. Slowly speaking, using basic magic psychokinesis, and asking the students to demonstrate their ability to control the spheres. Like this, Denabo said, and then raised his hand. A flow of magic power swept through the surrounding spheres. The students watching this scene stopped singing, then quickly began to exclaim in awe, amazing. The spells are perfectly cast, and the teacher moves with great precision. But Layla was a bit surprised by everyone's reactions and muttered softly that it was nothing special. She then slowly explained that the strength and accuracy of basic magic also depend on the caster. We have to channel mana into each orb and move them. With our current abilities, 3 is already the limit. Layla immediately recovered, thinking maybe he could control more. But he refused to comment. He doesn't even know why she's so confident. Just then, Professor Denabo suddenly called out, "Arthur, you're just listening in, but could you serve as a model for the juniors?" "Yes, sir." Arthur agreed without hesitation, confident that he would do it perfectly, tears welling up. She looked at him, wanting to see where his arrogance came from. Then Arthur stepped onto the stage, placed his hand on the device, and 4 magic circles immediately appeared. The students below immediately cheered. Indeed, Senior Arthur has reached level 4, and his magic circle colors are very impressive. Denabo also nodded in praise. "You've improved again," he said kindly but humbly, bowing his head. "All thanks to your teacher's guidance." Denabo chuckled softly and said, "Usually after graduation, you only reach level 4 magic circles. But your senior has already done it. This is truly an exceptional talent. He wants them to learn. Perhaps his advice could help them." The students below immediately fell silent. Their eyes filled with admiration as they looked up at Arthur on the stage. Arthur cast his gaze back to the darkness, with teasing and surprised expressions. And soon, Denso Grice will see the difference between them. Din also didn't look away, meeting his gaze without any fear. Soon after, Arthur began using his 3 powers to control the floating orbs in the air. Seeing this scene, the students were immediately amazed. The senior's control of the spheres was so skillful. At this moment, he was controlling many spheres, and for a moment, they couldn't count them all. A cold sweat covered his forehead. He had already poured all his strength into it and wanted to see how it would turn out. Below, the students watched as they stopped singing. A moment later, Denabo spoke again. "All right then. Line up in order, starting from the front row." As he finished speaking, the students began lining up to step onto the stage. Layla, standing behind, discontentedly criticized that this is called orientation, but in reality it only exposes everyone's abilities in front of the class. Den also agreed, reluctantly nodding. Yes, that is indeed what the academy aims for. At this moment, he stepped up and placed his hand on the device. Some people cheered when a spell circle appeared, while others looked disappointed when nothing happened. When it comes to controlling the sphere, some can do it and some can't. Arthur watches this scene from outside, his eyes full of contempt. It's truly a mess. At this moment, the woman beside him suddenly spoke up. "Hey, it's that guy's turn now. It's his turn on the platform to undergo the inspection." Arthur narrowed his eyes at him, knowing exactly how far his arrogance could take him. At this moment, he reached out to prepare to activate the device. Honestly, I was also very curious because after absorbing the ancient magic, there must have been some change. In just a moment, a surge of magical energy filled the air. Denabo also has high hopes for you. During the entrance exam, you completed his test perfectly. He was eager to see how many magic circles you would have. But before long, the students' faces suddenly turned to shock. The students watching could hardly speak because his magic power was pouring in too strongly. Even he didn't expect to see this. The mana infusion device can no longer continue. Then it issued an unmeasurable warning. So he frowned slightly. What's going on? Although Layla was used to him creating miracles, her face still couldn't help but twitch, and her eyes widened. While Arthur's expression was extremely grim, Dinabo was also stunned, as this was the first time he had seen such a scene. The students started to whisper, "Is the machine broken? If he doesn't have the ring, then he doesn't have it. But how can it be unmeasurable?" Basically, he doesn't even know the reason. He's just assuming it's due to the ancient magic. The more Dinabo thinks about it, the more confusing it becomes. This machine is 100% accurate and can filter out anyone trying to fake their rank. But now it says it can't measure. After hesitating for a while, he finally spoke. "Probably overloaded. At least, finish the test of the previous night's sphere first." Arthur below immediately sneered mockingly. "I knew it. Nothing surprising. Rookie, forget about pouring mana." Then he went straight to the front of those spheres, so it's unmeasurable. "That's a pity. But let's try this method and see if it works. Though I'm not sure if this will function properly." With that thought, he took a deep breath and once again released a flow of magic from his hand. They started jumping in the air, and in an instant, all the spheres were under his control. The students immediately fell into shock. "You actually managed to lift all the orbs." "No way. Your highest record so far was only 5 orbs. Even Arthur's own people couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Are all those orbs cursed now?" Arthur's face was now pale. How could this be possible? Layla here sighed somewhat reluctantly. He's like that again. Now I'm not even surprised anymore. She never thought he could lift all of them. He's even more incredible than she imagined. It seems that after absorbing that ancient demon power, he's become even stronger. At this moment, Black's hands began to manipulate magic power. He slightly smiled. "All right. Let's make this even more impressive." As he finished speaking, a powerful surge of energy spread through the air. At this moment, cold sweat covered Dinabo's forehead. What is he witnessing now? "You are arranging the spheres precisely to form a beautiful picture." He guessed right. "You really want this." And before long, they form a shape. Seeing this scene, the students exclaimed in amazement. There was a lion and a snake. The crest of the Sawgrass family. Dinabo looked on in disbelief. Even Arabella couldn't do this. Din was also very pleased that you truly succeeded. Layla below muttered in frustration. "It's my turn now." "Stay calm, Din." After a moment, Dinabo regained his composure and praised you. "Well done, Din Sawgrass. Even Cedron, who has never taken on a disciple, would be proud to call you his apprentice." He bowed slightly and politely said, "Thank you, Professor." Professor Dinabo's words caused the crowd below to stir again. "So you're a disciple of the former tower, master of magic. Now I understand why he switched to advanced magic." Over here, Tendi beside Arthur anxiously shouted, "What should we do now? That guy is not normal." Arthur angrily yelled, "Shut up, I am thinking." Without hesitation, he scolded himself. "Damn it. The Sawgrass family is too terrifying. Why are they all monsters? With that level, they need to change their plan." This makes him very annoyed. As if he were to cause trouble and be weaker in ability. It would be very embarrassing. If he can't defeat him with skill, he will have to win him over in another way. After careful consideration, he finally spoke slowly. "We need to bring him into the student council. Once he has a foot in that council, controlling him will be easier if he is under my influence." Hearing this, the person next to him immediately exclaimed in surprise. "But he's only a first-year student. And even we haven't considered the idea of being part of it." Arthur calmly explained that this was an unprecedented event. A first-year student joining the student council. But who cares? Rules are meant to be broken anyway. This statement made the two people beside him speechless with shock. But he calmly smiled and said, "Trust me. Thanks to him, our magic department's reputation will be known by everyone. And of course, his reputation and career will also rise." At this moment, Dinabo spoke up, praising him, saying it was perfect. He happily said, "If I had known about this earlier, I would have questioned the other professors to make sure you would join the magic department. So I straightforwardly replied, I will do my best, even if I am in a different department." Hearing this, he looked down at the students below and warned them, "Do you hear me? The students in the Department of Magic should be more cautious." Then, he patted Black on the shoulder and sincerely advised him, "If you have free time, just come see the teacher." "Yes, sir," Black replied without hesitation. The next class ended, and Layla went outside with Black, repeatedly asking in disbelief how you could be so good and why you kept doing incredible things. Din shook his head with a smile and said honestly, "I really don't know either." Seeing his attitude, Layla immediately looked annoyed and coldly said, Do you think you're so special or something? Din declined to comment and calmly said, but you also managed to shoot 5 arrows that flew up. Layla exclaimed. Hearing such praise from you didn't make me happy at all. Din sighed a bit helplessly. It sounds like you're sulking at me. Just then, Arthur approached with someone. I've already admired your skills. The last time we met, he acted a bit out of line, asking if the two of you could talk privately. Din narrowed his eyes at him, wondering if this guy's attitude changed completely after seeing his skills. Immediately after, Arthur explained his intentions, and upon hearing it, you exclaimed in shock. The Student Council. He nodded softly in response. The Student Council of the Royal Academy is responsible for managing the Academy's funds, and both students and staff are respected, including special privileges. For example, the Student Council can impose disciplinary punishments on students or approve events for the various departments. He furrowed his brow in thought. Having heard this from his sister before, it is an extremely powerful society, and only a select few students get the chance to join. Seeing that you didn't reply, Arthur spoke up again. What do you think? I was planning to admit you into that council. You've already surpassed the entry requirements. No need for further tests. If you become a member of the Student Council, you will automatically become part of the Dante Society. Looking him straight in the eye. I was already in it. Arthur pouted and replied. That's right, but who knows if you'll be able to stay there forever. And not only that, but also the right to be exempt from many other things. Hearing this, I couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. How much power do they really have? Do they truly hold that much authority? Seeing your hesitation, Arthur asked again, So are you interested in joining the council? But you shook your head and said no. Arthur's face immediately darkened, and he cursed Denza's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. Ignoring his reaction, Den calmly said, Even if I wanted to join, I would only be interested if I could do so with my own strength. Being granted privileges usually comes with a very high price for no reason. Hearing this, the two people following behind Arthur immediately panicked and thought to themselves, He's sharp indeed. He always notices Arthur's intentions. Arthur doesn't give up. He said, softly, Do you realize what you just missed? Getting into the Student Council is a dream for many. Soon, you'll understand how incredible this offer really is. He wants you to reconsider how difficult that offer really is. Layla looked at his face and silently thought, Why does this guy look so angry? Then she reached out and took Den's hand, saying, If we stay here much longer, we'll run out of time. So hurry up. Den let her pull him along, laughing and saying, Yeah, I almost forgot. Seeing this, Arthur asked in frustration, Where are you going? We were just talking. Den chuckled softly and said, I have something more important to do. So please excuse me. Actually, deep down, you're very grateful to Layla for timing everything perfectly. Yet Arthur still doesn't give up, watching their backs. He loudly declares, Den, I haven't given up yet. I will persuade you. Den and Layla left, with Layla muttering in frustration. He's such a troublemaker. He really wants to drag you into the Student Council. Accepting his offer would be a great stepping stone for him to turn you into a pawn. Den looked at her with tears in his eyes and gratefully said, Thank you for helping me escape from him. But Layla paid no attention to him. His attitude was a bit angry. But more importantly, he didn't even bother to look at me. He didn't ask me a single question. Hearing this, I couldn't help but be stunned, and I helplessly smiled and said, So that's why you're angry. Layla snorted coldly. Probably because your talents are all just silly jokes. Today's test proved it all. The two of them walked and talked happily. Layla is looking forward to visiting the bakery at the Royal Academy. Meanwhile, in another room within the academy, a conversation is underway. Dinabo sat across from Arthur, happily asking, Have you seen Den maybe compared to Arabella? He's the one who has the upper hand. Arthur asked softly, Is he really at that level? He nodded and replied that magic is an abstract and difficult field to define. But when it comes to innate magical talent, it's not impossible to talk about. Hearing this, Arthur furrowed his brows fiercely, implying that Den's talent even surpasses the senior he admires. At this moment, Dinabo continued speaking. Arthur, just pretend to ignore Den's antics and be nice to him so he can get into the magic class. Arthur silently sighed in admiration. Everyone was like that. They all admired Den's talent. Your performance that day was truly amazing. After thinking for a long time, Arthur finally spoke and said that I had met with him privately after class to invite him to join the student council. But he declined. Dinabo was stunned and suspiciously asked, could it be that she overheard something from Arabella's place? Her talent is too extraordinary. We can't let her slip away. Arthur could only sigh helplessly upon hearing this. Right after that, he suddenly asked, Professor, about the letter from before. Dinabo knew what he was referring to and quickly interrupted. That one. It seems things haven't gone smoothly. He told him not to be too hasty. He still has 2 years. And someone like him will have the magic letter bestowed upon him before the bad luck comes. Hearing this, Arthur was a bit angry. He said the same thing last year. If you take a part of the magic tower now, wouldn't that mean losing a student who can play around there? I heard that he was the one who cut down the 2 magic towers that you liked. Now, Arthur suggests. Then I will try to persuade him myself. She nodded, and Dinabo calmly said, All right, I'm counting on you. Arthur was a bit dissatisfied. His future has already been completely controlled by him, whether he likes it or not. He has no choice but to obey. He glared at him, unable to resist and feeling helpless. At the same time, Layla happily approached this side, chatting as she went along, saying that if a club has too few members or cannot prove its activities, it will be dissolved. Din frowned slightly, and Namthuk said, This is the first time I've participated in so many events. Layla replied casually, Anyway, we've already won so many prizes. 20 mana stones, 15 lunch vouchers, 5 meal tickets, 8 discount coupons for convenience stores, and even a treasure map. She took out a roll of cloth from her rewards. Layla skeptically asked what this was, and Din slowly explained that the host said it was bought from an auction in Arkander. Hearing this, Layla's eyes immediately lit up. So this must be very valuable. Din nodded softly. Your father also said that Arkander's auction house collects rare and beautiful items from all over the empire, and the most skilled appraiser in the country will evaluate everything and ensure only masterpieces are sold. Din pointed at the seal and said, Look, it's still intact. Probably a treasure map of the academy. Layla thought for a moment before speaking. I heard that this academy has many secret and mysterious places. Din suddenly remembered Ernest. He would be very happy to see it. The next day, at Demeter Street. Most of the classes are held here. Din also has a class today, and he's attending history. Thanks to the butler guiding me beforehand, I felt quite at ease. At this moment, Ernest approached from the opposite side and called out, So I guess I've run into you again. You glanced at him and asked suspiciously, Are you also in this class? Ernest nodded slightly and replied, All the top boys have to attend this class. So I was just looking around for you since I didn't know if you were coming. And I finally found you. How have you been all this time? I chuckled softly. Din happily said with a smile, Not much has changed. It's a pretty long story. I'll tell you later. Ernest nodded slightly in agreement, then suddenly remembered he had something to tell you and quickly spoke up. I have something I want to tell you. You two just walking and talking, but already a bunch of students blocked your way. Din frowned and laughed loudly. Ernest, is that you? As soon as he saw them, Ernest's face darkened. Din was a bit surprised. Interesting. In an instant, his expression changed, and he was trembling all over, looking very frightened. Din, leading the way, frowned as he looked at Ernest, his tone clearly full of malice. Meeting you here makes me very happy. It's been a while. Ernest's body trembled violently, clearly very scared. Din's eyes widened as his brows furrowed deeply, making him look like a soldier suffering from psychological trauma. A moment later, Ernest finally spoke softly. Brown. Hello. The guy named Braun replied coldly. You should have told me when you entered the academy. I enrolled first. He walks over to pat Ernest's head, pouting as he says, You coward. How did you get in? I thought you were very brave. Back then you were really timid. Din looked from behind, his face showing a hint of suspicion. Braun ignored you, still patting Ernest's head and smiling. Just as I was about to go get some news. Perfect timing with you. Go buy me a sandwich. Ernest flinched slightly. Right now. Braun coldly asked if you didn't want to, and Ernest replied that he was with a friend, so it was a bit awkward. Hearing this, he finally noticed someone behind him. He suspiciously asked, You have friends too? Huh, so tough. He looked at you, his tone full of mockery. What major did you study? Hanging out with someone like Ernest probably isn't anything special. Din took a breath and looked at him, secretly pondering. I don't know which family he belongs to, but the way he guards someone makes me think of the timid rats on the battlefield. Seeing you didn't answer, Braun's contempt grew even more. This useless piece of trash. Did you swallow your tongue? Just then, someone from the academy looked over and shouted loudly. Hey you guys. What are you doing? Class is about to start. Hurry up. Hearing this, Braun immediately changed his attitude. My young friend. Then he glanced at the two people again and whispered, See you after class. I still have a lot to say. Ernest immediately looked terrified, trembling uncontrollably. Then Braun and his people left, laughing arrogantly, making school life even more interesting. He glanced at them without saying a word. While Ernest scolded fiercely, you hurried over to help him, asking worriedly if he's okay. And he said sorry. It's my fault. You don't think so? You doubtedly asked who those guys were. It seems you know them. Ernest explained in a calm voice that they belonged to a noble family from my hometown. And back there they used to bully me all the time. He knew they also studied here. But with such a large campus and many departments, he thought he wouldn't run into them. Yet he ended up involving you. Reluctantly, he patted his shoulder reassuringly and said, I'm fine. I'll go to class first. His face was now pale. How badly had they mistreated him? Thinking about it, you spoke up again to reassure him. Don't worry. I will go with you. Ernest was slightly startled and quickly shook his head. No need. I can go alone. Then he frowned and asked him, Do you mean you want to endure the humiliation alone from those bastards? If you keep doing that, they will bully you even more. This statement surprised Ernest, making him widen his eyes. He hesitated, wanting to say something, but then he was cut off coldly. You saw my strength before. Right, there's nothing to worry about anymore. Ernest recalls the past. Yes, I was very strong, but I still don't want to drag you into this, no matter what. Den still firmly spoke up. Decided. Let's go together. So, after class, Den went with Ernest. Braun Hualan spoke up. So peaceful. Does this place have any memories left, Ernest? Den stared at them and asked, Are you really his friend? Why did you drag him out here just to cause trouble? Braun Hualan said. Who are you? A dog. Following behind. Isn't that annoying? I also want to ask you that you don't back down either, he said coldly. This made Braun furious. He gritted his teeth and cursed. This kid thinks he's so mighty since he just entered the academy. He asked if you've ever heard of the Sauer family. He's the heir of the most powerful family in the Western Empire. Hearing this, Den immediately turned his head, and Hualan looked at him with disdain. Sauer, never heard of it. Ernest looked at you in shock, a bit panicked. Even Braun's men seemed a little scared and started cursing. Braun's face now looked very unpleasant. He coldly ordered, Take him down. His subordinates immediately cheered up and smiled. Then they moved forward, laughing mockingly. Ernest, when choosing friends, pick someone who can help you, or you'll have to fight twice as hard to remember the smell. Ernest immediately looked terrified and froze. Stop. But before he could, let's run. No matter how strong you are, they are too dangerous, especially Braun, who has been called a swordsmanship genius since he was a child. He sneered lightly before coldly saying, A swordsmanship genius sounds interesting. You look at Ernest and smile, saying, I will take out one of them for you. Take him down. Ernest is stunned and exclaims, I will. You calmly nod and say, Trust me. Are you really going to keep letting them get away with this? Ernest watched you closely. Your actions are truly unpredictable. But before I could think carefully, his face suddenly turned grim, because at this moment, someone rushed over to Den. He sneered and said, You look pretty confident now. You're dead for sure, after saying that. His eyes filled with malice. He threw a punch at you, but you didn't dodge and let him hit you. Ernest was a bit panicked and shouted, Hey, that guy was staring at you provocatively. What's up? You dog. Are you awake yet? Seeing this, Braun quickly smirked proudly. You're not done with me yet. The other guy snorted coldly, then threw another punch. But this time it was blocked. You look at me and say, I hit you first. The guy hadn't even had a chance to understand what was happening before he heard you continue speaking, meaning everything that happens next will be self-defense. Hearing this, the boy immediately shouted loudly, What did you say? You bastard. Then he threw a punch. Unfortunately, Den ducked to avoid it. He smoothly delivered a punch to his waist, causing him to grunt softly in pain. But it wasn't over. He took a step back and, without a word, swept across his body. He had no time to react and was hit by your move. He immediately fell, sprawling on the ground. Den stared at him with no trace of compassion in his eyes. Seeing his comrade fall, Den rushed forward. But before he could do anything, he was punched hard in the chin. This punch made him step back several paces. At this moment, a powerful magic flow had appeared in Den's hand. He said nothing and attacked the group of boys. A powerful surge of magic quickly overwhelmed them, and they couldn't resist at all. His body involuntarily retreated and then slammed hard onto the ground. The pain quickly overwhelmed them, rendering them immobile. While Den stood there watching, your face shows a bit of speechlessness as you whisper, "Damn it. That strike was stronger than I thought. Was it ancient magic?" At the same time, Ernest is also speechless with amazement, but Braun's face looked like he'd eaten shit, and he couldn't believe it, muttering to himself, "What is this?" He never dreamed that Den could defeat his subordinates so easily. He angrily scolded them. "You fools." The group of male students lying on the ground immediately shouted out, "Brown. This guy is not ordinary," but he didn't want to listen. He sneered in frustration, clutching his sword, fighting against a top male warrior in such a pathetic way. "Are you guys that easy to defeat?" He looked at him with tears in his eyes and asked, "Do you still want to continue?" "Huh. You talk a lot, but you're all talk. What did you just say?" Braun gritted his teeth, wanting to lash out. But the person beside him stopped him, saying, "Stop. That guy is strong. Just look at how he fires his magic bullets." Unfortunately, he didn't listen at all, pushing the young man aside, sneering disdainfully, acting so pathetic in front of these kids. "Move aside. I'll handle this." As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of magic power appeared in his hand. Before long, a space portal appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Ding was a bit surprised, but Ernest was panic-stricken and muttered nervously, "Don't tell me that from inside that space-time hole." He pulled out a sword. At this moment, the magic power keeps surging around the sword. Braun smirked confidently, since no one else was around in this remote place. "It would be fine, but you made a mistake and forced me to draw my sword." He calmly looked at the sword in his hand and commented, "That sword looks quite impressive." Meanwhile, Ernest beside him was extremely scared. June said urgently, "This is bad. Braun has drawn his sword. This is really bad." At this moment, I feel extremely disdainful. He's just a reckless fool. So he doesn't follow the rules of the academy anymore. Braun basically didn't care and coldly said, "Do you know that when the sky is cloudy, thick fog will roll in? No one can find the missing person." The hesitant student asked, "What if we get expelled?" Hearing this, Braun glared in annoyance at him. "Shut up. Go beat that idiot over there and bring him here." "All right." After some hesitation, the boy still agreed, and together with Braun, they charged forward. Ernest grew even more frightened. "What should I do now? If you fight Braun, then I just haven't finished speaking yet." So I reassured him, "Don't worry. Those guys are nothing. You can win." Ernest skeptically asked back, "Really?" And without hesitation, nodded, "Yes. That's right. I've explored a lot, so my lower body is very strong. So just try your best and hit really hard." Hearing this, Ernest instinctively furrowed his brows in disbelief. This was the first time someone had judged him like that. Meanwhile, Braun and his men had arrived. That guy sneered coldly and said, "You're all doomed." As soon as he finished speaking, they acted, but he veered off in a different direction. Seeing this, Braun was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "You won't let me get close. Huh, turns out you also have real combat experience." He then smiled faintly, with a teasing expression. At the same time, Ernest was still struggling with his own thoughts. "Yes, that's right. I have to say it. I can't keep living like this forever." At this moment, Braun's underling slowly stepped in front of Ernest. He sneered and said, "What are you holding your fists so tightly for? Your eyes look pretty fierce too. Friends really matter, huh?" He flexed his fingers, smirked, and said, "It seems like you're confident because you're standing next to him. Just take a few hits and leave." "All right. I'll hit you gently." Ernest squinted at him, trying to keep calm and not panic. "Think carefully. What should I do in a situation like this?" He recalls the previous scene when he was fighting that male student. While he was thinking, the other guy coldly sneered and took a few hits first. Then he threw a punch, but his fist was right in front of Ernest's face. I tried to duck down to avoid it, but I was too slow and took a punch to the head. But I didn't give up. I took a step back and said calmly, "The person you know, my past self is gone now." Hearing this, he was a bit stunned. At this very moment, Ernest seized the opportunity and punched him in the face, leaving a bruise on one cheek. This punch relieved his tension, and he felt very satisfied with his action. Ernest finally lowered his hand, panting heavily, while the person in front looked no different from a pig's head lying on the ground. Ernest's legs still trembled at this moment, and his whole body was shaking. Not out of fear, but from excitement, he cheerfully shouted, "I really did it." At the same time, over here, the fight between Den and Braun was still ongoing. Den frowned and smiled, saying it seemed like his last teammate had fallen. Hearing this, Braun immediately turned around and looked back. He couldn't believe it, and shouted, "What? That can't be true." But he truly saw his comrade lying defeated on the ground. Braun shouted in anger, "How could you lose to such a pathetic failure again?" While he was scolding, Den had noticed something. You see two brooms lying in the distance, and finally you find something useful. Then Den runs over and breaks off the broom handle. Seeing the broom handle thrown in the distance, Braun couldn't help but speak out. "Do you think you can deal with me with that?" Smirking slightly, Den calmly replied, "This is enough." This statement made Braun feel humiliated. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You arrogant bastard. I will crush you today." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked off and charged forward, muttering to himself, "I won't kill you, so don't worry too much." Braun said he would only leave a small scar on Black's face, so every time he saw it, he would have to fear him. With that, Braun suddenly kneeled down, and his sword began to swing. Unfortunately, Braun's speed in those black eyes looked like a turtle, and you just barely managed to dodge it. This made Braun angry, and he smirked as he said, "You bastard. You're stronger than I thought." He chuckled softly and replied casually, "Your sword moves are too predictable." This angered Braun's black blood, and he shouted loudly, "How dare you say anything about my swordsmanship? Do you think you're Tom Yen's son or what?" Then he quickly increased his sword slashing speed. "But you won't last much longer." Thinking this, he immediately shouted, "You're just a scared mouse caught in a trap. What can you do with that stupid staff?" Braun was extremely confident with his sword in hand. But on the other hand, Den was not at all intimidated. "And now, you have started fighting back. Your staff surrounded by a powerful energy." He kept swinging his staff at Braun, moving too fast for him to dodge, and was hit without a chance to react. Braun couldn't believe his eyes. Just a wooden staff, but with such power. But what does he care if he doesn't believe it? He's already fallen too. Over there, Ernest just happened to see this scene. He was stunned with his mouth agape, amazed that he defeated Braun with just one strike. Ernest, of course, knew Den was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be this much. Over here, Den walks up to Braun and coldly demands, "Get up. If you've drawn your sword, you have to see it through to the very end." Den's father once said that if you draw your sword for a duel, it means you're ready to see everything come to an end. Braun, lying on the ground in pain, his lips trembling, asked, "Who are you?" Den calmly replied, "Den Sogres, the eldest son of the Sogres family and the top male student in the self-study department." As soon as he said that, Braun was stunned and exclaimed in disbelief, "The Sogres family." He remembered the first day of the top male student's enrollment. There is a student who was praised for entering the self-study system after 50 years. The youngest genius son of the Sogres family. And yet he is the person in front of him right now. Den took a breath and looked at Braun, then spoke slowly. "It seems I introduced myself a bit too late." Braun didn't answer. He just lay on the ground. Now he understood why Den was so confident. But still, why would someone like him hang out with a fool like Ernest? At this point, Den spoke again softly. "So what should I do now that you've drawn your sword and lost? Should I take your life as well?" "What are you saying?" Den calmly replied. "Based on my judgment, this isn't really a fair one-on-one duel. But since you drew your sword actually." The more Den spoke, the more Braun was terrified, feeling as if he was about to be killed. Thinking this, Braun instantly fell into a defensive stance and quickly disappeared. "Then I kneel before Den and apologize. I am truly sorry. I never thought you would be a Sagras family member. I will never do something so stupid again. Hearing this, Den immediately promised again. You really don't understand. Do you, Braun? Looked up at Den with a blank expression, then raised his hand and pointed into the distance. You're apologizing to the wrong person. Braun looked in the direction Den was pointing, only to see that the person Den was indicating was actually Ernest, standing nearby. Braun finally understood now, tears streaming down his face as he knelt before Ernest and apologized. I am truly sorry for everything I have done to you. Please forgive me. Ernest stood still, listening to him ramble, a look of confusion in his eyes, unsure of what to do. But this only made Braun more frightened, tears streaming down his face. Previously, he had always beaten Ernest. In his eyes, Ernest was just like a dog. But now Braun is kneeling at Ernest's feet, trembling like a pathetic loser who would have thought life could turn so cruel, while Ernest, unsure of what to do, hears Den speak. Ernest, just handle it yourself. You can beat him until you're satisfied or accept his apology and just keep living. It's up to you. Ernest listened, then pursed his lips and stood there, brown, like someone who's been saved from a desperate situation. Tightly grips Ernest's arm, trembling and muttering. Yes. Hit me as much as you want. I deserve to be treated like this. Ernest pursed his lips tightly, honestly wanting to punch him to feel relieved. But you didn't do that and just looked at him with tired eyes, seriously saying, Brown, next time, fight me fairly. I will forgive you afterward. Ernest also didn't explain and turned to leave. So I will let this go. Den nodded happily beside him. You did well, Ernest. He chuckled softly and gratefully said, Thank you. At that moment, a female student from afar approached and said, I've been waiting for you but couldn't find you. So I've been looking for you all this time. Den looked up at the other person, smiled softly and said, Lila. Lila looked at his face, suspiciously asked, What's going on? Did you get into a fight? Den calmly replied, Someone challenged me. Lila frowned and asked, With Iker? Den glanced back and saw Braun behind him. She smiled and said, Why did everyone choose you all of a sudden? At the same time, Braun also saw her, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. The daughter of the Tormian Duke was approaching. The group on this side paid no attention to him. Den asked Lila softly. They said he was at the Central Institute of Swordsmanship with you. Do you know him? Lila shook his head slightly and replied, No. I don't really care. At this point, she realized there were others here and asked suspiciously, But who is this? Den put his arm around Ernest's shoulder and introduced him. This is Ernest Dillon, a first-year student in the exploration department. Ernest also cheerfully greeted her. Very pleased to meet you. Miss Tormine. Hearing this, Lila, slightly annoyed, said, Oh, come on. Don't add that miss in. Just treat me like an ordinary friend. The three of them kept walking and talking, and Layla looked at Ernest and asked, So, what do you study in the exploration department? Ernest hesitated and replied, Things like ruins, secret locations, and discoveries. Hearing this, Lala couldn't help but get excited and exclaimed, So shouldn't we show him the map we found? Maybe he knows something about it. Ernest looked at her in confusion and asked suspiciously, What kind of map is that? Den slowly spoke and explained, We participated in the club event and received a treasure map. Ernest exclaimed in surprise, I heard that the person who received the treasure map is you. Lala looked confused and whispered, He's like a different person now, so it's hard to say anything. It's probably some kind of obsession with the artifact. Ernest still remains excited and quickly suggests, Let's go somewhere quiet first. The three of them then find a quiet place to talk, and Ernest takes the map from Den to examine it. It took a while before he spoke. This map looks quite complicated, doesn't it? So it's a treasure map. So it's obvious that it can't be easily understood at a glance. Instead of showing the entire academy, it seems to be pointing to a more specific location. Just then, Ernest suddenly saw something on the map. I don't know when these strange words appeared. Ernest can read them, but can't make sense of them. Lila, standing nearby, frowns and asks, So what do we do now? Ernest thought for a moment before speaking. First, we need to find out who made this map. Knowing its creator will give us a perspective to imagine. After hearing this, Lala also muttered with a frown, so decoding it immediately will be very difficult. Ernest slowly said, But one thing is certain, the location on this map is within the grounds of this academy. These architectural styles are only used when the academy is built. Hearing this, Lala immediately cheered up, so it must be nearby. The problem is, this architecture uses a very strange secret magic of Hengstern. Lila was stunned when he heard the name Hengstern. He is the founder, and a legendary wizard, he continued asking. So that magic can no longer be used, right? Hengstern seems to have no disciples. At this point, Lila sihi, and said, I knew it would be difficult, but I didn't expect it to be this hard. Ernest still didn't give up, clutching the map in his hand and saying, so the only problem is figuring out who made this map. Then we can find clues to decode it. Then happily said, once we finish decoding, the only thing left is to go treasure hunting. Ernest nodded slightly and said casually, I'm joining in. Lila also agreed. Sounds fun. Before entering the academy, I only did things with my family, so this is my first time being independent. Seeing their reactions, Den was a bit speechless. They looked so eager. Thinking about it, he slowly said, but it might take quite some time, so we should just take our time. At this moment, Ernest suddenly handed over the map, so I suspiciously asked, wouldn't it be better for him to keep it while decoding? Ernest chuckled softly and replied, it's fine. I remember it in my head already. This statement shocked both Den and Lila. No way, how good could your memory really be? Ernest replied casually, for some reason I'm really good at memorizing maps and codes. Hearing this, Lila can't help but laugh and joke. So you must have a real talent. Probably find tests easy. Huh. Can't work. Then he didn't say much. Took back the map, and slowly said, if you need help just call me. Dan nodded, and Ernest happily said thank you. This was the first time I found something with someone else instead of my father. So I'm very happy. At this moment, Lila happily suggests, let's go eat now and celebrate forming the team. Den and Ernest also agree without hesitation. The three of them went to eat together, and by evening, they were at the trainee dormitory. At this time, he was still awake, organizing his belongings, including books and personal items. When I hold a certain egg in my arms, I whisper to myself that I should keep my family's important belongings somewhere easy to see. But where should I put this egg now? They say living creatures shouldn't be kept in hidden corners. But at this moment, the egg suddenly emitted energy, startling Den and making him panic. Why did it suddenly do that? This has never happened in over 7 years. Den suspected it was because he transferred to the academy, but he quickly dismissed the idea, even if the academy is a mysterious place. The mana distribution here isn't much different from his own room, so it might be due to the ancient mana you absorbed in the moon garden. Hearing this, Black 2 couldn't help but cry out in amazement as it immediately triggered the egg's reaction. Alright, pour all your energy into this now. Then, you start channeling your energy to envelop the egg in your hand. In just a moment, the egg was filled with energy, shining across a corner of the dormitory, making Black 2 speak up. It really absorbs mana fiercely. I've poured mana into this for 7 years, filling it with so much mana inside. But over time, the energy still doesn't dissipate. Black shouted in panic. I can't do this here anymore. This room is about to collapse. What should I do? This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Black's eyes immediately shifted. He probably had an idea. A moment later, in the nearby laboratory, Black brought the egg to her, and seeing the energy it emitted, Klee exclaimed in amazement. It's reacting so intensely. What did you do? Black slowly explained. It is still continuously using its motor, even though you are no longer providing mana. This made Klee even more surprised. She looked at him in disbelief, but then seemed to remember something, and quickly said, isn't it about time for dorm check-in? Now not checking in would be a bit troublesome. I'm worried about that. Den replied calmly. At the same time, suddenly footsteps sounded outside the dormitory. A male student wearing glasses arrives with a male and a female, loudly declaring, I am Anbach, the dormitory president. And now I will conduct the roll call. So right after, everyone gathered outside the dormitory door, waiting for the roll call. All dormitories at the Royal Academy follow strict attendance procedures, so everyone is worried because Priscilla and Black haven't shown up yet. If you're late for the monthly roll call, you'll lose points. If you're absent, you'll lose 2 points. If you exceed 3 violations in a semester, you will be immediately disciplined and assigned labor. Missing more than 2 times will result in demotion from the dormitory. And now, Anbeck is too powerful. Everyone stay alert. Do not speak. On the 9th floor of Dante Tower, today you shouldn't expect to be safe. This statement made Anode panic. He didn't understand why today was so serious, and he nervously asked, What do you mean? At this moment, someone spoke up. And in the newly installed Mana surveillance footage, there is a scene showing Priscilla sneaking away. After monitoring, we confirmed that she had completely left the dormitory grounds just 5 minutes ago. But now it shows that Priscilla is currently in the room. Anbeck paid no attention to what the students outside thought and quickly stepped inside. Pushing open a door and entering. Looking around, Anbeck spoke again. Normally we wouldn't even check if they're in the room. But from now on, the rules will have to change. As soon as these words were spoken, Dante's students felt doomed. A storm of penalties was about to hit. Then they watched Anbeck check each room carefully, moving from one to another. After a moment, Anbeck finally spoke, saying that the others were generally fine. Priscilla would lose 2 points for unexcused absence, and reminding everyone to notify if needed. The students nodded slightly and responded, yes. It seemed like Anbeck had given up, but he pushed up his glasses, and Tuck spoke up. Finally, Den Sogres. The new student. Why isn't he here? Don't tell me he missed the first roll call. As soon as these words were spoken, Droidian hurriedly explained. No way. He must still be inside. It looks like he's still organizing his belongings. He went to Den's room with the door closed and entered. Sure enough, he saw a figure still inside. Anbeck frowned and asked, Den Sogres, you're in room A. Don't you know you're supposed to be taking attendance? Hearing the sound, Black immediately turned around and shyly apologized, saying I was so busy tidying up the shop that I forgot. Anbeck was a bit confused, but quickly nodded in understanding. After all, today was your first day. So this could happen. Den said it was just an illusion. And at this moment he was in Kramer's laboratory. Most people wouldn't recognize it. Your image is projected from this connection device. But Kramer frowned as she listened, knowing that this thing is extremely difficult to operate, because it is remotely controlled. The connection might be unstable, and a small interruption could reveal it. But Den anticipated this and checked multiple times. So as long as they don't get too close, it will be fine. Kramer listened and became even more confused. She sighed and admired. You're really brave. Forget about that. She looked back at the egg and asked, so how is it doing? It must be reacting to my mana, which means it has a high chance of hatching. But there are quite a few cases like this where it still doesn't hatch. Anyway, just having a reaction is already rare. So that's progress. Black looked at her with a hesitant gaze and asked, so what do we do now? Should I keep transferring mana into it? Kramer thought for a long time before replying, and just felt that we should stop here, as this laboratory is the best place for it to bloom. Wasn't it said that we always set up mana barriers to keep things secret? Den thought it made sense and nodded. That's true. If we leave it alone, it might hatch at any moment. Anywhere. All right. Let's do it, Den. Your mana is very pure, but I will still install a mana filter just in case. After a while, Den started channeling mana into the egg. The mana was absorbed more and more rapidly, making him panic. Was it still hungry? It was absorbing a huge amount of mana. What exactly is inside this egg? At the same time, Kramer is quietly observing from outside. This is a spirit beast egg. Anyone can buy one if they have enough money. But whether it will hatch is another matter entirely. No one knows the exact moment the egg will hatch. But one thing is certain, the user's mana must match the mana frequency of the spirit beast inside the egg, whatever it may be. So in the end, it really takes an enormous amount of luck. Den's wealth is truly terrifying. Kramer knows he's formidable, but seeing it firsthand, he's truly speechless. While she was thinking, the eggshell had already started to crack. Black shouted in panic. Sis, did you see that? Kramer was slightly startled and quickly replied that it seemed to be about to hatch. Just a little more time. Hearing this, Den Qian immediately focused his mana into the egg. The more the eggshell cracks, the more excited Den screams. All right, let's see what kind of creature it is. Then, he channels all his energy into the egg. In an instant, the room was flooded with mana, and the egg had completely cracked open. With a press, the mana in the room also exploded. Because of that, and also was pushed back. Kramer was no exception. She was also affected by the large amount of mana. Waiting for the mana to dissipate, a strange object appeared where the egg had been placed. Kramer ran over to Den, worriedly asking if she was okay. And Den nodded slightly, saying, I'm fine. Just a little dizzy. But more importantly, look over there. Then he pointed behind him, and Kramer quickly looked back to see a spirit beast staring at the two of them with wide eyes. It has a pair of wings on its back and claws, although still quite small. After observing carefully, Clay immediately exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Is that a wyvern?" At this moment, the wyvern happily breathes fire all over the room, causing the two to stop their hostility. When they react, Clay immediately pushes Den forward. She urged him to stop standing there and come closer, since the first spiritual beast to recognize a person as its owner is usually its own, and that spiritual beast is yours. So hurry up. Den was a bit startled by these words, then slowly stepped closer to the wyvern, and after a while, he finally spoke, getting a closer look. "You're pretty adorable too." Wyvern stopped its hostile stare, not understanding anything. Den looked at it with a sincere smile. "Very happy to meet you. I am Den." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out his hand to Wyvern, and after a moment, the cheerful laughter of Clay echoed through the laboratory. "You are now linked with it," Den happily said with a smile. "Yes. This girl is super adorable. Wyvern is standing on your hand right now, making some sound." Clay slowly approached the tray. "You're amazing. How did you do it so easily?" "Let me see." Then she started observing Wyvern on Black's hand. Suddenly she shouted in panic, "Wait." This one hearing the sound. Den looked at her confused. Even Wyvern was staring intently at Clay without blinking. Clay's face now shows disbelief. Then she screams again. It looks like something summoned from outside the world. Hearing this, she frowned and looked at her with suspicion, asking, "Are you serious?" Clay nodded firmly and replied, "Yes. Only a few summoners can do that. Even she can only revive half a spirit." She never thought that the youngest member of the Sawgrass family could revive something like this. And it's enormous. The more I hear, the more I get scared. I worry and ask, does that mean this isn't a real summoned creature existing in this world? Clay slowly explained. You know, all the summoned creatures that can be called normal, even during their pre-adult stage. But she doesn't know of any reincarnated creature that has similar traits to this one. The closest creature to it might be a wyvern. But clearly the details are somewhat different. Hearing this, I immediately looked at the spirit beast in my hand. And after a long while, I smiled and spoke. It's not that special. So does anyone really know what this thing is? Clay calmly said, we will have to investigate that from now on. But the problem is, there are no records of an object like this. He whispered softly. A new and powerful entity. As Wyvern now spat out a burst of fire. Now silently observe it. After something like this, it comes to you again. Could it be related to the magic your older cousin absorbed earlier? Right now, Clay reminded us again to keep the eggshells safe. As some species hatch by eating their own shells to ensure nutrition, she nodded softly and asked, So what should I do now? Clay explained slowly. First, approach it carefully and try to observe everything continuously. This little girl likes and dislikes certain things. How long she sleeps, whether she shows aggression, how much she grows each day, and other similar things. Reluctantly, Den sighed. This is enough, but it's definitely worth it. He gazed intently at the wyvern in his hand, which also looked at him with shining eyes. Even though I don't know what it is, I start to feel like I need to protect this girl. As I was thinking, Clay suspiciously asked, So are you planning to keep it by your side? Everyone would be surprised if they saw this creature, so I didn't keep it in the mission room. After hearing that, End furrowed his brow in thought, and after a long pause, nodded and said, Fine, but we can't hide it forever. Clay obviously knows this, but what she's worried about is that Wyvern will feel trapped if he stays stuck in the mission room forever. After thinking for a long time, Clay finally spoke. Then use this as an opportunity to create an official mark for you. He looked at her with suspicion or asked, A mark? You mean a recovery mark from before? Dan nodded, and Clay calmly replied, That's right. You're still a newcomer, but your talent is already very clear. It will be very difficult to undo everything. But now that you have an artifact, this will be your chance. Black thought this also made sense and muttered to himself. That does seem to be the case. So let's get started on it. Clay happily looked at you and said, You registered for the recovery class. Right. Perfect. If you show your talent in the class, a special approval will come. Usually it's hard to meet requirements. But this time it's different. Of course Koa will have to admit that. But Clay will definitely pass. Den frowned at these words. The special approval sounds interesting. Then Den glanced at the spirit beast on his shoulder, not knowing what to name this little girl. A while later, Den returned to the dormitory, and as soon as he saw him, Droid Ian asked anxiously where he had been, since he wasn't in the room during roll call. Den casually replied that he had urgent matters to handle. Droid Ian leaned in close to your ear and asked how you managed to hide during roll call. Priscilla was caught immediately. And the Sagras family is always full of surprises. Hearing this, Den was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "My sister too." Droid Ian winked and chuckled softly. "Of course, your sisters are legends in the Dantima Hall. Just grab a student from the dormitory and ask, and you'll see the reaction you want." At this point, he pats Den on the shoulder to reassure him, "Since I am the only one who knows you sneaked out, so don't worry." And he nodded gratefully. "Thank you." The two continued chatting for a while before Droid Ian left. Only then did Wyvern dare to peek out and look around. After a night of chaos, the last night finally returned to his own bed. He let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, we are safe. What was Priscilla thinking? Just walking out like that. At that moment, he suddenly discovered something. Wyvern, just entering the room, started running around excitedly. Moreover, it was spitting fire all over the room. Den couldn't help but marvel at how truly special this creature is. Remembering what happened earlier, Den went to the secret gate Claire mentioned. The entrance was closed, so this was the only way out. Den quickly checked and realized the problem, whispering to himself, "They've protected the dormitory with a barrier of mana. How am I supposed to get through it?" After thinking for a long time, Den decided to sense the flow of mana. Sure, there must be a weakness somewhere. Then he placed his hand on the gate in front of him. But at this moment, the wyvern suddenly jumped out and spat fire at the gate. The mana surrounding the gate instantly dissipated, and the flames began to break through the defenses. Seeing this, Den was stunned. After a long moment, he finally exclaimed in amazement, "How could you do that?" Returning to reality, Den gazed affectionately at the flying spirit beast above him and smiled gently. "Is that a temporary mana-controlled flame? This truly is an amazing support item." The next day, Den went to class as usual, and Ernest also heard about his new pet, but just hearing its name, he couldn't help but be stunned happy. "Are you serious?" Dan nodded, and Den replied casually, "I think it's quite friendly and easy to call. Why don't you try thinking of one?" Ernest listened happily, observing Wyvern for a moment before whispering, "Well, it's cute, but the name should carry more weight." Ernest truly pondered a good name for Wyvern. Seeing this expression on his face, Den couldn't help but smile. "Do you really have to be so serious?" Just then, it seemed Ernest had an idea, and he hurriedly approached Den. He happily exclaimed, "Kanash. How about calling it Kanash?" Hearing this name, Den was pleased and said, "Sounds good. What does it mean?" Ernest calmly explained, "Mysterious and quite fitting." "Right." Den looked down at the wyvern in his hand and smiled. "Perfect. From now on your name is Kanash." The spirit beast, sensing its new name, seemed quite happy, its eyes sparkling as it looked at him. A moment later, in the Bermudette Hall, named after Scholar Bermudette, as the venue for the Rejuvenation Department class, the students had already begun to enter the corridor. At this moment, an old enemy of Den, de Grand Tyran, the eldest son of the Marquis Morgan, is also present, and he recognizes that Den is here. "You took his Triu Hoi beast, and after the Morgan family was humiliated at the banquet, their family was completely destroyed in the eyes of the public. The family can only try to maintain their noble status in the city. Why did I have to take this class now and not at any other time, since I didn't expect to meet him here when I didn't see him anywhere else?" Thinking of that, he felt he should do his best to avoid Den. Just then, a sudden sound from behind startled him. Degron, for the first time retaking the course, turned around and muttered to himself, "Old debts." The person put a hand on his shoulder and smiled, saying, "Come on. It's no big deal. Everyone has to retake at least once." As the student sat down, a professor entered from outside. He stands at the podium and sternly announces that this lesson will begin with the basic theories of resurrection. This is extremely important knowledge for those just starting their journey as resurrectionists like you. This is Professor Tamarik's piano of the resurrection class. He looked down intently and continued in a low voice. "This theory will appear on the resurrection certification exam, so study it carefully." Hearing those words, the students below immediately felt that their chances in this subject were gone. because this professor seemed very strict. And they had also heard that the official necromancer exam was really difficult. At this moment, Tamarack spoke again. Of course, if the conditions are right, you can pass the special entrance exam. As soon as these words were spoken, someone suspiciously asked, Professor, what are the requirements for that special entrance exam? That's right. I knew you would ask. Tamarack anticipated this and calmly responded. Immediately after, he snapped his fingers, and a monoform screen appeared in the air. Then Tamarack slowly explained. First, you need to summon at least 1 million level 5 or higher contracted beasts with a protective seal. And second, maintain the summon for more than 30 minutes. Hearing these words, the crowd below immediately erupted, with constant whispers and murmurs spreading around. Level 5. Advantage. Even summoning 1 million level 7 creatures with a basic seal is already difficult enough. And you also have to maintain it for 30 minutes. Hearing the noisy sounds, Tamarack immediately frowned and pressed on, ultimately needing to demonstrate enough uniqueness to qualify for the special admission process. Even if they succeed in the first 2 conditions, they will still be crowded if they don't meet the third one. Whatever it is, making an impression is what makes it special. This statement once again sparked the students' dissatisfaction, and they kept criticizing. The only thing to do was stay calm. So simply put, if they liked you, you would pass. Despite the students' dissatisfaction, Tamarack spoke again. Now you understand why this is called the special admission process lately. You also need a letter of recommendation from at least 2 experts in this field to apply. The students were once again stunned. Seeing their reactions, Tamarack was very pleased, knowing that they would all be speechless and no one would dare to try anymore. But at this moment, Tamarack noticed someone below the gallery. It was Den. And if it were him, that interdisciplinary student, what would happen then? I have heard about Den's entrance exam from Professor Den Piniso, regarding his ability to establish a level 4 connection with Ezraic that she has recovered from. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe Den could do this. Maybe Den has connections with the Sagras family, which is why this happened to help him pass. And I want to verify it myself. Thinking about this, Tamarack continued speaking. Their first goal is to pass the regular exam, so keep trying. If you can recover, it will be easier. But I don't think the top boy can. This caused the students below to fall into silence. Even De Groen was no exception, his face looking a bit grim. On the other side, Den was quietly lost in thought. Probably because the new students were quite confused since they only went through a theoretical test and compatibility assessment. Seeing the silence below, Tamarack couldn't help but laugh and joke. Is there really no male student who can hold back? These guys are so disappointing. Den felt his gaze on him and sighed helplessly, knowing he wanted to test his abilities himself. If so, how could he let him down? He thought, and immediately stood up. The young man confidently spoke. I can do it, sir. Seeing Den stand up, Tamarack smiled in satisfaction but still pretended to be surprised and asked, Really? Your major and your name? Den calmly introduced himself as the top student, an interdisciplinary student, Den Sogris, and everyone started whispering and gossiping about him. Tamarack, hearing his name, pretended to be surprised and said, I've heard about you from the dean. I hear you have extraordinary talent. Den replied calmly, Yes, if that is how the dean evaluates me. This statement made Tamarack fall silent. Looking at this kid, usually people are either modest or full of arrogance. After thinking, he continued and said, There are many rumors about you, but that talent is usually quite unreasonable. Just saying. Can you show everyone your ability right here and now? Hearing that, he frowned. So he's completely out of talent now. But you didn't react at all. Calmly saying, If the teacher wants that, I can do it. No problem. But then suddenly hesitated for a moment before confidently declaring, If I can prove myself, can I ask the teacher to write a recommendation letter for me to apply for the special entrance exam? This statement made Tamarack freeze stiff, and the male students below were just as confused. De Groen on this side couldn't speak and just looked at him, eyes full of disbelief. By the time Tamarack regained his composure, he had exploded and said, You want to ask for a recommendation letter for the special entrance exam? Right, you understand what that means, don't you? It means you have to showcase your talent well enough right here. He asked what would happen if you couldn't do it. So he answered very calmly that you haven't even considered that possibility yet. This statement only makes Tamarack more confused, This is too confident. Avon Ka. His sister. Isn't this bold? Thinking of that, Tamarisk couldn't help but sneer. All right. Then go ahead. He squinted and looked up, seriously saying, if you truly meet the requirements, I would be happy to write a recommendation letter for you. But it's easier said than done. This statement caused the students below to erupt in chatter, and whispers spread around. And he's not even in the same major anymore. After all, he's K.'s younger brother. What exactly is going on with the Sagras family? Regardless of the reactions below, Tamarisk continued saying, as if to say, if you fail, you will have to accept all the consequences, no matter what they are. But still, do you want to try? The students below the platform fell silent because of this. But they still responded calmly, saying they would carry out the plan. Both nodded. Tamarisk frowned and smiled, then said, good. Come down. Coincidentally, I also have a protective seal here. I stepped down without hesitation, walking with a very arrogant attitude. Completely inappropriate. Dion didn't plan to do this right from the first lesson. But oh well. Might as well take everything I can get. Thinking quickly, you immediately place your hand on the seal. Den swiftly channels mana inside. And in an instant, a powerful energy engulfs the entire podium. Then he whispered in a deep voice, responding to my call. As soon as he finished speaking, a spirit beast appeared. It is a large wolf with fierce eyes. Seeing this scene, the students below immediately froze in shock. In just a moment, the place erupted with unbelievable sounds ringing out continuously. Oh my god. It's real. Surely that's a 5-star summoning beast. How could it be controlled just with a sigil? At the same time, De Groon recognized that wolf. It was his Gen Fu. Just then, De Groon looked at Tamarik and said, Professor, you have successfully recalled Gen Fu. Tamarik's face looks a bit grim now. How could he do it just with a protective seal? Has he already made an official contract? Or is there something else? Still, I've only managed to recall it so far. I can't sustain the recall for 30 minutes. With that in mind, Tamarik regained his composure and slowly spoke. Just as I described. The second condition isn't easy to pass either. Dion replied calmly. That's right. Or should I let the professor see something else? Zico. Something else. Tamarik looked at him in confusion, a big question mark appearing in his mind. Dean didn't answer, only smiled confidently. Seeing this smile, the students below became even more confused. What is he planning to do next? The Sagras family is truly terrifying. Degroni is also very eager. The third condition is to show something special. After all, everything depends on the professor's judgment. If that professor is so strict, then it seems unlikely he will accept it. Could De Groon really be planning to do that? Tamarik suddenly spoke up. Fine. Let's see what you got. De Groon said nothing else, walking up to Denfu and ruffling its head. In just a moment, another stream of mana appeared, causing Tamarik to break out in a cold sweat. But De Groon didn't care. He gently closed his eyes and began muttering an incantation. Immediately, the Genfu focused intently on him. It is also surrounded by a powerful mana flow. It slightly opens its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, but Genfu did nothing. Its body was suddenly infused with Den's mana at the core. After a moment, he lowered it to the ground, and Den smiled contentedly as he looked at it. This is truly the power of ancient magic. At this moment, an explosion erupted below, and the shocked whispers spread throughout the lecture hall, enhancing the summoning beast. Is it true that it takes 5 years to do something like this? And he's not even a student from the academy. Even De Groon didn't expect this. Genfu really got enhanced. But the truth proves that Genfu was indeed enhanced by Den. Den frowned and looked at Tamarik with a smile, saying, Is this enough to prove your uniqueness? At the same time, Genfu slowly approached Tamarik. He was truly speechless. Oh my. Den even managed to perform the link enhancement. So everything they said was true. You have an incredible talent that's hard to believe. Tamarik truly can't believe his eyes right now. Seeing his expression, Den couldn't help but smile, as even the professor seemed shocked. No wonder. He felt the same way. And the classroom was silent as a grave at this moment. After a moment, Tamarik finally regained his composure, nodding vigorously. This really is extraordinary. We will discuss the recommendation letter later. Yes, I understand. Den is not in a hurry and nods calmly. The students below now see Den in a different light. It's truly eye-opening. Even DeGrone is like that. He sees that you have grown a lot more mature than he was before. He feels you're truly a scary kid. After the commotion died down, the class continued, and Den could always feel the teacher's gaze fixed on him. But he didn't bother to react. While everyone was focused on listening, Tamaric awkwardly said, "Wait a minute, I think I already covered this part before." Den couldn't help but smile. He sometimes looked confused like that too. "I heard the teacher is very strict, so he must have enjoyed hearing about this. This part is over. You're thinking about whether to ask Professor Den for the rest." The healing class simply went on, and after a while, Tamaric spoke up, saying, "That's it. Our class ends here for today." Soon, the top male students had already left the training ground. Of course, Den was the same. But as soon as he entered the campus, someone called him back. He turned back to look at the newcomer and, after a moment, asked suspiciously, "You're DeGrone Tiren?" "Right, the former owner of Genfu." DeGrone, hearing this, looked a bit awkward and muttered to himself, "I still remember A." Den didn't react much either. "You speak calmly. So I also studied at this academy." DeGrone chuckled softly and replied, "Yes. I had to retake the course after failing." Den silently observed him. Isn't he here for revenge or something? So why is he speaking so gently and strangely? At this moment, DeGrone awkwardly said, "Actually, I saw you before and I was planning to ignore you. It's been a long time." But he still thinks that he really did something wrong to Den back then. So he came to apologize. After saying that, DeGrone even bowed his head to Den. Hearing these words, Den was a bit stunned and took a long time to speak. "It's been many years ago. Don't worry. I'm fine." DeGrone immediately cheered up happily and asked, "Really? Then can I continue studying here?" Den was a bit confused. "What does this mean?" While you didn't understand anything, DeGrone continued to say, "I won't cause trouble or block you." Only then did Den realize that he was thinking you would accuse him to get him expelled or something. Thinking about it, Den grabbed DeGrone's arm and slowly said, "Don't worry, everything is fine now." DeGrone looked up at you, moved by emotion, and said, "Thank you, Den. If you need any help, just say so." Suddenly, the front of Den's shirt puffed out. Den frowned thoughtfully. It seems Kanash has woken up and is starting to cause trouble again. Sure enough, right after, his shoulder puffed up again. Den chuckled softly. "Is this hunger?" Then he tilted his head to look at DeGrone and said, "That's right. You're from the summoning department, aren't you?" Perfect timing. "I need to pick up some items from the store. Can you show me the way?" "Sure." DeGrone nodded without hesitation and then began to explain to Den that the place is called Oswa Boden. "I might go there often. It's a place founded by 2 alumni after graduation, and it's been over 30 years since then." Den listened to him ramble on and sighed helplessly. It seems he is truly remorseful. No need to show hostility. Thinking about it, you quickly looked down at Kanash, sticking his head out of your shirt, and hurriedly reassured DeGrone to stay calm. A moment later, DeGrone led Den to the summoning department, smiling warmly and asking what he needed, so he could find it for him. "Honestly, just tell me your summoning level, and I'll handle the rest. I just need to find food for it." Hearing this, DeGrone immediately became happy. "This is my specialty. I used to be in charge of compatibility training, so this is a small matter." "What species is your summoned creature?" Den still calmly replied, "Yeah, it's a wyvern." Kanash does look a bit like a wyvern, so I guess the food is similar too. Just this comment from you made DeGrone panic. "A level 3 summon. Really?" Den quickly signaled for him to speak softly and said quietly, "But it's still young, so keep it a secret. If this gets out, we'll know who the culprit is." DeGrone nodded slightly, then began to think about food for the spirit beast. A young wyvern. Soft food would be best, even though it's a juvenile. Wyverns eat a lot, and within a week they start eating meat. DeGrone couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration upon hearing that. Truly an expert. In the end, how did this guy fail the exam? DeGrone didn't know what he was thinking, still focused on searching something on the shelf. After a while, he handed Den 2 paper bags and said with a smile, "Here you go. This one is made from 17 ingredients, and this is a soft mixture blended with milk. Take both." Den reached out and gratefully said, "Thank you so much. I wouldn't have known what to do without your help." DeGrone paused and looked at Den with suspicion, asking, "Is that all you need? Is there nothing else?" Den shook his head and replied, I'm good for now. Degron looked at him intently and suggested, but since we're here, let's look around some more. There are many useful items here. Den thought for a moment, then finally said, all right, let's look around some more. Soon after, the two of them wandered through the store, where shelves were filled with many items. Den stopped at the display shelf of spells, glanced at it briefly, then sighed and thought, this looks pretty interesting. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Hey, this isn't for beginners to use. The two of them turned around in surprise, only to see a white-haired person approaching, not wearing the academy uniform, raising his brow and speaking seriously. Having not fully mastered summoning, they went looking for weapons. Don't let the mana curse trap you. At this moment, the two of them finally read the warning painted on the wall. Degron glanced at Den and said, that's right, Den. The headmaster only allows male students to use the staff. Just touching your mana will drain it too. But Den felt it was just overreacting, and the more he was told not to touch, the more he wanted to. Seeing Den reaching out, the other person warned again. Hey new student, don't get hurt, don't touch. I already said it's dangerous, but Den didn't listen and placed his hand on the staff on the shelf. At this moment, a surge of mana suddenly emanates from the staff. Den smirks, clearly craving more mana, thinking that, you just let the staff absorb your mana. In an instant, a large amount of mana surrounded the staff. What's going on? Has the staff absorbed enough mana and stabilized? Even with enough mana, almost no one can control it. A moment later, Den chuckled softly and said, this isn't too bad. Gron, standing beside him, also remarked, I knew you were talented, but you're truly amazing. At this moment, the other person arrived and aggressively questioned, are you really the top male student? I've never heard of any student like this. Groan awkwardly explained. That's Den Sogers, the younger brother of the senior. Hearing this name, the other person gasped in surprise. The outstanding student of the Spirit Image Department. Even Claire, the top male student, couldn't wield this staff. I underestimated you. If you had told me earlier, I could have advised you. Den was at a loss for words, his attitude changing completely. At this moment, the young man continued to ask, are you planning to buy that staff? But Den shook his head in denial. Oh no. This statement surprised Groan and the young man, who asked confusedly, if you know how to use it, why don't you buy it? With that, he exclaimed in surprise, that staff is more than enough for 5 or 6 years of training. Den said nothing, feeling like pouring a whole jar of water into a teapot. Den immediately spoke up. I will buy some food bags. The young man sighed and muttered to himself. Are all the children of the Grest count like this? Even Claire. Den heard this and asked suspiciously, how is my second sister? He immediately thought with dissatisfaction. All the young men are eager to hold a staff. Only she refuses, saying it doesn't look cool. After hearing that, Den chuckled softly. She's your sister. She just has to try. Then, Den placed the staff back on the shelf. Then he spoke up, saying if needed I would come back later. That young man still wouldn't give up, eager to persuade him. After all, you've come all this way. Just as he was about to finish speaking, Den interrupted coldly. Let's go. We take this. And then he brushed past him and left. He watched your back and sighed helplessly. All geniuses are the same. A moment later, after leaving, Den fed Kanash some food. Kanash was extremely happy, as it stuck its head out to eat. Den watched it eat with focused attention. And as the class was about to end in 5 minutes, according to Layla, he suddenly heard something. Sounds of movement and objects being thrown can be heard from inside the alley, along with the harsh insults. You little brat. Lower your head. Beat him up for me. You idiot. Just a few punches, and he's already speechless. Upon hearing that, he sighed reluctantly, realizing someone else wanted to act tough. He then stood up and headed toward the alley. And the closer he got, the clearer the shouting became. Immediately, Den recognized that voice as somewhat familiar. Inside the alley, a group of students was blocking a male student. The person being blocked is Ernest, and he's trembling non-stop. One of them sneers and says, listen to what he's saying. He claims he's not afraid, but he's trembling like a leaf. Ernest quietly muttered to himself, these bastards. I'll deal with them only when I'm alone. The alley echoed with continuous curses and insults. seeing them ready to attack. Ernest quickly warned them not to come closer. His actions made them laugh. They sneer and mock him. This loser dares to throw a punch. Thinking he's tough after one lucky hit, a look of panic flashes in Ernest's eyes. This is bad. Can he do anything this time? Just then, someone appeared in the alleyway with a low voice saying, "Is that you guys?" Hearing the sound, the rowdy kids immediately turned their heads to look back. Seeing the arrival of the person, they immediately panicked. Of course, the person has come. So I wave my hand in greeting. "Hello, Ernest." In just a blink, Ernest felt as if he had come back to life. So he stepped in front of the rowdy kids, making them retreat in fear. Immediately after, the alley echoed with the relentless scolding of the rowdy kids. But he remained unmoved, standing calmly there. Black is thinking about how to handle this situation. He looks around and sees no one nearby. So he decides to flex his muscles a little. Thinking quickly, Black dispelled his magic in an instant. The magic arrows hovered in the air. Seeing this, the rowdy kids became even more terrified, trembling as they wondered if he could also use magic. Isn't the Sagras family famous for their combat skills? Even Ernest was just as surprised. But Black didn't care about their thoughts and continued to focus on controlling his magic. "You just need to decide now whether to leave quietly or fight me properly." The words made the faces of those brats turn pale and bloodless. A while later, water stains appeared on the alley walls and the ground was similarly affected, while the troublemakers lay sprawled on the ground. Some in pain. They were beaten so badly their faces swelled like pigs' heads. But Black didn't care and left the alley with Ernest. Ernest was very grateful, constantly thanking him. But Black was not very interested and suggested that from now on, they should start training together. This statement made Ernest feel a bit angry, but he remained calm and said, "I already said I want to defeat Braun someday." Only then did Ernest realize the truth and stammered, not knowing what to say. On the contrary, Den remained very calm, frowning slightly as he smiled and said, "That's why I will help you become stronger." Ernest thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "All right, I'm counting on you." The two of them kept walking and talking. Den asked curiously, "By the way, Ernest, have you joined any clubs yet?" Ernest shook his head slightly and replied, "Not yet. I haven't joined any exploration or adventure clubs." Hearing this, Den was a bit surprised and said, "I thought for sure there would be one." Ernest replied slowly, "But in our department, there is a research society, which is part of the curriculum, so it's different from a club." He also looked at a map analysis club, but they only used map analysis as an excuse to avoid work, which was really disappointing. Hearing this, Den couldn't help frowning and muttering that it seemed like most people just wanted to relax. Dan nodded, and Ernest, still suspicious, asked why he suddenly inquired about the club. "Are you interested?" Den casually replied. "Everyone is very eager to find talented male students." Ernest slowly spoke, saying that they said you had to choose carefully because once you join a club, you can't switch to another one for 2 years. Hearing this, Den couldn't help but swallow hard, realizing the rules are stricter than I thought. Making the wrong choice means wasting 2 years. At this point, his steps suddenly halted. Black glanced at Ernest and suggested, "Let's start our own club." "A club where we can do whatever we want?" Ernest asked suspiciously. "What does that mean?" Black casually replied. "I mean like practicing those kinds of things. We can also explore relics together, and when we're bored, just gather to eat and drink, doing whatever we want. What do you think?" Ernest looked at you thoughtfully, as if trying to process what you just said. But he quickly got excited and shouted, "I'll join if it's with you. It will definitely be fun, but I wonder if a club like that can really achieve anything." Black paused to think before replying. "It'll be fine. I'll take care of everything," he said with a soft smile. And Ernest happily responded, "If you say so. I truly believe we can succeed. But why are you even thinking about this?" Kutdakdi said. "These club invitation things are such a hassle. I always have to turn them down. I'm so tired that I keep thinking about starting my own club since there are no clubs I like." Ernest couldn't help but smile when he heard that. "If I join, can I learn healing or swordsmanship?" Den winked and said with a smile, "Of course you might even discover hidden talents. I bet we will learn a lot from each other. But I heard you need at least 3 people to establish a club. And we have Layla." Right Dam nodded. And Den casually replied, "I'm pretty sure she will join." Ernest listened but didn't know what to say. But Den, on the other hand, was very determined. So he suggested, Since we're talking about it, let's go ask her right now. A little while later, in Layla's room, the two of them, Den and others, actually came to find her and told her about their plans. With her decisive personality, Layla immediately agreed. It sounds simple, so let's get it done quickly. Den stood beside her, smiling quietly. She really is just like Layla, willing to give up joining the dessert exploration club to stay with them. She didn't hesitate at all, happily chatting, saying that the club meets regularly to enjoy and critique desserts. If you want, we can do the same. I like that too. Neither of the two Dens needed any convincing. Layla agreed immediately, because no matter which club she joined, she would get to enjoy the sweets. A moment later, Den finished the form and quickly said, "Okay, the form is done. Let's go register." Then the three of them headed to a professor's office. After seeing their application, the professor explained that the rules had changed, and now many clubs are inactive, making management more difficult. She also said that starting this year, the system has shifted from reporting to approval. This made the three of Den freeze stiffly. And after a long hesitation, Den finally asked, "If it's an approval system, what do we need to do?" The professor simply replied, "You need an official recommendation letter from a professor, and I will give you a sample form." Hearing this, Den Sihil in frustration. Everything has been complicated from the start, but he still spoke up and suggested just giving it to me first. Soon after, the three of them left the professor's room, and Layla sighed and spoke. How would a top male student know where to get a letter of recommendation? Ernest nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's right. I haven't even met any professors yet. Layla looked worried and said, "We can't just ask any professor to sign for us." But Den smirked and said, "Actually, I have someone in mind." Layla and the others looked at him in surprise, suspiciously asking who. "We're just the top male students. They will definitely think badly of us." Den, very confident, frowned and smiled. "Just trust me now." Layla and the others looked at him with uncertainty, unsure of what to say. After a moment, Den approached Professor Kentus, the head of the free major department. Kentus looked at the person in front of him, secretly cursing in his mind. Damn it. He said he would listen to them. But now what? Is there no way to pass this on to someone else? Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Kentus asked in a low voice. "So, what brings you here?" Den replied slowly. "Sir, actually, I was planning to establish a club." As soon as he heard that, Kentus was startled and asked with a frown, "That sounds like a good club." "What kind of club is it?" Den calmly said. "A club to practice swordsmanship, explore the academy, and have exciting adventures." As if it had been approved by the system. "And now we need a letter of recommendation from the professor." Kentus became more suspicious as he listened. Den slowly explained that he was looking for an excellent professor to recommend to us. Kentus calmly took a sip of tea, but his trembling hand betrayed him. Kentus clenched his lips in anger. Coming all this way just to say that? Huh, kid. Where did you find a better professor than him? I suspected it. Kentus calmly smiled and said, "Isn't there already a professor here? So there's no need to look far. I will recommend someone myself." Hearing this, Den hesitated for a moment before speaking. "The professor is always very busy, so I'm worried I might cause trouble." Kentus shook his head and smiled. "No matter how busy I am, at least I can do this much now. What should I do next?" "Yes," Den looked at him happily, "so please sign here." Then he took out a letter of introduction from his pocket. Kentus casually signed his name without hesitation, still smiling as he said, "My only student wants to start a club, so I must support him enthusiastically." Den looked at him with a grateful expression and said, "Thank you very much, Professor." So you successfully got the professor's signature. Then Den left his teacher's room, handed the introduction letter to Layla and the others to see, and Layla exclaimed in disbelief, "I can't believe we got the introduction letter so quickly. Are you familiar with the professor?" Den casually smiled and said, "I just asked about swordsmanship and luck, and I managed to win his favor, but no matter what, they have succeeded." Layla immediately said, "So, are we really going to form a club now?" Marquis nodded, and Den casually replied, "We just need to submit the application now." Ernest happily said, "I'm really excited now. It's going to be fun to watch." Layla also nodded confidently. "I thought this would be difficult, but Den made it look easy." "Forget about that," Den said seriously. "We need a name to register. What should it be? That's an important issue. Layla also pouted and said she didn't want a name that was too childish or meaningless. So the two of them started thinking of a name for their club. Seeing their faces, Den couldn't help but chuckle quietly. These two are really overthinking this. Suddenly, his sleeves suddenly puffed up. Den immediately panicked. Kanash will take the hourglass now. Yes. Kanash has indeed woken up, and it starts crawling along his body. Before long, they rushed ahead of Den, and he really wanted to shout out that it wasn't Kanash at this moment. But he simply couldn't. At the same time, Layla and Ernest kept talking non-stop about naming. As soon as Layla saw the swollen part of your shirt, she exclaimed in shock, "There's a lump under your clothes." Den was a bit panicked. He hadn't even introduced it yet. Seeing Den's expression, Layla and Ernest grew even more suspicious, frowning as they asked what he was hiding. But before Den could answer, the bulge on his back suddenly swelled up, and finally, the object suddenly jumped out, and Kanash poked his head out from inside to reveal his body in front of Layla and the others, causing them to freeze in shock. Den felt like the movie was over. Sure enough, by the time he regained his composure, Layla immediately questioned, "What is that? A top-tier summoning beast. Why did it crawl out of your shirt? Don't tell me you took the proof from Claire's place and it's already evolved." Den shyly explained that, yes, it was born not long ago. So it is Kanash. Hearing his name, Kanash's eyes sparkled as he looked at the two of them. Ernest was the one who spoke up first. "Greeting, Kanash. It's been a while since we last met." Layla immediately got angry and questioned him. "Do you already know?" The three of them continued to make noise in the campus. A moment later, in the professor's club registration room, upon seeing their introduction, the professor was confused. It's a club for exploring magic, healing arts, and swordsmanship. This is the name they came up with earlier. The professor asked again, "Are you really sure you want to use this name?" Den simply nodded in confirmation. "Yes. Please accept it. Wait until they approve it." Then the three of them went outside. And Layla, walking angrily, said, "Den, don't ever name anything again." Den glanced at her skeptically and asked, "Doesn't it sound fine?" Layla snorted in dissatisfaction and said, "No. Absolutely not fine." Den reluctantly chuckled softly. "Haha, don't worry too much. We can always change the name later." On the other hand, in Tamarik's room, Ao had come here and sat facing Tamarik, asking how things have been lately, mentioning that there are many talented students, and with more and more candidates like this, I worry that the professors will become overwhelmed, especially since I hear that some students seem to stand out significantly. "Yes, that's right." Tamarik nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but inside he was panicking. Did the news about what happened in class spread so quickly? Deo squinted at him and slowly spoke. "I heard your class had something really interesting happen. I don't mean to interfere with your class. I'm just curious." Tamarik set the teacup down on the table, shook his head in denial. "No, of course, there's no problem. He's the head of the department after all. It's just a normal matter. You said there was a student who was extremely remarkable, even more outstanding than K, which is quite a surprising story." I nodded slightly and replied, "It must be Denso Gress, my close associate who has already accepted him into the school." At this point, she also set down her teacup. She frowned and asked with a smile, "I heard you promised to write a recommendation for him." "Right. Since the special admissions require 2 letters, I think I will write the remaining one." Tamarik suddenly looked at her, hesitating to write. Then the dean gently nodded and replied, "He clearly has that ability. So how could I just sit still?" Tamarik secretly fumed. She's truly a cunning viper, trying to take everything for herself. Thinking of this, his hands clenched into fists on the table. Yes, she has always been like that, which made him let his guard down. While Tamarik was thinking, Deo frowned and asked, "Is something bothering you?" This made him startled, and only after reacting did he shake his head to deny it. "Not at all." Deo chuckled softly and said with a pout, "All right, but when you finish the letter, show it to me. After all, we should be honest with each other about this." Without hesitation, Tamarik nodded reluctantly. "Of course." Having achieved his desire, Dee immediately spoke up. "Then I'll take my leave." Then she stood up and left the room, watching her back. Tamarik clenched his teeth in anger. He sat there silently, beginning to think. Tamarik thought he would just sit back and let things unfold this way. She's trying to pull Denso into her scheme. But this time, Tamarik won't let that happen. He must get that genius first. Outside the academy, Den just finished a class. Today was only left with the Imperial History class. He still had time, so he decided to go eat some bontat or something. At this moment, someone from behind approached and called him, Den so Gress. And Den was startled and turned around. I only see a stranger. I frown and ask, who are you? The girl slowly introduces herself. Hello, I am the messenger from the academy, Professor Del Piniso, head of the summoning department. Calling for you. Den furrowed his brow at the person in front of him, a flicker of suspicion rising in his heart. Could it really not be Professor Tamarik? Then he looked up again and asked, for what reason? The girl gently shook her head and replied, he only said it was about the referral letter. He asked you to come immediately. Shall we go? Or so I thought. Frowning in deep thought. Suddenly something felt off. The Royal Academy, the place of the brightest talents in the Empire, where countless academic passions flourish, is known for its fierce competition beyond imagination. Especially, the power struggle among the professors is intense, with each department's influence determining funding for equipment and facilities. The three top departments, swordsmanship, magic, and summoning, receive the most funding. Naturally, a professor's reputation and evaluation also change accordingly, affecting their core responsibilities. In the summoning department head's office, Den is thinking about this issue. He can't stay stuck in third place forever and can't keep losing to those guys. If Den joins, the summoning department could easily surpass the magic department. The problem lies with Professor Kentis in the interdisciplinary research department, but they also have Den's sister Claire, so he won't refuse right away. Den thought he might be able to make him interested in summoning, giving her a chance. While she was thinking, there was a knock on the door outside, accompanied by a clear voice saying, Professor, I have brought Den Sagres. The visitor was the messenger girl and Den, who immediately responded and invited them in. Den quickly entered the room, took a sip of tea, and then spoke. Student life is very busy. Isn't it? Den carefully replied. I still have a lot to learn, so I am approaching everything with the mindset of a freshman. Hearing this, Den couldn't help but smile softly. His humility is admirable, and a desire to learn is a commendable attitude. Are there any fields you're interested in? Den calmly smiled and replied, right now it's difficult to choose a first family. I want to do everything well. Den narrowed his eyes at you and cautiously said, wanting to do everything well is naturally the starting point. I heard that in Professor Tamarik's class, you have accepted Genfu and even performed a bond enhancement. With such skills, as the department head, how could she stay still? Given Den's level of talent, you should take the special exam. So I told her that Tamarik and I agreed to write a recommendation letter for you. After hearing this, Den politely nodded and thanked her for the favor. Ignoring your indifferent attitude, Hei continued to smile and talk. Writing a recommendation letter for an external student applying for withdrawal. This is the first time I've done that. Your talent is truly rare. Den also didn't rush to reply, feeling that she was about to get to the main point. As expected, immediately after, Black suggested why not take this opportunity to learn more as a recovery master. I want to personally teach you more. When Den heard this, he fell silent, thinking that if the dean spoke so directly, they must be in a real hurry. While Den was thinking, Deo spoke up again. So you haven't joined any clubs yet. If you're interested, you can join one within the recovery department. It's just that you haven't finished speaking yet. I awkwardly interrupted. About the club. I've already started one with my friends. Sorry, this made Io exclaim in surprise. What? Already? The rules have changed. Starting one isn't easy. She chuckled softly and casually said, forming a circle is not easy. But our advisor, Professor Kentis, has kindly offered to introduce us tomorrow. This made Dio's expression even more unpleasant. That person who never attends faculty meetings. What's wrong with him, thinking of this? Dio clenched her fists in anger. She was played by him. She had already decided to join a related club. Dio took a deep breath and thought to herself, well then, congratulations on establishing the club. So when you have time, come visit my place. There's a lot of interesting stuff there. Now she's starting to set the bait, even claiming to have a very rare unhatched spirit egg, which made Den's eyes look at her a little more. Assuming the fish has bitten the hook, Deo happily said with a smile. A single unhatched spirit egg is worth as much as a castle. It's that rare, so come visit and see for yourself. But little does she know. Black is already raising one. Seeing that you didn't reply, Deo continued speaking. Don't worry about the recommendation letter. It will be officially announced soon, by me and Professor Tamarik. So if you have any questions about the testing process, just ask. Black politely nodded and replied, Thank you for your kindness. Professor. Dio didn't say anything. Took a piece of cake from the table, then suggested let's chat while enjoying some sweets. The dessert you brought is really delicious. Then she took a bite of the cake she offered, but deep down she was contemplating whether Tamarik would try to surpass her. She had to write a new letter quickly, not knowing where her hand would fall when she saw it. The next day, at the dormitory, Claire came to find Den and told him that Den had contacted her, and Den was immediately stunned. Claire slowly explained that after sending the letter, the Resurrection Society contacted her today. They are sending someone to the academy immediately. And Den was even more surprised after hearing this. This is practically exposing your secret. While you were thinking, Claire suspiciously asked if Professor Black Panesso seemed to care about you. What did you do? And Black simply shook his head and said, who knows? Maybe because you're the top student. Claire seemed a bit skeptical, but she continued speaking. Anyway, I guess you'll be taking the test soon. Back then, Sister A and I had to summon 3 spirit beasts at once, maintain them, and then strengthen the bonds. Hearing this, Den exclaimed in surprise 3 at once, so it's very difficult. Your older sister really passed the special exam at 16. Claire nodded and replied. But this time they didn't know what the test would be. It wasn't disclosed in advance. Just being recommended by Teacher Del Panesso was already above the standard. But there is also a power struggle within the guild. Den furrowed his brow slightly in doubt as the power struggle. Claire slowly explained. Professor Del Panesso has a history of refusing requests from the union, so they won't give her any advantage. After hearing that, Den imagined what might happen and continued to ask. So the test could be more difficult for that reason. Claire nodded slightly and replied. That's possible. She then took Den's hand, calmly smiling and saying, I'm not worried about you. Honestly, I only fear you might get hurt in the adults' fight. Den heard this and couldn't help but smile softly. He quickly reassured her. Don't worry. It won't happen. I didn't mean for them to set a trap. 2 days later, at an academy villa, a group of people arrived and directly came out to greet them. The leader is the president of the Sorcerers Guild, Elga Poten, who asked in a deep voice, How outstanding is this student, that you have to work so hard? Deo sighed and replied, Sorry, Chairman. His talent is too extraordinary. I have no choice. Elga frowned after hearing that, so she should have accepted the seat when the guild offered and handled it quickly. Deo Misa responded that if I took the position in the association, I wouldn't be able to focus on the academy anymore. He thinks, I don't know, he wants to pull me in to gain influence. Because of the guild's greed. Idio died after being pushed into several dangerous missions. Hiding the hatred in his eyes, Idio cheerfully said, Then please follow me. Let's talk as we walk. The letter has been sent, so I guess I have to go along with it for now. But Elga doesn't like that kid at all. Not even a little, he asked as he walked. So Denso Grez, I heard that you have already subdued a 5th rank Genfu and even successfully performed a link enhancement. And during the interdepartmental exam, he even linked with many of her echoes. Elga nodded slightly in acknowledgement and continued. His abilities are extraordinary, causing a stir in the association. I didn't expect my younger sibling to surpass the older ones. Isn't it true that it makes him on par with Gadarans? Hearing this, Elga hesitated for a moment before speaking. I'm not sure if I'm on par with the Gadarans, but you'll understand after seeing it for yourself. Elga narrowed her eyes at her and said in a low voice, We will evaluate strictly. The special selection process remains the same as always. Yes, I understand. Deo nodded calmly. Just then, their group had entered the academy, and the students saw them and panicked. Whispers and murmurs immediately spread. What's going on? The old association is here. What's happening? What are they doing? Ignoring the chatter, the group from the association went inside. After a while, Deo excitedly spoke up. Then this is where the test will be held. Elga heard this and looked up. In front of us is the magnificent building. And after a long pause, he finally spoke in a low voice. Perfect for training. Inside the building is a large training arena. Black was already waiting inside and immediately introduced himself. I am the youngest son of Count Arkansos Grest, Lord of the Southern Region and head of the Grest family. Very pleased to meet you. After speaking, He politely bowed his head and asked. Moreover, in front of a figure like the president of the Recovery Association. Black showed no sign of hesitation at all. This makes Elga feel a bit emotional and impressed. It's hard to believe he's only 14 years old and already has such a spirit. Now I understand why they hurriedly sent the urgent letter. Thinking about it, he also spoke up to introduce himself. I am Elga Podin, president of the Resilience Association. I have heard about you. You are highly praised. But this test will not be easy. Dan nodded. Black replied calmly. My circle is already prepared. You realize Elga is just pretending to be friendly. But he doesn't seem very happy. At this moment, Elga glanced at her subordinates and gave the order to start immediately, without further ado. Get ready to go. Hearing this, Deo hesitated and asked, I wonder what the chairman has prepared for us. Too bad Elga doesn't care at all and steps forward to say, whether you pass or fail will be decided solely by me. Cheating in any form will not be tolerated during the exam. Remember that. I understand your point. Black nodded calmly. Elga narrowed his eyes and said seriously, well, I look forward to seeing your unique point. So the test begins. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to the sky. His subordinates outside began forming a magic circle. In just a moment, the area was engulfed by powerful streams of mana. Black watched this scene and fell into deep thought as the mana continued to grow stronger. But those people didn't stop either. They continued to restore mana until the area was enclosed by a new magic circle. Only then did Den realize it. The corpse face on this side also stopped provoking. They had activated a magic circle to protect the hall, which meant there was no way they would let it happen. At this moment, Elga stepped into a magic circle at her feet. A surge of powerful mana begins to erupt, and he keeps muttering incantations under his breath. When he feels the mana is sufficient, Elga suddenly shouts loudly, respond to the call. As he finished speaking, mana suddenly erupted into the sky. When the light gradually faded, a giant figure appeared in this place. A furry beast appeared, and due to the surge of mana, it stepped back a few paces. I can't help but feel amazed inside, as expected. The chairman's mana is overwhelming. I didn't think the test would be on this scale, but what surprised Den even more was the terrifying beast in front of him at this moment. With a massive body, bloodshot, fierce eyes, sharp claws like blades, and surrounded by mana. Outside, Dio saw the beast and shouted in horror, no way, that is a level 3 summon. Antares. Her eyes were now filled with disbelief. She never dreamed that Elga would summon this savage spirit beast for such a thorough investigation. Inside the magic circle are now 3 people and 1 beast. But they will have to face that spirit beast directly. Black squinted at it. Now he understood why Claire was so worried. Right now, Elga suddenly spoke up. Because he's a genius. This level should be well within his reach. Right. Don't you think so? He said Black can use any weapon he feels comfortable with, and to control Antares at all costs. This is the mission for the special entrance exam. Hearing this, I was so angry that I realized that old man clearly wanted me to fail and completely wanted to humiliate me. Elga, of course, doesn't care about her thoughts and continues speaking. But with his incredible talent, there's definitely nothing to worry about. Of course, as long as he can still retreat now. But Black responded indifferently. No, I will follow through with the test as planned. This made Elga feel excited and unsure of what to do. But he didn't care. He quickly summoned his own space, reached inside, and Black had something suitable for this moment. He swiftly drew a weapon and was extremely satisfied with it. This is the gift your father gave you for your 7th birthday. Since the spiritual beast in front of you is large, it will have many openings. So Den plans to strike quickly and then retreat. Seeing what was in your hand, Elgad couldn't help but admire. You truly live up to the Sagres noble lineage. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed something. Tamarisk suddenly appeared on the 2nd floor, looking a bit grim. Headlong. What is this? Forcing him to fight a level 3 spirit beast. Isn't that too much? Deo also stammered in panic. It seems Professor Tamarisk has arrived, and will probably object. Elgad calmly said, It's okay. It looks like he's already prepared. Then he carefully looked ahead. After a while, the big head ordered Antares to eliminate the enemy in front of him. Antares growled softly in front of him, as if accepting the command. Its teeth clenched and making a grinding sound. The red eyes stare fiercely at Black, then quickly dart forward. Den stands there without any fear. Calmly, His face is full of determination. Go ahead and charge. It wasn't until the beast appeared in front of Black that he finally acted. And a sudden surge of mana appeared. Then a burst of mana suddenly shot through the air. In was as fast as lightning, passing over Antares' slow, massive body. Its speed is too slow. Basically impossible to catch up with you. Outside, seeing this scene, Elga's face had turned as black as a pot. Even wearing glasses, it's hard to believe what just happened. Tamaric is no exception. He was worried just now. But now he's frozen in shock. The group of students who just arrived also stood still like flags there. Only when they finally reacted did a voice of admiration begin to sound. Oh my god. What just happened? But Den didn't really care. He still held his spear tightly in his hand and began shifting his weight onto his right leg. He created an extremely solid defensive stance. Den was very pleased with his recent move. It seems his special training has paid off. At the same time, the Antares on the opposite side seemed to have been provoked by him. It opened its mouth with sharp teeth towards Black, as if trying to intimidate him. Immediately after, Antares charged forward, its clawed hand swinging toward Den. You stared at it intently, not daring to slack off for a moment. Just as Antares swung a punch, Den quickly dodged. This causes its bloodshot eyes to show a look of fury as it continues to swing another punch. But this time as well, Den avoided it, while Antares kept attacking recklessly. With its fierce momentum, Den was gradually pushed back. Now you understand why it's a level 3. With that size and moving this fast, it's truly a monster. While Den was thinking, Antares struck again. This time, it also has magic in its hand, a blazing flame burning in the air. Then, without hesitation, it charges forward. Black saw this scene and remained unfazed, beginning to draw his own mana back in. At the same time, Antares' flames grew ever larger. The raging flames engulfed Den's entire body. Seeing this, Io shouted in panic, and he took a direct hit. Elgar secretly feels pleased. Even with the enhanced mana power, facing Antares is completely crazy. As the test ends quickly and seems predictable, but inside, the blazing flames, Den still hasn't fallen. Ignoring the heat enveloping his body, Black clenched the staff in his hand and then began to spin it in a circle. Before long, the flames began to weaken. But at this moment, Black also charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Antares' face. All right, it's time to end this, he thought, and once again poured mana into the flame. In an instant, a surge of mana appeared around him, and without a word of warning, he charged forward like a gust of wind. Den rushes forward with his spear without a hint of wind. At the same time, Antares' claws are already reaching out. It immediately struck Den's body, but he used his spear to block it. In the final blow, Den will use what his father once showed him, focusing mana into the spear to create an explosion. A single-point detonation. At this moment, Den rushed forward and his spear pierced Antares' abdomen. The spear of fire with immense mana pierced through the beast's belly, causing it to cry out in pain and throw back its head. But Dang still didn't let go, holding the spear tightly and trying to thrust it deeper into Antares' body. At this moment, the mana on the spear has grown significantly, and soon a mana explosion will occur. Antares' body also lost a large chunk because of this. Seeing this scene, Den was extremely satisfied and smiled, but Antares did not fall. And now 2 large flames appeared in its hands. Antares tilted its head back and roared fiercely. Tamarisk outside watches this scene with a somewhat grim expression. Elga is no exception. He didn't expect Black to hold out for so long. Seeing Black's absolutely cinematic performance, the initial students were a bit stunned, but soon, whispers started spreading. Incredible. The beast's attack almost missed. And what was that mana? At this moment, the flames in Antares' hand flared up fiercely. In just a moment, it spread across its entire body. Antares was now extremely furious, his eyes blazing with rage. It bares its sharp teeth and growls at Black before launching its attack. Facing Antares' fierce assault, Black could only dodge, leaving destruction and debris in his wake as Antares' flames shattered everything around him. But Antares shows no mercy, fiercely attacking Den with fire. It seems it is truly angry now, and Den dares not slack off, focusing on countering Antares' attacks. At this moment, an event that left Den confused happened. His staff was lost, and at the same time, outside the building where the survey was taking place. Kentars is frantically running towards this place, muttering to himself, "Could I be too late?" He doesn't understand why they chose such a remote location for the competition. Immediately after, Kentars pushed the door open and stepped inside. The scene before him left him stunned. He saw the barrier in the competition area and, looking again, Kentars muttered in horror. What are they summoning? When he got closer, he saw the beast raising its head and howling. Immediately, he recognized it and muttered in disbelief. Oh my god. It's a Tree-star Antares level. Inside the barrier, Den's spear was knocked away by Antares. Although Antares still had a wound on its side, it was not serious. Black squinted at it, feeling a sense of admiration in his heart. It took the hits without a scratch. So ordinary weapons can't hurt it then. Thinking of this, Black sighed heavily and sincerely apologized to his father. But his helper had to use a sword. Immediately, a sword appeared in his hand. Black furrowed his brow, looked at Antares and said, with a smile, "Let's start the second round." Seeing the sword in his hand, Elga couldn't help but be surprised. He's using a sword again, looking awkwardly at him, hesitatingly speaking. But of course, this is a special test. So a little difference is normal. Elga only nodded slightly without saying anything. What surprised him was that Den remained strangely calm, showing no intention to dodge the attacks. With a stance that seemed like they had been through countless battles, Deo squinted at Den, finally seeing his true ability. At the same time, Antares charged at Den again, its claws blazing with fiery flames. Black was not afraid at all, calmly swinging his sword to fight back. His attack speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. In just a moment, Den revealed his true skills as a swordsman. He stepped back 2 paces to gain momentum. Then he charged forward again, directly confronting Antares. But he realized that Antares was not bad either, switching from strength to speed in just a few moves, reacting precisely to every strike from his opponent. Moreover, both of Antares' hands are engulfed in flames. Black's metal aura struggles to penetrate, but of course, he remains undeterred. He watched and thought of a way to respond. At this moment, Antares threw a punch. Black didn't dare to be careless and quickly used mana. His attack speed was very fast, and in a moment he had launched several moves. Den wants to crush Antares with ancient magic, but too many people are watching, and it won't give him a moment's rest. Charging forward recklessly, thinking of that, Den quickly forced a sneer and thought, then that's the only way. At the same time, outside, Elga and Del were still watching the battle. Del's expression grew more serious as she hurriedly said, "President, this is too dangerous. If students get hurt, everyone will face punishment." Elga heard but didn't respond. Del grew more anxious. Her lips pressed tightly as she said, "I will immediately forcibly withdraw." Then magic appeared in her hand. Just then, a sudden voice shouted, "Stop. Keep watching for now." Del was startled and turned around. Seeing the visitor, she exclaimed in panic, "Professor Canthus, since when have you been here?" Canthus didn't answer, only calmly said, "I understand your worries, but it seems Del has already found a way to deal with it." At the same time, inside the barrier, Del was rushing like the wind, his sword swinging non-stop. Suddenly, a surge of magic appeared before him. In just a blink, a magic circle appeared. Del, with his sword wrapped in energy, charged forward through the magic circle. You swiftly darted past Antares, leaving a few cuts on its body, especially on its legs. Antares cried out in pain, tilting its head back, and collapsed to the ground. It kept trembling uncontrollably and could no longer move. Seeing this, Elgar shouted in horror. How could he coordinate swordsmanship and magic in the blink of an eye? Kentus beside him sarcastically said, "Maybe you should summon something stronger." Hearing this, Elgar clenched his fists in anger. A level 3 spirit beast should have been enough to make Del slip, but he far exceeded his expectations. Below, after staggering to his feet, Antares resumed casting Flame Harmony to attack Del, but he sneered and gave a final struggle, truly stubborn to the end. Thinking this, a magic needle appeared in his hand, though Del actually didn't want to use this. At this very moment, a barrage of magic arrows suddenly appeared above his head. Del smirked confidently. It was time to end this. Antares, unaware of the danger approaching, continued to fiercely absorb the flame of peace. Then, without hesitation, launched an attack on Del with fire. But at this moment, a magic spear suddenly pierced through Antares' body, along with a barrage of arrows, all striking without warning and causing Antares intense pain. By the time the magic dissipated, several large holes had appeared on its body, and the flames surrounding it had quickly died out. Antares was thrown out, its eyes showing defiance. But no matter what, someone had to win this battle. He gathered his mana in his hand, smiled with satisfaction, and at the same time, outside, Dio watched this scene and couldn't help but speak up. "President, this exam was a bit too much," Elga said coldly. "Too much? What do you say about that? Dio, despite how talented you are, do you really think it's reasonable for a top male student to control a third-tier summoning beast?" Hearing this, Elga could only force a smile, but the result was still okay. Right. Elga's dissatisfaction grew even more when she heard this, and she felt very uncomfortable. The result is truly remarkable. So much so that it will be recorded in the Empire's history. A top male student used a spear, sword, magic, and even forced spiritual connection to control a third-tier summoned beast. While they kept marveling, they calmly retracted their weapons and stored them in their space. That final moment truly shocked everyone, and both Elga and Kenta saw it very clearly. When Antares fell, Den remained very calm and acted. He formed a link with the defeated Antares and then proceeded to connect with it. A forced link was established to prevent hostility, considering both the strategy and the outcome. It was a perfect finish by Black. Right now, Dio is uncomfortable and accusing. If what happened today gets out, people will say it was an unfair test to deliberately beat him first. Hearing this, Elga immediately retorted, "Professor Pineso, I have already put clear safety measures in place," and Pineso pouted. "Yet you still sat idly by when it came to directly confronting him." She said she's a professor. She can't just turn a blind eye to this. This comment made Elga Den's face turn as black as a pot, and she started cursing inwardly. Damn it. How did it come to this? All the plans are basically ruined. Kenta stood beside them, listening to their argument without saying a word, carefully observing Den from afar. Although he knew you were a genius, this level of talent still surprised him. From the very beginning, you seemed more like a seasoned knight than a student. Kentis decided to take Den as his apprentice. At the same time, Io also has this intention. She must seize this genius for herself. After some commotion, Elga had no choice but to present a gold badge to Den. And with Den Sagres, who passed the special exam, we officially bestow upon you the title of Summoner, along with this badge. Although unwilling, he still followed the procedure and hoped you would continue to develop your talent as the Empire's Summoner. Take it. Den reached out to accept the badge, and the guest nodded. Thank you. Seeing the badge in his hand, he couldn't help but smile. This golden badge is only given to those who pass the special exam. It's really impressive. Immediately, he clenched it in his hand, began channeling mana inside, and Den suddenly shouted loudly in response to Tadi's call. As his words finished, the golden badge suddenly emitted a bright light. Mana also enveloped the entire corner of the arena. This is the protective magic circle that Den just created. In the blink of an eye, a creature appeared from within the magic circle. Seeing this, everyone outside immediately widened their eyes in amazement. Even Kenta is no exception. He muttered in horror. What is that? Inside, the magic circle's light, a pair of long ears appeared, and below them, a short paw could be seen. It is a rabbit named Antoma, a level 4 reinforcement recovery beast with the ability to greatly enhance the physical strength of the host. When Den sees it, his eyes light up and he happily praises it. "'Tis so cute." He smiles softly, nods in greeting, and is very glad to see you again. Antoma. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and she glanced at Kentis behind her. Everyone was stunned. Thinking of this, she looked back at Black on the ground. With so many witnesses, the entire academy would definitely be in an uproar. Sure enough, a few days later, rumors about Black started to spread throughout the academy. Everyone's gaze on Black also changed. Ernest, walking beside Black, muttered softly, "Layla, I just can't understand this. Can this really happen?" Layla pouted and replied, "Don't try to understand. Just accept it, and you'll get used to it." Ernest could only sigh after hearing that. Suddenly he remembered something and quickly spoke up. "That's right. I'm almost done decoding the map." Den immediately said, "So when we're finished, Let's meet for the first club meeting. Hearing this, Layla and Ernest both became very excited. Seeing their reactions, Black also faintly smiled. Actually, he was quite curious about it too. The three of us chatted for a while as we walked. Then I said goodbye to them as Professor Kentas called me. I have to go now. A little while later, at Kentas's training room, Black arrived and immediately began to reflect. Antares is a terrifying summoning beast. Once, a summoner from the Renic Empire called out two of them, and it was a true nightmare. Just those two creatures managed to defeat 3 knights and dozens of soldiers. Hearing this, Den remembered something and heard that Professor Kentas was also present during that battle. Seeing that you didn't answer, Kentas continued, yet you managed to defeat that creature without a scratch. Black stared at him intently, shook his head, and replied, I was just lucky. Hearing this, Kentas began to praise him. Sometimes being too modest can be a double-edged sword. Like now. In my opinion, your swordsmanship was the decisive move. Right. He suddenly looked at Kentas with a quiet admiration in his heart, thinking he's not an ordinary person. As he was lost in thought, Kentas suddenly took a step forward. He spoke as he walked away. Only 14 years old, but the discipline and skill in your swordsmanship far surpass your age. At this point, he suddenly paused. Then after a long moment, he continued and asked, Do you want to formally learn swordsmanship from me? Then, he looked intently at you, waiting for your answer. Black was a bit surprised and didn't know how to react. After that day, Black wrote a letter to his parents, in which he wrote, Dear parents, I hope you and mother are well. The hot summer is coming soon. Today, as always, your youngest child is busy with life at the academy. He said he had completed Professor Kentas's swordsmanship class that he mentioned before. Den learned a lot of theory, which made him think that going to the academy was indeed a great choice. He said he was now much more proficient in swordsmanship and thought it was probably time for me to get a sword in Los Angeles. Writing this far, you pause for a moment. Then, Den remembers something and continues writing. Ernest finally deciphered the map. He even discovered that the main designer was Thor Hansen. To the far east of the academy, below the Eimer Hall. It has now been abandoned. People say that something extraordinary is hidden in the saint's crypt. Black suddenly hesitated a bit. I wonder if writing it this way is too detailed. After some hesitation, Den decided it was better not to include too many details. So he cut some out. Anyway, that area is also a restricted zone. And on top of that, there's a major problem with the appearance of immortals. Layla and Ernest were very scared when they learned about it. And Den also considered giving up. But luckily, he received help. The main helper is Priscilla, a student of the Holy Studies Department. After hearing your proposal, Priscilla exclaimed in shock, You're crazy, right now. If you destroy its core, the immortality will disappear. But first, you must receive my baptism. Her suggestion made Layla and Ernest panic and tremble. But then the 4 of them still entered that place and fought together. As expected, Priscilla's holy power is truly terrifying. Thanks to her baptism, they were able to deal with the immortals easily. Not to mention, Layla's swordsmanship has also improved tremendously. The 4 of them worked together very harmoniously, and with Black leading the way in battle, after overcoming the darkness, they reached the underground tomb, and finally, they found the treasure. With Layla walking and exclaiming in amazement, It really goes back 300 years. Black nodded slightly in response. That's right. The treasure is here. The treasure the Emperor desperately longed for, but he couldn't open or take it. Going inside, Black was naturally very happy. Both Layla and Ernest have also achieved their results after a battle. That treasure is a dazzling red gemstone shining brightly. Black walks over to pick up the gem. This is your club's first achievement. And it brought great joy. Everyone was extremely excited, shouting non-stop in the cellar until nightfall, when they couldn't even close their eyes. So the whole academy went into chaos. And Den said he thought he should stay silent for a while. At this point, Den paused for a moment, contemplating the true nature of the gem. Everyone will be surprised to learn that it is actually an ancient magic. And perhaps Black doesn't need to mention that the gem has given me another layer of magic. By the time I finish writing, I've put down my pen. Den said he would tell everything directly when the time comes. Then, he sighed and muttered to himself. Until then, I will only rely on my sister. Just then, a loud voice came from outside. Black, what are you doing? We have to leave now. There's not enough time to clean up the club room. Hearing this, Den suddenly startled and stood up. He hurriedly grabbed his bag and ran out the door. And after that day, Priscilla also joined the club. So now, Den's club has 4 members. Seeing you run out, the 3 of them together scolded you. Come on, Den. Let's go. How dare you make the senior wait? Den shyly smiled and said, Sorry, I have some cleaning to do. Let's hurry up. So the 4 of them tidied up the club together, but because their club name sounded really silly, they decided to shorten it to Nam An. The next morning, inside the academy, a notoriously difficult 24-hour exam was taking place in the Department of Demon Magic, requiring participants to go without food or sleep for a full day. As long as you don't bring others, all open documents are allowed. This is a notorious exam for its harshness, but at the School of Demonology, Denabo said that Black had passed very easily. He fully understood his intention, not only being good at solving problems, but also having an extraordinary ability to analyze the surrounding environment. Denabo couldn't help but feel sympathetic for the other students. But this was the first time I truly longed for a student from a different faculty. Then he looked at the person next to him and asked, So, how is my assigned task going? Arthur sniffed softly and paused for a moment. After a long pause, he hesitated and replied that the student kept refusing the invitation to join the student council. If he participated, he wouldn't just hold a position, but could even advance to the role of the chief, making decisions for the academy in the future. Denabo sighed resignedly. So even after sending a student like you for 5 years, I still failed. After saying that, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it. Such an unpredictable child. So there's no arrogance or pride typical of this age. All predictions are completely wrong, but he was sure that you wouldn't be able to escape his grasp. Denabo thought this and sneered. He would definitely hold on tightly. Meanwhile, in Arabella's laboratory, upon learning about recent events, Arabella couldn't hold back and asked. Arthur from the student council was still following MA. Yes. That's why Arthur kept following Professor Denabo. So I slowly asked, So refusing was the right choice, wasn't it? Arabella nodded and replied. Of course. That professor is very dangerous. Not only cunning but also a master at pulling others into his schemes. She said that if she got involved, she would become an obedient puppet listening to him. So she had to be careful, no matter what he offers. Just refuse immediately. Then, respond casually, as if you understand. Saying, I understand. I will be careful. At that moment, the laboratory door suddenly swung open, startling Arabella and making her cry out, What is that? The 3. Layla hurriedly rushed in, with Layla still holding a sphere in her hand. She hurriedly spoke up. So it turns out you're here. Look, I found something really terrible. Ernest brought this back from the restricted area. Can you help me take a look? Arabella was shocked and exclaimed, What, the forbidden area? You really went into the forbidden zone. Layla and the others suddenly remembered there was someone inside and quickly shut their mouths to avoid revealing themselves. Den. On the other side, Sihith in frustration, clearly having been told to stay silent for a while. After a while, he finally looked at Aaron's and spoke anxiously. I'm sure after visiting the Ima shrine, the spirit guard will tighten even more. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. Ernest interrupted calmly. Don't worry, Den. As an explorer, I have to face challenges like this. Hearing this, Den couldn't help but frown, and after a long pause, he sighed and said, Well, that's indeed your forte. But isn't it still too dangerous? Ernest replied calmly, I understand your concern, Den, but the explorer in me is boiling, and I can't rest easy. This statement surprises Den, since arriving at Ima's temple, Ernest has become much more proactive. That's understandable, considering Hankston, the only one believed to have reached the 9-stage realm after the fall of the Era Demon Kingdom. A place created by such a genius would make any explorer's eyes shine brightly. Thinking about it, he glanced at the 3 girls and asked, What is Layla holding? Did she put something into the magic wave device? Layla is indeed holding a sphere. But there's something strange about it. Ernest was a bit embarrassed and silent for a moment before slowly speaking. So here's the thing. I couldn't sleep last night, so I went for a walk in the restricted area. He said that in Thor Hankston's laboratory, located in the restricted area, strange sounds could be heard, like machinery operating or something being manufactured, which made Ernest feel uneasy, but it kept ringing continuously near his ear, and there was even a human voice mixed in. So you ask again, then what? Even in the restricted area, the guards still have to go in and out, and hearing strange noises is normal. It's not just the guard's voice. I'm sure, Ernest said softly. And the most suspicious thing is the ghost wave detector he left in the room that has detected magic energy. This made Den gasp in shock. What? No way. After Thor Hangston's death, all the equipment in the laboratory had been moved to the memorial, so nothing in the lab could be emitting a magic wave. Ernest remembered that night when he picked up that sphere. But hearing the strange sound, he hurriedly ran outside, and that means there is definitely something unknown inside Thor Hangston's laboratory. His face grew more bewildered. The magic wave. What exactly is it? A moment later, inside the laboratory, after examining it closely, Arabella finally exclaimed, Ernest, I was right. There really is something inside. Ernest, surprised, asked again, Really? Senior Arabella? Arabella nodded slightly and replied, Yes, and it's not ordinary at all. Look at this data I've analyzed, she said, then threw the data onto the table for them to see. Black picked it up, frowned, and looked through it. Arabella explained slowly that these familiars are very similar to the ones she has collected. Ernest, of course, not all of them match perfectly, if you exclude the vague ones. So hearing that, you asked again, what was the conclusion? Arabella calmly replied that there was definitely something enormous in that building. As soon as she said that, all three of them, Ernest, panicked and exclaimed, A giant thing. Arabella nodded slightly and replied, Yes. These kinds of artifacts usually emit from objects containing immense magical power. You said you had a hard time capturing the magic signal, so I guess something was blocking it from leaking out. Ernest was confused by this, and Arabella continued speaking. We don't know if the one hiding the magic waves is So Hangston or someone else. Black also nodded in agreement. The only certainty is that, whatever it is, it's emitting enough to need to hide its magic waves. Arabella looked at them, and then spoke again. Basically, that's how it is, and as far as I know, the guards never even entered So Hangston's laboratory. In the past, I even sneaked into the forbidden area when I was bored. And hearing this, all three of them were shocked. Priscilla exclaimed in surprise. Really? Den was also a bit surprised. But no one could resist the allure of So Hangston. Truly a wizard in his prime. Arabella remained silent when questioned, then seriously said that if it was related to So Hangston, it would be an earth-shattering discovery, possibly containing So Hangston's magic power or even more powerful. Ernest exclaimed excitedly, If that's true, it would be amazing. Leela, on the other hand, hesitated and asked, But why would that be in a laboratory originally designed to resist emptiness? Arabella did not reply but praised Ernest, saying, You are truly extraordinary. You found this entirely by instinct. Ernest happily smiled and said, Thank you. Senior, you've helped me a lot. Arabella chuckled softly and then asked, What does this kid plan to do with something like this? Dien didn't join their conversation because he was busy thinking. It's likely that it's not the real magic core because he didn't sense it when he entered. If it were the real core, Black would have realized it immediately upon entering the restricted area. So what exactly is inside there? I can't figure it out. As he thought, Den stared intently at the sphere on the table. While you were thinking, Layla asked, What should we do now? Isn't this wave worth investigating? Even if you don't go, Ernest will go no matter what. Dion frowned thoughtfully and then spoke softly. We might find a way to avoid surveillance, but no one knows what could appear in the laboratory. Are you really confident, everyone? Layla nodded with a confident smile and said, Of course, our club is very strong. Ernest also nodded in agreement. That's right. And Priscilla added that she wouldn't give up. Hearing that, I sighed helplessly. Even Ernest and Layla are understandable. Now even Priscilla is involved. I looked at my sister and Arabella muttered in distress. At this rate, we really can't stop them. All right. If you won't listen, at least take this with you. Seeing this, Den furrowed his brow in doubt and asked, What is this? Arabella slowly explained. This is a magic text ritual. You know how to use it. Right. She said that if you encounter danger, don't hesitate. Tear it immediately. It will instantly teleport us back here. Forcing a teleportation might cause some shock to our bodies and magic power. But it's better than dying, Layla happily exclaimed. So you really are giving us these 3 precious scrolls. Thank you. Arabella, on the other hand, was very serious and continued to remind them. Remember well, you often forget that entering the restricted area will get you suspended. and being suspended twice will definitely get you expelled. Understood. Although the three Layla were very worried, they still nodded and replied, yes. Then Den spoke up again. Don't worry, sister. Nothing will happen. Arabella see and looked at him, saying, don't just talk about bones. All right then. Come back safely and tell me what you discovered. Okay. The four of them immediately nodded and then left the laboratory, returning to the room, where Black laid out the map. Ernest looked over the map, then pointed to a spot and said, the entrance is here. There will be a blind spot in our view when we move toward this building, so we will use that gap to infiltrate. They will start their operation in 2 days and have distributed exploration gear according to the number of people, along with checking the infiltration route details. Ernest now advised everyone that from this point on, we must scatter powder to mask our trail when moving. When we arrive, to dissolve the dense magical barrier without leaving traces, we will need Black's fire. Hearing this, Black nodded and replied, okay, I will prepare. Priscilla also chimed in. We need to prepare a backup plan for emergencies instead of blindly rushing in, and we should assume different action directions for each situation. Black thought it made sense, and after a moment of consideration, he suggested, let's arrange the combat formation like this. I will be responsible for detecting magic power in front. Layla and Ernest will be behind, and Priscilla will stand in the middle. All right, I understand. Priscilla nodded without hesitation, receiving the response. Black then looked at Ernest and warned him, this time use the bow instead of the staff. You've trained a lot, so just shoot with confidence and focus. Ernest nodded and replied, all right, leave it to me. After giving the order, Den reminded everyone once more that their top priority is not to be detected, as we don't know what might be hidden inside. Hearing this, Ernest smiled and said, all right, I wonder what it will be. I'm so excited. Black glanced at the three of them and asked, are you all ready? The three of them immediately nodded. Then he excitedly exclaimed, so which troublemaking boys' club should we cause now? Inside the restricted area, soldiers are still on guard late at night, and someone can't help but complain that it's too uncomfortable. If this keeps up every day, I'll die. Which fool dared to sneak into the restricted zone? They kept talking and didn't notice that someone was quietly watching them from afar. It's the Black's people. Layla shouted in fear, seeing so many guards. Why are there so many guards? Ernest whispered softly. I heard they've doubled their patrols recently. Turns out it's true. Even so, the four of them quietly moved in. Layla asked softly, what should we do now, Ernest? Ernest replied slowly, everyone is tired now. There will be a gap. I know where the guards are weakest. Let's go that way. In the restricted area, another soldier approached, and the leader said, it's time to call it a night. The guards, who had been on duty all night, looked at them with some dissatisfaction, muttering that they were so bored they could fall asleep any moment, wondering why you were so late. While they were talking, Black's group took the opportunity to run in, and by the time they turned around, the others had disappeared. Some soldiers who heard the noise looked back. Seeing that, the person next to him asked suspiciously what's going on, and the other hesitated to ask back, did you hear anything? The person beside him shook his head and replied, probably just the wind. No suspicious traces were found, so the soldiers initially turned and left. At the same time, inside the restricted area, 4 of Black's team successfully ran inside. Black nodded and said, good. So we have successfully infiltrated. Then they continued along the planned route. And along the way, Black kept reminding them to be careful. It didn't take long before they reached the basement door. And Priscilla, seeing this, then said, it's like Ernest is with us, so entering was quite easy. Letting him lead the way was definitely the right choice. At this moment, Black seems to have discovered something, exclaiming in surprise, wait, there's a magic barrier here. The closer we get to the center, the stronger it becomes. Sir Hansen is indeed cautious about preventing intruders. But soon, Black realized there was another issue, and whispered that this barrier didn't have Sir Hansen's magical aura. It was completely different. As he spoke, he stared intently into the barrier, his eyes filled with thought. Layla, hearing this, exclaimed in amazement. Really, how could you tell? Black slowly replied. Sir Hansen has been alive for a very long time, and this barrier looks quite new. Ernest furrowed his brow and guessed that someone had entered before us and set up a new barrier to hide something inside. Den also thinks this is the reason and nods in agreement. but he also believes there might be something very dangerous hidden inside. Priscilla, hearing this, asks anxiously, "So what should we do now?" "Go back." Layla disagreed and argued. "How can we go back now that we've come this far? Perhaps an academy official has already entered to set up defenses and then left." At this point, Den spoke up again, saying, "I think differently. This seems more like the work of an outsider infiltrator. If the academy discovers a new relic of Sir Hansen, they have no reason to hide it so secretly." Layla angrily exclaimed, "So besides us, there's another person also after this treasure." Priscilla was speechless when she heard that. "We're here to explore, not to steal the treasure easily." Den also agrees with Priscilla's words and speaks seriously. "That's right. They are different from us. You said those people deliberately set up a barrier to hide something. Whatever it is, if we run into them, it will cause trouble." Hearing this, Layla also felt the danger and muttered breathlessly, "If they harbor malicious intent, it will be hard for us to stop them." I nodded, and Den softly said, "Yes, this place has become much more dangerous. But I believe in the strength of the Café Club. We are strongest when we are together." "Right. It sounds real. But honestly, you're just dying to know." And Ernest's group actually believes it's true. Even moved to tears, Layla excitedly exclaimed, "Only a rare few can beat that." Priscilla didn't agree immediately. She seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. After a long pause, she slowly spoke. "If I let the kids go, there will definitely be trouble. So I have to go too. There's no other choice." Hearing this, Ernest and Layla's eyes immediately lit up. Den also smiled softly and said, "No one objects." "Right, good. Then let's go all the way." Although a bit hesitant and scared, they still decided to move forward. And Den did very well by breaking the magic barrier, which couldn't withstand his flames. When the four of them opened the door and stepped in, they faced a corridor filled with endless traps and had to fight. After overcoming numerous traps, they finally reached their destination. Looking at the room in front of them, Ernest and the others couldn't help but feel amazed. What kind of place is this? I never expected there to be such a large room underground. In front of them was a huge room filled with various objects, from daily necessities and food to weapons. After checking around, Priscilla exclaimed, "Look everyone, there's a bunch of food here. Someone must have lived here." Den was silent, deep in thought, as the space showed signs of habitation, suggesting they had been here for quite a while. Layla hesitated and asked, "Could it be that the academy had come to investigate?" Priscilla shook her head softly and replied, "That's unlikely. Take a closer look." Then she glanced at a corner of the room and continued, "If it really was an investigation institute, they would have provided equipment. Everything here is different and comes from many places. If it were truly the academy, they wouldn't be hiding things like this." Den nodded in agreement. Priscilla is right. Clearly this is the work of someone else, not the academy. After hearing their conversation, Ernest's face looked a bit panicked, but he quickly masked it. Then Den told everyone to check around because they didn't know when the owner of this place might return. So everyone started to disperse and search every corner. Layla looked for traces among the objects on the floor. Priscilla checked on the walls to see if there were any other mechanisms. Den was searching for clues on the ground, and indeed, when he placed his hand on the floor, he felt a massive flow of magical energy. Someone called out to him at that moment, "Den, come here and see." Hearing this, he glanced over suspiciously and asked, "Did you find something?" Ernest nodded and replied that there is a staircase leading down behind this wall. Hearing this, Den couldn't help but cry out. So they could directly verify the source of the magic power they sensed from the ground. But they followed that staircase down, with torches hanging on the walls to see clearly ahead. The deeper they went, the more the magical energy became apparent. As they went deeper, they saw a huge stone placed there. Everyone was shocked and exclaimed, "I've never seen such a large mana stone before. This thing is hidden deep beneath Bat Uwu." Even Den was surprised to see it. You also realize this is Thor Houston's aura. It is emanating overwhelming magical power. There are also intricate magic formations carved around it. What are they ultimately planning to do with this? Who and for what purpose? As everyone was engrossed in admiring the magic stone, Ernest suddenly shouted in horror, "It's over. Everyone. Someone is coming this way." He said the security devices around are alerting. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Den's face suddenly grew serious, his eyes filled with solemnity. Meanwhile, outside the restricted area, another group was quietly approaching. The leader kept urging them to hurry, and the others nodded in response before breaking down the door. The black-clad group hurried inside, the captain shouting as he ran, focusing only on drawing magic from Thor Houston's essence. Glory will be ours. They moved very skillfully, running non-stop. Following the stairs downwards, the team leader led the way into the underground room, and upon seeing what was in front of him, his face lit up with joy. He spoke softly, saying, "We are now safely inside." Then the captain waved his hand to order the others to clean the room, and to report immediately if anything unusual happens. The two behind received the order and quickly left, one of them panting as he spoke. "Finally, we can rest for a bit," the person next to him asked suspiciously. "We've been here for 2 months now." That guy replied breathlessly, "Maybe even longer. At least the food supply is enough. So that's not an issue." They had only been walking for a short while when they suddenly stopped. Their feet had already touched a thin wire. Immediately, sharp blades shot out from an unknown source, flying straight toward them, and the sudden turn of events left them panicked. Their screams suddenly echoed out, and the two of them were caught in the trap, being thrown out. The team leader, hearing the commotion, shouted in panic, "What's going on?" But there was no response. Only sounds coming from the door. Before they could react, a stream of gas rushed into the area, causing the people to panic and shout that it was gas. The bars were trembling more and more, and one of the men couldn't hold it anymore and shouted loudly, "Captain, this is..." The captain of the Gold Rush shouted to retreat. "This is a trap." Unfortunately, he was engulfed by the gas, causing him to suffocate and his body to tremble uncontrollably. The ones who created these traps are none other than the black-clad group. After the black-clad team fainted, they tied them up and started to take their lives. Ernest found a notebook. Layla found some gold coins and various trinkets, and there was also something in her back pocket. After quietly observing the black-clad group, he was trying to figure out who they really were, clearly targeting Thor Houston's Demon Stone, and he suspected that these black-clad people were from the Academy. While Black was thinking, Prausa Silla suddenly approached and said, "Look at this record. It seems important." Black nodded slightly, then began flipping through the pages of the notebook and reading. It says here that during the essence extraction process, 2 extraction devices are always maintained, and when the progress reaches 60%, an additional one is added. If the magic array is damaged, it immediately stops and checks the diagram of the array, attached with nails. After reading, Black muttered to himself, "Extracting essence. Huh," Prausa Silla nervously said. "It sounds really dangerous." And you nodded in response. "Yes, extremely dangerous." At this moment, Ernest shouted again, "And these guys also have a continent map." Black then asked back, "A continent map?" Layla also exclaimed in horror. "That thing is strictly controlled by the country, and absolutely cannot be taken outside." Ernest also knows this. Hesitating, they wonder if they are some kind of rebel group. Black's face grew a bit more serious. There were too many suspicious points. Just then, his eyes involuntarily narrowed as he saw something in the captain's mouth. Black hurried over, opened his mouth wide, and after seeing that thing, it was exactly as he thought. The thing in the captain's mouth was a deadly poison meant for self-destruction, and Black remembered learning about this from his mother. This is used by assassin guilds or secret organizations to silence members and prevent secrets from being leaked in emergencies. They are brainwashed to willingly go to the other world and are given a drug to read. What kind of organization would do such a thing? As you were thinking, Priscilla suddenly shouted, "Look at this. There is a set of rules written here." Hearing this, the 3 Black members were stunned and widened their eyes, reaching out to take the item from her hand. It says that for a new world, rule number 1, security must always come first, more important than life itself. And rule number 2, we always act to change the world. Rule 3 is that we must not investigate the identities of other members. We are one but also individual beings. And there are many other rules as well. Priscilla looked at the end of the notebook and muttered, "Seriously, this part is the most suspicious. It has coordinates recorded here," she said. She wasn't sure of the exact location, but it's near the academy. The 3 of them looked over and saw some numbers at the bottom corner of the old book, exclaiming in surprise, "Sen, Su, Uba. Where is that?" Ernest furrowed his brow in thought for a moment before saying, "Wait a minute. If it's that location," Blackley immediately asked, "Does Ernest know that place?" Ernest nodded slightly and said yes. That's the route for supplies near the back gate. So they entered through there. Black nodded slightly and agreed. That's probably the case. There must be someone inside the academy helping them. As soon as these words are spoken, the atmosphere instantly turns tense, and all four fall into silence. A secret organization seeking to extract Thor Houston's essence. What are they ultimately planning to do with it? So the four of black quickly decided to leave, gathering all their belongings into a separate space for investigation. And Tong Yi would report to the academy's leadership and guards. And then, Black suddenly spoke. Maybe it would be a waste to return empty-handed like this. Hearing this, the three Ernests immediately exclaimed in confusion. What? Black narrowed his eyes at the magic stone for a moment before slowly speaking. Let's take this magic stone with us. If we leave it, it will just fall into their hands anyway. So instead of letting those unknown people use it for some conspiracy, it's better for them to take it themselves. A moment later, in the dark room, a sudden scream shattered the silence. Captain, wake up quickly. It's bad. Captain. The team leader woke up from the noise, muttering in confusion. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? The other person hurriedly said the magic stone. The magic stone is hollow now. This made the captain panic and shout out. What are you talking about? Nonsense. But when the captain turned around, he couldn't see any magic inside the magic stone, which made him grind his teeth in anger. Damn it. It must be a trap set by those bastards. He didn't have time to care about this because soldiers had already appeared inside the bunker. The captain of the guards shouted angrily, standing firm. Anyone who dares to invade the sacred academy, we will not let you go anywhere. The black-clad group immediately panicked and shouted, how did the guards get here? The black team leader's face now looked extremely serious. They have been captured by the guards, and he suspects that the organization abandoned them. The next morning, the guard captain came out from the restricted area, angrily scolding. It's driving me crazy. After decades of peace, is this forbidden zone causing trouble again? Then he looked at his subordinates and asked irritably, did the intruders say anything? A soldier with a shaved head shook his head and replied, no words. Maybe I need stronger measures. The group in black shirts was frightened by this but said nothing at all. The captain of the guards ordered again, then beat them until they were conscious, and after a preliminary investigation, transferred them to the interrogation room. This incident is very serious. Even after doubling the security, 5 people still managed to infiltrate, which greatly displeases him. He will definitely be punished and might even lose his position. Just then, someone came and called out, Captain, the investigation team from the magic department has arrived. As soon as he said that, the captain of the guards was startled and shouted, already here. His face grew darker and darker as he cursed inwardly. Damn it. I didn't expect that lazy old professor of fire to come all the way here himself, but there was no other way. The captain of the guards still had to find a way to stay. That means you heard a noise inside this building. Noticed the mana barrier disappeared, and then saw the intrusion inside. Strange indeed. Sol Huangstern's mana barrier isn't easy to break. If the black-clad group was capable of doing that, why did they let themselves be captured so easily? The squad leader also shook his head in confusion. I just can't understand either. Then he took out something and handed it to Dinabo while explaining. By the way, we found this among their belongings. Does anyone want to take a look? Dinabo looked at the item in his hand with surprise and frowning. A book. After hesitating for a long time, he still reached out to take it. But as he opened it to read, his face suddenly darkened. After a long pause, he finally spoke. It was sealed with magic. Only authorized persons could open it. But someone forced the seal to break. The captain of the guard shouted in shock. What? How could that be? Dinabo didn't think much, put the book into his pocket, and calmly said, I will investigate further. There may be other hidden spells on it. The captain of the guards nodded and replied, of course. I only glanced at it briefly, but it seems they belong to some secret organization. Dinabo frowned and asked again, a secret organization. The captain added that they also found a giant mana stone in the basement, taller than an adult man. Dinabo muttered in confusion, a mana stone. But the basement was supposed to be resistant. The captain shook his head. Mobo spoke up, saying we also found it strange why there was a giant mana stone inside the Forbidden Zone. As a result, the matter in the Forbidden Zone was handed over to the Academy to handle. In the following days, the Academy once again became noisy with news about the Forbidden Zone, and everywhere on the school grounds, there were discussions about it. Priscilla heard the gossip and couldn't help but sigh. Oh my. It's been chaotic there since yesterday because of the disturbance. He didn't pay attention either and asked suspiciously. Priscilla, have you found anything yet? Priscilla nodded and replied. Yes. I heard that the magic department's team has caught them. Even Professor Dinabo personally came. Ernest muttered anxiously. If the professor himself shows up, this case must be very serious. Priscilla sighed and said, This news has already been in the Academy's daily reports. Want to see it? Ernest exclaimed in amazement. So fast. You really are quick on the draw. The report clearly states that the restricted area was breached, and the unidentified man is being interrogated by the demon magic team. I, the captain of the guards, accept all blame. To get an overview of the information, then fall silent in thought. If Professor Dinabo personally appeared, they would surely have realized the seriousness of the situation. Thinking about it, you spoke up again. But if the magic department is handling it, it should be fine. Priscilla nodded slightly and said, Yes. They are known for being ruthless. They will use all kinds of spells to get answers. The four of them stood in a quiet corner discussing. Layla, timid and nervous, asking if they had found us. Ernest reassures them. Come on. Stay calm. We've erased all the traces. Priscilla also nodded in agreement. Honestly, the Academy should thank us. If it weren't for us, those infiltrators wouldn't have been caught. Din also spoke to reassure. Don't worry. They fell into the trap without knowing we were there. Now just stay hidden for a while. Ernest, you have the items from them. Right. Ernest nodded slightly and said, Yes. I have it. Then placed a large bag on the ground before speaking again. This is the analysis result. Take a look. Maybe by following the trail of those black-clad people, they might discover another treasure, like Thor Hankston's essence. A few days later, the Academy fell into chaos again. This time due to the arrival of the Royal Investigation Team. Many Royal soldiers were entering the Academy. Compared to the Academy's soldiers, they are on a different level. The royal family rarely visits the Academy. Yet now they come with dozens of people. Banners flying. This situation has never happened before at the Academy. A moment later, in the restricted area, a tall shadow was standing in front of the observation post. This person is the commander of the Royal Knights. Delphine, he muttered with pursed lips. That's strange. I'm a society has an infiltrator who leaves no trace. Now they have found mysterious figures hiding in Thor Hankston's laboratory. Professor Dinabo is also present, nodding in agreement. This is really strange. We've been tracking the clues but haven't found any clear results. Delphine glanced at him skeptically and asked, What about the barrier? Another girl replied slowly. Yes, we are still investigating, but so far, there are no clear signs. Delphine sighed and commented. This is really complicated, especially since this is one of Thor Hankston's plans. Then he glanced back and asked, What do you think about this? Your Highness, there is a young man with red hair behind him. This is the third prince, Edward Dantog. Edward was suddenly called by name, looking a bit awkward, mumbling. I haven't thought of anything yet. I understand who to care for. Dinabu was startled and terrified when he saw the young man. Wait a minute. Is it really the Crown Prince himself coming? Why would he come in person? But Edward didn't say anything now. Just stood there in silence, staring intently at the door in front of him. Edward noticed the traces of the barrier melting, which was very hard to detect. But there was something unusual about the surface. It's like it was dissolved and then reassembled. Edward couldn't help but secretly admire. The one who broke it truly is impressive. Thor Houston's barrier was built to last for centuries, never before broken by anyone. At this moment, Delphine spoke again, saying that Thor Houston's barrier was a perfect steel fortress that had never been breached. But now it had been broken. Edward nodded slightly, solemnly muttering that it meant even the Emperor's barrier could be breached. But as he finished speaking, a look of panic appeared on his face, and a trace of fear lingered in his eyes. Edward's body felt as if it was being shattered by a powerful force. The pain, like his body was being torn apart. Sweat broke out on his forehead in an instant as he clenched his fists, trying to endure the agony. Seeing that his face looked unwell, Edward worriedly asked, Your Highness, are you in pain somewhere? Edward gently bit his lip, shook his head, and replied, It's nothing. Just a normal discomfort. However, Delphine was still very worried. Vuivang said, Your Highness, if you feel any discomfort, just say so. and we will return immediately. The investigation is important, but your health is more so. But Edward shook his head firmly and said no. I came here of my own will. He assured them not to worry. His hand was still fine. At the same time, Dinabo was silently pondering. Did the prince and the swordsmanship commander appear together? Maybe this time he has to be really careful. Seeing that Edward was not doing well, Delphine suggested that perhaps he should go outside and rest for a while. If the situation worsens, please inform us immediately. Edward nodded slightly and said yes, I will do that. Then he left the restricted area. Delphine couldn't help but sigh. He's truly a pitiful person, branded as a useless prince. And now even his hand won't obey. He thought how wonderful it would be if Edward was born with a healthy body. Edward just stood outside, doing nothing. He looked at his hand, cursing silently. Damn it. There's always something holding him back. But now is not the time to hesitate. Edward needs more help. He has to find it himself. They told him to stay put. But sorry, he couldn't. In the blink of an eye, Edward was gone. While on this side, Delphine was still assessing the situation. The machine muttered to itself. No signs of any traces. And the person said it was around 5 a.m. Dinabo nodded in agreement. Yes, it happened just before sunrise. Delphine, after hearing this, sighed helplessly, overwhelmed. Before she could finish speaking, a soldier ran over, looking worried. The captain has bad news. Your Highness has disappeared. As soon as he said that, Delphine's face darkened. He panicked and exclaimed, Oh my God, this can't be happening. It was just here that day. The yellow-clad soldiers explained. The incident happened when the guards were momentarily inattentive. Then, he ordered to halt all other activities, stop the investigation, and immediately search for the prince. Yes. The soldiers on the street shouted loudly and then went to search. At this moment, Delphine was extremely worried. Edward IV's body was weak. Yet where could he be going on this side? Edward ran into the forest, determined to push forward with the investigation at all costs. Edward wants his father to notice him, even if he has no talent. He will prove himself through effort and can no longer remain a useless prince. A moment later, Edward arrived at a mountain area behind the academy. This is Bona Forest, where the trees are lush and dense because few people pass through, making it quite peaceful. But the three of them are here. Ernest is practicing archery. Layla is beside him, encouraging him. Ernest's stance isn't steady. Try again. Den watched them from beside, unable to hide his smile. It seems Ernest has gotten used to training here, and Layla is also helping him a lot. Thanks to that, he can focus more on controlling his mana now. He has completed 2 layers of magic and even successfully built a 4-tier code structure. An incredible feat of magic, but Den noticed a problem. Every time he focused on the 4-layer spell, he saw it more clearly, the flow of mana moving through the human body, as if he could see Ernest's mana clearly. And Layla's was truly extraordinary as well. I wonder what Den will see next. Thinking this, Den focused his mana and created a sphere to launch. Ernest exclaimed in amazement. Wind Layla also asked in surprise. Den, what kind of magic is that? Den calmly replied. A wind bomb. A compressed air projectile. Ernest Sehil in admiration. That's incredible. I've never seen such a massive mana explosion before. Layla muttered in doubt. It must be because it's a 4-tier spell. Truly formidable power. Den squints at them, smiles softly, and says, then just throw it lightly. As he finishes speaking, he flicks his hand again, forming a compressed air bullet, which then rushes forward. It flew for a few dozen meters before exploding, but it seemed to hit the whole body, and the 3 of Den were stunned for a moment. They didn't think there would be anyone in this forest, and now they were also caught under Den's explosion. Den's compressed air bullets caused a small blast, knocking down trees and rocks that shattered. The 3 of us stand here anxiously waiting. Layla nervously speaks out. Den, you hear that too? Right, someone's there. Yes, I heard clearly. Den nodded slightly and replied. You thought they were the only ones here. So he suggested, let's go check it out. A few minutes earlier, Edward also ran to Bonaya Forest, muttering to himself as he went. So there's actually such a large forest inside the academy grounds. He said that. Edward couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The students here must be very happy to study and play with their friends. I really envy them. If he wasn't born a prince, could he have come to the academy like them? Just thinking about it makes Team Edward's heart race. As he drifted into a dream, the whistling wind woke him up. Edward kept moving forward. No. He's daydreaming again. Just focus on finding the intruder's trail. He couldn't walk for long before stopping, hearing a noise ahead. He furrowed his brow and muttered suspiciously, "What was that? Is someone in the forest?" So Edward followed the sound deeper into the woods. He immediately saw 3 people practicing in the training area. Recognizing their uniforms and thinking they were training, Layla over there is asking Den for guidance. "Den, can you review my sword technique?" This move looks a bit suggestive. Den also didn't hesitate to speak up. Took a step forward, then turned and took half a step back. Meanwhile, Edward was hiding nearby, watching their training, but he quickly opened his eyes in surprise. Wasn't Layla just calling out Den's name? It was Den Sagres. The new student is making the entire academy buzz. It's definitely you. Den Sagres. A name even the royal family knows. You got into the research department, excelling in 4 different fields, while Edward can't even handle a small task. And Den is called a genius among geniuses who still train diligently. He suddenly thought that if he could get into the academy, he might have met friends, learned everything, and laughed with them. While Edward was lost in thought, something was flying at a wind-breaking speed, his eyes involuntarily narrowing in panic as he muttered to himself. Something was coming this way. It was Den's pneumatic bullet. And at that moment, an explosion occurred, causing the nearby trees to fall chaotically. And Edward was also thrown back by the blast. He spun several times in the air before falling down, and the screams of panic echoed because of that. Soon after, the 3 Den members ran toward Edward. Seeing him lying on the ground, Ernest asked worriedly if he was okay, and Den also apologized, saying, "I'm sorry. I thought no one was here." Edward finally staggered to his feet, and Ernest suddenly realized something, shouting, "Wait a minute, that uniform looks like the Royal Investigation Team uniform." Hearing this, Layla was also stunned and exclaimed, "So you are a member of the Royal Investigation Team." Meanwhile, Den seemed to realize who the person in front of him really was. Yes, that is the uniform of the Royal Investigation Team. And that red hair, a symbol of the royal family. Ernest exclaimed in disbelief. "Could it be that you are truly of the royal bloodline?" Layla glanced at Den, waiting for his response, and Den nodded in confirmation, while Edward, furious from the beating, shouted angrily, "You fools. Thank you watching. I haven't finished scolding yet, but Den has already knelt and saluted. I am Den Sagres, eldest son of Count Sogres, and I respectfully greet your highness the prince. You also said you are sorry, that it was you who committed a serious offense." Ernest and Layla also hurried to follow. "I am Ernest Dillon, the eldest son of Lord Dillon. Layla Thermion, the eldest daughter of Duke Thermion, the top swordsman." Seeing how sincere they were, Edward also nodded and smiled, saying, "It's okay. I'm not hurt, just a little surprised." More importantly, he said he was very happy to meet them like this, and also that he had heard a lot about your reputation. Then, Edward looked at Ernest and spoke, saying that the Dillon family is famous in the field of exploration. You will probably become a great explorer too. And the Thermian girl, the one who won the coup d'etat. Right. I watched the final that year. So, in the forest, an unexpected encounter took place. Edward had all 3 of them stand up, and only then did Ernest breathe a sigh of relief, truly glad to hear that his highness was uninjured. But why did the prince come to such a remote place? Edward hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Actually, I came with the Royal Investigation Team to check the academy, but I was wandering alone and got lost." He asked if they knew about the strange incidents happening in Sir Hanson's house. The Royal Investigation Team is looking into it, but hasn't found any clues yet. So, Guy asked again about the date of the investigation, and the others also found some strange things. But it's hard to be certain. So, he thought for a moment and wondered if they had discovered anything. An ordinary person definitely wouldn't notice, but it seems they aren't very confident about it. Ernest then spoke again, saying that the strange phenomenon was actually discovered by His Highness later, and Edward nodded in agreement, saying, "Yeah, that could be it." Hearing this, Ernest's face suddenly showed panic, and he whispered to Layla, "Damn it, everything is connected to us." Layla also worriedly said, "If we get caught, everything will be ruined." so staying here is the only way to stay calm. He quietly observed Edward and realized he was not like the two older princes. The youngest prince, Prince Tan, who is the same age as them. So he heard that Edward was just an ordinary person with no special abilities. It's strange that they carefully searched for the trail around here. Yet he still found it, and even noticed the unusual phenomenon others couldn't see. Edward can't possibly be an ordinary person. I suspect he is hiding some special ability. While the temple is pondering, Edward is still talking with Ernest and Layla. Actually, I just got lost and ended up here. Ernest hesitated and said, the investigation team must be searching everywhere for you. But since Edward made the suggestion, while we're still here, I want to hear you tell me a bit about life at the academy. As soon as he said that, Ernest and Layla exclaimed in surprise. Are these the stories of the gods? When you arrive, you'll understand why Edward made this suggestion, even though he's a prince. He's still just a teenager who has been confined in the palace for too long. So it's understandable that he's curious about normal life. And so, in that vast forest, Edward heard many stories from the mouths of Ernest and Layla. Only the shrine remained cautious and silent because they felt Edward was very strange. He made them feel suffocated, as if a surge of mana was tightening around him. Can mana flow like this? Maybe the temple should observe more carefully. At the same time, inside the academy, the royal investigation team was still tirelessly searching for Edward's whereabouts. They caused chaos all over the academy, making the students suspicious and whispering, as if they were searching for something. They have caught the culprit A, and the whispers of everyone keep echoing, creating a very tense atmosphere. Delphine is also desperately searching. He ran back to his room to check, but no one was there. Delphine anxiously paces around. Damn it! I can't find him here either. Where could he possibly be? They don't even know who is involved in this or what power is behind it. Edward, with his still healing hand, will get into trouble if he goes alone. If he gets demoted, it's one thing, but if something happens to him, we're doomed. At this moment, a soldier ran in to report that a witness had appeared, a person wearing a yellow uniform, seen heading towards the forest outside the academy. Hearing this, Delphine responded, Really? Send someone to find him immediately. After confirming the information, he quickly issued orders to go outside, and the entire team headed to the forest beyond the academy, with the top priority being to ensure the safety of the prince. Immediately after, they quickly ran toward the forest. But Delphine was a bit confused, not understanding why Edward would go to such a place. Don't tell me he discovered something about the academy while the royal family is searching. Inside the Bonaya forest, Edward was reflecting on the lives of the three black ones, feeling truly envious, wishing he had not been born into the royal family. Maybe then he could have lived an ordinary life. Del suddenly spoke again. Your Highness, if I may, I want to ask something. Edward looked at him intently and asked, So, tell me about Jean Soulcrest. Are your Highness's hands hurting very much? Layla looked a bit confused and asked again why his Highness's hand was like that. But before she could finish, Edward had already hidden his hand behind his cloak and shook his head to deny it, saying she must be mistaken. Del didn't think so. He continued speaking. Really? But from what I saw, but you didn't finish your sentence. Edward, on the other hand, did not reply, standing silently there. Del also looked at him intently, and seeing the guilty reaction on his face. He zahid. You reluctantly say that if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I plan to forget everything I saw and heard today. The more Edward listened, the more his face showed confusion. Could it be that Del truly recognized the condition of his hand? Layla doesn't know anything. Vuivong explains on behalf of Del. This guy sometimes says strange things. Please forgive him. And after a moment of silence, Edward suddenly spoke up. No. He's right. This statement left Layla and Ernest stunned, their eyes wide open. And Edward fell silent for a moment after speaking. Finally, he raised his hand, wounded and speaking. My right hand is no different from a crippled hand. Del Sogres. How could you tell? Del calmly explained that actually, I can't see the condition of the hand. But you can see the mana flow towards Edward's hand being blocked. Edward was surprised and exclaimed, What, you can see the flow of mana with your eyes? Del nodded slightly and replied, That is a ability I gained after a lucky relic merged with my body. Actually, it is due to ancient mana, but you can't tell the truth. Edward believed what you said and couldn't help but marvel. An incredible ability so you can uncover the true cause. Del gently shook his head in denial. I cannot see the root cause. But at least I can understand why you feel pain. You said that the mana flow should have gone down to the hand but was blocked at the wrist and flowed back up. A hand that mana cannot reach is gradually dying. And then, looking closely at Edward, the priest asks, Your Highness, may I ask what happened? Edward's face kept changing from green to white, looking extremely unwell. He hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke, saying it started when I was about 1 year old. He had no problems when he was born, but at some point it became like this. Edward only learned to hold a weapon at 7, and only started writing after he was over 10. He couldn't learn swordsmanship, horseback riding, or any of the things a prince should learn. And magic was even worse. His hands kept trembling uncontrollably, and Edward has lived like that until now. As he reached this point, he couldn't help but sigh sadly. A prince too ashamed to let others know. After hearing this, I couldn't help but feel moved. It turns out Edward has been dealing with this issue since he was very young, which is why he isn't as famous as the other princes. On the contrary, Layla and Ernest are now extremely worried, hesitating as they ask, but at the bottom of the abyss, we can listen to that story without issue. Right, the one telling such a big secret. Edward gently shook his head. It's okay. I think you will keep the secret. Moreover, I am in a very good mood today. Even if all the royal doctors and professors try to find the cause, they won't succeed. But in the end, I did. He squinted at him, and after a long pause, suddenly asked, Do you believe me? Edward replied without hesitation. Of course, I believe you. A member of the Sagras family would never lie to me. If so, then you must be a great deceiver, daring to fool a prince. Hearing this, I couldn't help but be speechless. What kind of joke is this? For real. But Edward paid no attention and continued speaking, as if to say, the power is gradually leaving my hand. I knew from the start that this hand would be even more useless. Then he looked at Black, hoping to ask, So can you heal him? Black fell into silence upon hearing that, but the two of them also looked at him, as if asking, Can you really do it? And in everyone's anticipation, Hay hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. Sorry, Your Highness. I didn't mean to offend. Edward sighed with a hint of disappointment. Well, this certainly isn't easy. But before he could finish speaking, Black interrupted. But if His Highness wishes, I can try. For a moment, Edward's eyes widened with excitement as he stared intently at Black, who was smiling gently with eyes full of trust. In the morning light of that forest day, a new turning point in life was about to unfold. Edward happily looked at Black and said, Really? Then let's do it now. If you can heal my hand, I will do anything. Really? Black slightly furrows his brow and softly smiles. Then calmly says, If that is your wish, I will try to change the flow of mana. But if I fail, you may die. Your words make Edward freeze in shock. His jaw clenched tightly, but Black continues to speak. If this attempt fails and harms the prince, I will surely be executed for attempted assassination. So if I succeed in healing your hand, how will you reward me then? This statement made Edward feel pleased but unsure how to respond, while Layla and Ernest were in a state of panic, as your words were too bold. After a long moment, Edward finally spoke. So now the one trying to make a deal with me, Black calmly replied. Well, I don't accept reckless bets, but if a tempting reward is offered, that would be different. Seeing his confident look, Edward couldn't help but feel quite pleased because Black was the first to propose a deal with him. He only sees princes offering favors to seek sponsorship. But he is different from them. Thinking of this, Edward suddenly jumped and smiled. Very good. Black also didn't react, just focused on watching him. At this moment, Edward smiled and said, Black Soar, if you can heal my hand, I will agree to any request you make. Hearing this, Black Soar couldn't help but be surprised and exclaimed, Is that true, Your Highness? Edward nodded lightly, then held out his right hand, pursed his lips and said, Yeah, my hand will lose its function eventually. At worst, failure just brings it sooner. Then let's try it, even if I fail. I will at least leave a testament declaring your innocence. Hearing this joke, the three of them couldn't help but be speechless, but Edward's hand now rested on Vi Den, as if entrusting him with his trust. So Den nodded and smiled. All right, I will try. Hearing this, Edward happily said, Well done. Thank you. This could be the biggest event of his life. Black also felt that this was an important event. If successful, it would be a great victory. But if it failed, it would be a disaster. So he had to succeed at all costs. I suspect. Black seriously suggests, Your Highness should sit and rest comfortably first. Edward nods softly and agrees. All right then. Then, he finds a spot and sits down. Den, who has been practicing mana control since childhood and also possesses ancient mana, was very confident. While Edward, after sitting down, looked very worried with a face covered in sweat. Seeing that, Den went over and took his hand, carefully checking the flow of mana inside. After a long moment, he finally spoke softly. So, let's begin. Edward nodded gently, then closed his eyes, letting Den do whatever he wanted. At that moment, a surge of mana appeared around their hands, and Den was focusing on sensing its flow. Before long, the flow suddenly exploded. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a normally deserted area was unusually crowded today. It's the search team sent by the king. After searching for a while, the soldiers hurriedly report to the captain. There are many forks ahead. Delphine hears this and speaks anxiously. It's over. I don't have enough forces to split up here. As he drew his sword, his eyes suddenly shifted into the distance. From deep within the forest, Delphine sensed something. He quickly raised his hand high and then ordered everyone to hide. He was about to draw his sword when his hand moved to the hilt, and the soldiers behind him also drew their swords. Their eyes full of suspicion, Delphine calmly gives the order to move quietly. They nod in response and then run off immediately. They moved quite quickly, but made no sound at all. Soon after, they came to a stop. The group is nearby. Den, checking X quad, turns around upon hearing the noise. Layla and Ernest also glanced over, as Delphine strode forward fiercely, speaking with a commanding and fierce tone. You bastards! How dare you do this? To His Highness, Delphine's face was incredibly terrifying right now. Layla and Ernest are extremely frightened by this situation. They scream in fear as the knights surround us. The people over here are also very worried. They are closing in. You need to explain. Think it through. A flow of mana appeared in your hand. But Delphine charged forward angrily, shouting and demanding. Who dares to touch the prince? His sword strikes like lightning, making Den panic. He's too fast. If this continues, you'll be defeated. At this moment, X-Quad ran forward and shouted loudly. Stop. Delphine. His action startles Delphine, who narrows her eyes, while X-Quad also doesn't look away, meeting him with unwavering resolve. At this moment, Delphine finally sheathed her sword and asked anxiously, Your Highness, are you okay? Do you know how worried we've been? X-Quad gently shook his head and replied, Don't worry. I'm fine. But Delphine still wasn't at ease and asked again, How did His Highness get so deep into this area? And who are they? X-Quad replied slowly, I was just wandering while investigating and ended up here. As for them, I will explain on the way back. You can feel that your hand has changed, probably making progress. So X-Quad was very happy. His brother smiled and looked up and said, I'm leaving now. Thank you. X-Quad Knight. X-Quad chuckled softly and replied, I'm just doing what I can. Your Highness, it is my honor. A moment later, on the way back to the academy, Delphine asked hesitantly as she walked, So he is the son of Count X-Quad? I nod slightly and reply, Yes, he is my benefactor. Hearing this, Delphine couldn't help but be surprised and asked again, Your benefactor? Lord A. X-Quad naturally replied, He has done something incredibly valuable for me. So tell me, what gift should I give them in return? Delphine asked, somewhat confused. What kind of gift Your Highness means? They could be from noble families, but today, when I first met them, X-Quad frowned in thought, and after a long while spoke. Ordinary gifts probably won't satisfy them. I want to give them something truly valuable. As he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something. What about the other one? Then he quickly asked, leaning close to Delphine's ear and whispering. Hearing X-Quad's words, Delphine exclaimed in shock. Your Highness. Really? But he hadn't finished speaking yet when X-Quad smiled brightly and asked, Does that sound good? Delphine hesitated for a moment before speaking. Is it a bit too much? X-Quad shook his head with a smile and replied, What has been done for me is enough. Send someone to deliver the message to the palace and bring everything here immediately. Seeing how he was determined, Delphine said nothing more and could only reluctantly agree. Understood. Right after, They quickly returned, with X-Quad singing as they went, looking extremely happy. Delphine followed behind and couldn't help but sigh. But upon reflection, she thought it wasn't a bad thing. They are from the Socrates Count family and the Tho Yen family, which helps strengthen the relationship between the royal family and the noble houses. And it will also be a great support for X-Quad. A week later, Black's group was invited to the royal palace and went to the reception hall in the annex building. X-Quad was already waiting, greeting them cheerfully as they entered. Then one day, her second brother suddenly left home, saying he was going out to train. But she didn't really believe it. Hearing that, I was shocked and exclaimed, "He ran away from home." Layla nodded, her face showing clear displeasure. "Yes. Since becoming a knight, he's been living away from home. I really don't understand why he did that." Ernest couldn't help but feel impressed. He's just a young knight, but his family is full of extraordinary people. Layla winked and smiled. The eldest is diligent, but the second brother is unpredictable. When I heard that, I frowned. Avoiding conflicts between brothers is common among the nobility. But the Tho Mien family doesn't seem like the type to have such forced family disputes. Maybe there's a deeper story behind it. Just then, someone arrived. The three knights blocked their path, and the leading one, with blonde hair, spoke. "Miss, you're here." Layla was surprised to see him and exclaimed, "Lord Asma." Asma nodded, then smiled and said, "It's been a long time. Are you, well, I heard you're coming back soon. So I came right away." So right after that, they entered the Tho Mien family estate. The Count of Tho Mien happily exclaimed upon seeing Layla, "You're taller than the last time I saw you. How has life been at the academy?" Layla smiled and replied, "That's wonderful. I study hard too. And your father will be surprised when he sees your report card." But chuckled and said, "I look forward to it." And look who it is. Den, Black, who had been observing nearby, suddenly approached to greet him when his name was called. "It's been a long time since we last met. I'm very pleased to see you again, sir," but observed him for a moment before smiling and saying, "You look much stronger than before." Ernest then quickly spoke up. "I am Ernest Dillon," but nodded. "So you're the friend Layla often mentions in her letters. Our family also has a few antiques discovered by the Dillon family. Layla, your friend is really impressive." When Layla was praised, she winked and said, "Of course. She's your friend after all." After exchanging greetings for a while, but finally suggested, "Don't stand outside anymore. Come in quickly." We prepared a small party to welcome the children. "Follow me." Immediately after, they went inside. Den, walking behind, softly asked, "I really liked the strawberry cake you made last time. Can I have some to eat this time too?" Lila signaled okay. So I told them to prepare the strawberry cake in advance. "You'll like it. Just wait a moment." At the Tho Mien family banquet hall, the three of us have changed outfits. Den happily said, "It's been a long time since I last had such delicious food." Ernest nodded in agreement. "Huh. Now I understand why Layla was so excited." Layla, eating, and regretfully, said that the senior couldn't come, and next time we should all go together. Just then, Den saw a group of people in the distance. He asked suspiciously, "Layla, who are those people?" Layla calmly replied, "They are knights of my family. My father invited them to the party. And I heard more people are coming when they found out you would be there." Den glanced at the group with a wary feeling. As expected, not long after, a red-haired man approached and greeted them. "Kantas Dagergeld." "Hello, young Master Densogres." Densogres also politely responded, "Very pleased to meet you. Layla has told me about you all. You are knights of the Duke's house." "Right." Kantas nodded and replied, "Yes, that's right. We've heard a lot about you, young master. It's a real honor to meet you in person. If you don't mind, we'd like to chat for a while." So we responded without hesitation. "Oh, of course," Layla added. "I heard the Sor Region Knights are one of the strongest teams in the Empire. Now, many apprentice knights are competing to join." Kantas winked and said with a smile, "I also heard that the Sogres Knight team is very famous." He replied casually, "That's right. Our team mainly trains in spear techniques, mostly thanks to my father, since he taught the spear skills on the battlefield, which gradually developed into a real knightly order. Now that is the only mercenary knight corps in the Empire." Hearing this, Kantas asked curiously, "We have always been curious about your training methods. The young master is probably quite skilled too, he said with a faint smile, shaking his head and replying, just so. But Layla was very proud and boasted that she was good at everything. And even if all the brothers fought together, they couldn't beat her. Kantas, hearing this, was stunned and asked again, is that true? Little lord. So afterward, Thomian's knights started arguing again, and Black sighed in frustration. Layla, please don't say things like that. And what must come, will come. The knights quickly lined up neatly. They all bowed their heads and spoke in unison. So young Master Den, we officially challenge you to a friendly duel. Please teach us a little. Black couldn't help but sigh and thought, wait a moment, do we have to fight here right now? Why is my bad feeling always right? Contrary to Den's hesitation, Layla was very excited and shouted, it's okay. It'll be fine. Show them what you can do. The Kantas group still stood there, waiting for Den's answer. After a moment of hesitation, Black could only agree. If you insist, I accept. A while later, at the Tho Mien training ground, the group of knights and Black were all present. They drew their weapons and clashed, with Black fighting alone against a group of knights. But he was not at all inferior, and even took the upper hand. His fighting gaze was incredibly determined. Outside, Layla and Ernest had arrived, and even Butt came to observe. The more he watched, the more horror appeared on his face. At this moment, Black suddenly kicked and wiped his face. Then he returned with a long spear in hand, continuously attacking with swift strikes that the knights couldn't keep up with. It wasn't long before all the weapons were dropped, and Kantas couldn't help but stare in horror with cold sweat on his forehead. After knocking their weapons to the ground, Black lowered his weapon. His stance now is incredibly arrogant, and his face full of confidence is truly dazzling. At this moment, but loudly declared that the victory belonged to young Master Den. It was truly an impressive match. A moment later, in the grand courtyard of the estate, Layla suddenly exclaimed in shock, DK, your father gave you a gift. Den nodded slightly and replied, yes, a few books written in ancient language. Hearing this, Layla nodded understandingly. I told him before that you are interested in ancient languages. Maybe you remember. Hearing this, Black gratefully said, really? Thank you. The Academy's library is quite restricted. These books will be useful. Layla paid no mind, casually smiling and saying, it's better for someone who truly values them to read them, rather than let them gather dust. While talking, Den suddenly remembered something and asked hesitantly, where is Ernest? Layla slowly explained. He went with the manager to the antique storage. Black excitedly exclaimed, really? I'm very curious too. Layla was taken aback and asked suspiciously, aren't you tired? Go rest. It's your holiday after all. Den calmly replied, I will rest after visiting the blacksmith tomorrow. And the two of them continued talking in the courtyard. Den suddenly remembered something, hesitating as he muttered. His father's expression completely changed when mentioning his second brother. What could that be about? Layla listened in silence for a moment, then softly said, that's what really annoyed me. She said that the eldest brother still occasionally sends letters, but the second brother has been completely silent and hasn't explained why to her. Black quietly thought to himself, no contact, no explanation at all. Just then, the bushes around suddenly rustled. Layla was startled and asked hesitantly, wait, what is that? Is something moving over there? Black nodded slightly. I can also sense it. The bushes in front of us seem to be moving with mana. Black without hesitation released his own mana. He coldly shouted, come out now or I will come to you myself. As soon as he finished, there was no more movement in the bushes, and Den prepared to act impatiently. But before you could do anything, a voice came from inside the bushes saying, all right, I'm coming out. Stop causing trouble. Hearing that voice, Layla was startled and shouted. And just then, the bushes rustled again. A figure stepped out from inside, with a teasing voice saying, I was just watching my sister walk with a stranger. Soon after, a tall young man appeared in front of the two of them. I remember you smiling and saying to Layla, it's been a long time. My little sister, you're not mistaken. This is Delward Tom Yen, the second son of the Tom Yen Duke. And so, Layla poured out all her frustration from the past years, starting to scold and hit him at the same time. Oh my God. My little sister has cared for me so much. How could I be like this? Not once have I contacted her. Ignore Delward's protests of pain. Layla kept fighting fiercely, waiting for your news all these years. Even your brother wrote to me. So what about you? Delward chuckled softly and said, Ah, that hurts. You really hit hard. It seems you've been practicing diligently. Layla sneered coldly, hitting and scolding him. Yeah, I've gotten stronger. Let's see if today you can handle it. So seeing that, she rushed over to push him away. Enough already, Layla. But before you could run over, Delward suddenly shifted his position and then embraced Layla tightly. Surprising both of them, he spoke softly, apologizing. Layla, I've never forgotten our family. I have my own reasons. Layla frowned after hearing this and remained silent. Delward continued, apologizing for leaving you alone all this time and promising to tell everything. So stay calm. No one expected that today's gathering would turn into such an emotional reunion. Layla buried her head in her brother's shoulder, tears in her voice. So, it's true. So it's not because you didn't want to see the family. Delward nodded and replied, Of course not, Layla. I have never forgotten my family even for a second, so I think I shouldn't interfere while watching this scene. The two siblings from Tom Mean hugged each other for a long time before separating. Layla softly asked, Tell me, where have you been and what have you been doing all this time? Delward was about to reply but saw Den was still here. So he suggested maybe we could have some privacy first. But before Den could even respond, Layla pulled his hand back and firmly said, No. Den will listen with me. He can keep a secret. Don't worry. Just tell us. Den looked a bit uncomfortable, glanced at her and said, Layla. It's okay. Delward looked at her tightly holding Den's arm, then at Den for a moment. Then he finally spoke. You are Den Sogris. Right. I've heard a lot about you. People say there's a talented new student at the academy. He noticed that striking silver hair and realized she was a friend of Layla. And their families are quite close as well. All right, I understand you're trustworthy, Den. This is a family matter, so don't tell anyone outside. Den, without hesitation, made a promise. Yes. I swear on my family's honor. Soon after, Delward suggested. All right. Let's move somewhere else. A while later, in a more secluded place, the three of Den arrived here. And Delward slowly spoke. Actually, I have been in the Rhynic Empire all this time. Hearing this, Den couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. Rhynic Empire. Layla also looked suspicious and asked what. Why did he go to such a dangerous place? Delward pursed his lips and replied that he was looking for a way to cure his mother, who had been bedridden for a long time. Did you secretly enter enemy territory? You're right. This is a pretty serious matter. Layla glared at Delward and scolded fiercely. Why didn't you tell everyone and search together? Why did you have to go alone? Delward gently shook his head, smiled faintly and said, At that time he had no other choice. He had a chance to infiltrate the Empire, but he didn't want to put his family in danger. At least he returned safely. Layla was so annoyed by this pointless remark that she clenched her teeth and growled. What are you talking about? So seeing that, Vuivong advised her to listen a bit more to him. Layla took a deep breath, and after a long pause, finally spoke. All right then. So why are you only returning now? Delward hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. Actually, he had found the necessary cure, but those ingredients were not available in the Drinic Empire. So he came back here. Layla frowned and asked, If it's not there, then is it in the Anti-Empire? Delward nodded slightly and replied, Yes. For now I only have a few clues. Right. Yes. For now he only has a few clues. But he will follow each step. He also discovered something in the Drinic Empire. What their mother has is not a disease, but a curse. As soon as he said that, both Black and Layla were stunned. Delward slowly explained. Yes. Their strength was waning, their limbs trembling, dizziness, and coughing up blood, and the purple marks appearing on her back all match perfectly with the signs of a curse. Layla immediately became pale, her face turning grim as she muttered, God in heaven. Is my mother's illness really a curse? Delward nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yes. At first I didn't believe it either. The curse couldn't appear naturally, which means someone deliberately targeted their mother. Layla was a bit confused and asked suspiciously who would do such a thing. Delward shook his head slightly and replied, I'm not sure who resents us. Honestly, our family has quite a few enemies. At this point, he went to take Layla's shoulder and declared loudly, But Layla, we can find the mastermind later. The important thing now is to break the curse. Layla was stunned and exclaimed, Is there a way? Delward nodded slightly and replied, Yes. I have found both the materials and the ritual to perform it. Most of the materials are not hard to find. Just red soil, which can still be obtained. But there is only one issue. Rosina's tear. Layla doesn't know what this is and skeptically asks, "What is Rosina's tear?" Delward replied slowly that it was a legendary material believed to be able to purify almost all existing curses. It was said to be located at the fork of Mount Haverox, between the two empires. And both Black and Layla were stunned when they heard it. "I can't believe it." "To think the rift of Haverox," Delward replied calmly. "Yes. The rumor says it's in the ruins, guarded by an ancient creature." And Black once again fell into silence. "An enchantrune. You think there's something fishy about this?" "Huh." At this point, Delward continued, "I know it's dangerous, but I have no other choice." Layla glared at Delward, demanding fiercely, "So you're planning to go alone?" "What about the Thomi Knight?" Delward calmly said, "Now I am as strong as someone with 5 cores. It's more important that if the knight marches there, it could lead to another war between the two empires. So the safest option is for him to go alone." But Layla disagreed, coldly saying, "I can't let him go alone." Delward smiled reassuringly. "I'm not rushing in headfirst. I'll be prepared." While the two were talking, the temple suddenly spoke up, saying there is someone who understands those things better than anyone else. Delward looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Who is it?" The temple confidently smiled and said, "It seems this time he needs our club's help." A while later, in the guest room of the Thomian family estate, a meeting between 4 people took place. The person Black mentioned was Ernest. Upon seeing what Delward mentioned, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "A relic from ancient times, and even ruins. If we're lucky, this could be a major discovery. I want to go right now." Delward sighed reluctantly. "Those kids are not afraid at all. I understand you're excited, but this is really dangerous." "It's not a child's matter," Delward calmly said. "Going alone to Mount Habaris is also dangerous. Sometimes you have to go with a group. You can't always be alone." He nodded in agreement. "That's right. The Dillon family are all explorers. If he went alone and got lost, it would be terrible." Delward hesitated slightly, murmuring uncertainly, "That's not wrong." But he watched him closely, thinking his mood must be very troubled already. Delward couldn't imagine how much he had suffered, wandering for years in enemy territory just to treat his mother. Yet he still gathered information and returned safely. He must be no ordinary warrior. Finally, after a moment, Delward nodded and said, "All right, we can go together, but it must be kept absolutely secret before we leave. During the journey, and after we return." Hearing this, all 3 of them immediately cheered excitedly. Yes, of course. Soon after, Delward took out a box and placed it on the table. Layla looked at it with suspicion and asked, "What is this?" He smiled softly and said, "Open the gift." Hearing that, Layla pouted playfully, trying to take a gift to win him over. "I won't let you get away that easily," Ernest whispered to himself. Layla is really angry now, then shook his head and smiled, saying, "Don't say anything more." She was even scarier earlier. Although Layla was very upset, she still reached out and took the box, then slowly opened it. She coldly spoke up, "If it was nonsense, I swear." But when she saw what was inside, Layla froze. Inside were 2 buppi. She widened her eyes, muttering, "This is mother and sister." She was right. Those 2 busts looked just like her children, with faces carved into very genuine smiles. Delworth happily said, "This is the happiest moment for our family. I remember a craftsman from the Rennick Empire made it when he thought of the time when my mother and child were healthy." Layla gazed intently at the 2 puppets in front of her, recalling the joyful times spent with her mother. She couldn't hold back her tears, and after a long moment, she murmured, "It's so beautiful." Seeing her reaction, Delworth also felt a pang of sadness in an instant. The 2 of them, on the other hand, didn't react too strongly. They were still happily enjoying the music coming from the box. At this moment, Layla spoke again. "Looking at it made me feel like Mom was getting better. Thank you." As she spoke, tears started to fall again, gradually increasing. Layla's memories of her mother had long been dormant, but today, everything suddenly overwhelmed her. Delworth held her tightly, smiling as he said, "I am the one who should be thankful." "Thank you, Layla." Hearing this, Layla cried even harder. The 2 brothers continued to cry painfully, while Dan and Ernest stood nearby, also deeply moved. This music box truly brought them joy. A surprise gift, but priceless. Outside the banquet hall, everyone was still enjoying their meal and having fun. Only the Earl of Thome felt suspicious, frowning as he muttered to himself. Wait, now that I think about it, where did all the main guests go? Where did they all leave? The person you're looking for is at the back gate, saying goodbye to Delworth. Layla looked at him intently, suspiciously asking if he couldn't stay, and that he should also see his father. Delworth hesitated and apologized, saying he didn't know what would happen next. Next time I will say goodbye to you. I left my contact code in the crystal. Call any time. I will stay in the Empire a little longer. And if you need anything, I will come back immediately. Seeing how determined he was, Layla didn't say anything more, just caring and reminding him to be careful. Delworth nodded and replied, Of course. I'll be back soon. And here's one more thing. Layla frowned suspiciously, and Delworth handed her a bag, slowly explaining, Take it. It helps reduce her symptoms. Remember to give her medicine regularly, and don't tell your father what I told you. Layla was a bit surprised but still nodded in agreement. All right. I will take good care of Mom. Delworth looked at his sister a little longer. Then he looked at the two and spoke softly. So please take care of my sister. When I return, we'll go up the mountain together. He nodded slightly and replied, Of course. Be careful on your way. After giving his instructions, Delworth quickly ran away, and the three of Layla stood there watching his figure, disappearing into the darkness in just a moment after jumping over the fence. Layla couldn't hold back her pain and muttered, He's really gone now. Ernest saw this and comforted her. He will be fine. Layla. He looks incredibly strong. It's just that at the same time, the knight seems to sense something, and you suddenly speak out. Ernest. Can you help calm Layla for a moment? Ernest couldn't help but wonder and asked, Where are you going? The calm reply was, I forgot something in the room. I'll be right back. After saying that, he turned and ran away. Ernest saw this and responded, Go ahead. I'll stay here with Layla. In the end, only Ernest and Layla remained in the courtyard, and by then, the moon had risen high, and the darkness grew deeper. In a small alley not far from the Thomian mansion, Delworth kept running, cursing inwardly at how persistent they were, never expecting them to follow him all the way here. Luckily, they don't know that Delworth is from the Thomian formula. Maybe they've been lurking around here while he was inside the mansion. Delworth thought he was lucky to have escaped through a secret route just before leaving the Renic Empire. Revealing that he was from the Anthean Empire was a huge mistake, and he didn't know how much longer he could hold on. Thinking of this, Delworth clenched his lips fiercely. He must break his mother's curse at all costs. But he couldn't run for long before his steps suddenly halted because he was faced with a dead end. Moreover, a group of black-clad figures blocked his path. The leader coldly said, You've left too long of a trail. There are also several behind him on the left and a few on the roof nearby. Meaning Delworth is now surrounded by a group of black-clad men with no way out. He angrily bit his lip, muttering in frustration. Is this really the end? Delworth looked around, his face suddenly darkening. There are about 10 of them. Looking at them, you can tell they are all seasoned assassins. If you're lucky, you might only take down 2 of them. Thinking this, Delworth reached out and drew his weapon. He glares and bites his lip, thinking to himself, Sorry, but I guess he can't keep his promise anymore. At the same time, the leading assassin also stared intently at Delworth, and immediately, he shouted an order to kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 assassins disappeared in the blink of an eye and reappeared very close to Delworth. You were just like that, backed into a corner. If you had known everything would turn out like this, you should have apologized to your father before leaving. But as soon as those words of denial crossed your mind, Delworth's eyes suddenly narrowed. Suddenly, mana bullets appeared out of nowhere and started attacking the assassins. In an instant, 2 of them fell, and the others behind shouted in fear, Captain, those are mana bullets. Even the captain was startled and exclaimed, So, who is helping him? He always acts alone. So, who managed to bypass the trap and get all the way here? While they were panicking, a deep voice suddenly sounded behind them, saying that assassins shouldn't be so eager to be spared. The 2 guys immediately turned around in surprise, and the person approaching was none other than Del. They didn't know him and aggressively questioned, Who are you? Del coldly promised and sneered, saying it's none of their business, then immediately took action. With Del's support, Del Ward also began to fight back. and before long they had defeated the assassins. Delward checked and spoke calmly. I didn't expect you to appear so suddenly. You felt something was wrong and followed me. Hearing this, Delward couldn't help but be surprised and asked, though it was hard to believe, you're only 14, and you've already avoided all the traps and gotten close. So I smile softly and explain. I learned from my mother. She taught me how to disarm traps and infiltrate. Delward finally remembered that the Countess of Socrates had once been an assassin, and he nodded in understanding, saying thank you. I owe my life to you. They are the ones who kept tormenting him. Soon after, the two of them finished dealing with the bodies of those assassins. Delward sincerely said, Lala is truly lucky to have a friend like you. So he declined to comment, shook his head and said, it's nothing. Remembering the assassins, Delward was a bit annoyed now, angrily scolding them for following him from the border, not understanding why they kept tracing his trail. To listen to that, he frowned silently, thinking that usually in cases like this, something is placed on the target. Then, he began checking the mana flow on Delward's body. You check his whole body, and even when you reach his feet, you notice something. Den quickly says, I think I know the reason now. Check his shoe soles. What do you mean? Delward was confused but still lifted his foot to check. Then suddenly he was stunned to see a mana signal device attached to his shoe. Den explains calmly that this is a tool assassins often use. It's so small he didn't notice it, but its tracking ability is very strong, probably attached before he passed underneath. After a while, Delward finally regained his composure and asked how you detected it, since he didn't notice at all. So he didn't rush to answer, and instead suggested removing it first. Delward suddenly remembered and quickly removed the device from his shoe, then calmly said they wouldn't be able to track him anymore, so he could rest assured. Delward nodded and smiled, saying that's good. I need to be more careful. Den watched him intently, as if lost in thought, then suddenly asked why he was walking alone like this. Delward froze, unsure how to respond. Den saw his reaction and continued to ask. Maybe it would be better to meet with Gong before, so he could talk to his eldest brother and ask for help. Hearing this, Delward clenched his fists tightly, pursed his lips and remained silent for a long time before speaking. Perhaps just thinking he's useless, but wanted him to become the head of the family. Yet he left right after graduation, so he probably doesn't believe what he said. And the eldest brother has even fewer ambitions than Delward. He's busy fighting monsters in a remote eastern region, so Delward really can't rely on him. So Delward thinks it's better to go alone for now. He will gather all the medicinal ingredients for his mother and prove himself to the family. But now is not the time. That's what I want to do. I respect that. A moment later, Delward finally removed all the mana signal devices and put on his shoes. Then he smiled and said, it's done. I've taken everything off. I will definitely repay this kindness, so I won't hesitate to say, yes. I don't mind accepting it. Delward handed him a piece of paper and explained, this is his contact code. Call if you need help. He took it with a smile and joked, I have to stay alive to pay my debts. Then he put the note into his pocket and said, thank you, I will keep it safe. Delward was about to leave again, but he gently reminded her to take care of his sister, and she nodded softly, saying yes, I will. Hearing your answer, Delward felt reassured, as there was something on you that made people feel very trustworthy. Then Delward turned and left. He couldn't tell Layla about tonight's matter. If she heard, she would definitely want to chase after him. One night passed peacefully. After resolving Delward's matter, he quickly returned home and slept soundly until morning. The next morning, when the sun was high in the sky, Del came to find Layla early in the morning in the reception room of the estate and asked with concern, how is your mother doing? Layla happily replied that her mother was much better now and could eat again today. She also said that her father was very happy too. He seemed indifferent on the outside, but he was actually very curious about her brother. Hearing this, Del was stunned and suspicious, asking again, did you tell everything to your father? Layla shook her head gently and replied, not exactly, just that he stopped by and left some medicine. But besides that, today we have something more important. Remember. Del frowned slightly, confused and asked, is it something important? Layla nodded gently, then smiled and said, let's go. To Tho Mien Forge. After a while at Tho Mien Forge, Layla led Del here, and upon seeing its architecture, Del couldn't help but marvel. This forge is so large it looks like a small city. Layla calmly replied. Yes. This place is so vast that the area around the forge looks like a small village. But only a few master blacksmiths actually craft equipment here, because it is operated by a small group of master blacksmiths. The security is very strict, without a pass. You absolutely cannot enter. Hearing this, Del hesitated and asked suspiciously, What about you? Layla pouted and replied, Even as a member of the Tomien family, I can't go freely without my father. Hearing this, Del hesitated and muttered to himself, So I have to go in alone. Layla winked and said with a smile, That's right. I haven't even been inside before. Ernest chimed in, I'm so jealous. Del. So in the end, only Del was allowed to go inside the Dreamweaver's forge because he was the only one with the token. When he entered inside, the scene truly impressed Del. The scale of this place was overwhelmingly enormous. The lanterns are scattered everywhere, with many kinds of weapons hanging there, and Del has no idea what type of weapon he will receive. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, startling him, and Del furrowed his brow in suspicion. What is that? It sounds like the earth is shifting. It was only when he listened carefully that he realized it was the sound of footsteps. Sure enough, not long after, a giant man appeared in front of Del. This is the blacksmith Vunbach. He observed you for a while before speaking. So you're the child who received the token from the forge. Del looked up at Vunbach, feeling a mix of awe and disbelief. Could someone so grand truly exist? Then nodded and replied, Yes, I am Del. You said you received the token from the Lord of Thomien when the girl was young. It's a great honor to meet him. After hearing this, Vunbach nodded and said, I've heard a lot about you. Thomien doesn't give tokens to just anyone. I understand. I hope to be guided by you. Del responded humbly, feeling overwhelmed, and I can't believe he speaks so casually with the Duke. At this moment, Vunbach spoke again. Let me say this first. Your status means nothing here. Here, there are only blacksmiths and non-blacksmiths, and the royal family as well. Only Thomien is an exception. Even as a member of the Thomien family, you must have the ability. Hearing this, Del couldn't help but feel awe. A master unafraid of royal power, truly extraordinary. Then you and Vunbach went inside, and the deeper you went, the larger and more spacious it became compared to outside. Vunbach led the way, slowly explaining that it was built to fit my body size. I am a hybrid, half dwarf and half human. That combination gave me this big body, so don't talk big about my appearance. Del thought it seems he's been through a lot. I suspected so. You just nodded and said, No, of course. Hearing this, Vunbach glanced at you again and made a suggestion. All right, kid. You have the token. You came here for a reason. You want something. Del replied slowly. Actually, I haven't decided yet. This will be an important weapon for me, so I need to consider it carefully. Hearing this, Vunbach couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yes, very clever. But from what I see, what you want is very clear. Del couldn't help but frown and asked suspiciously, What do you think I want? Vunbach slowly opened his mouth. I could smell the metallic scent, but it's a smell that allows me to know how a weapon is forged and what shape it takes. He said that Del's scent included a good spear and a good dagger. So what you want isn't the spear or the dagger. The more Del listened, the more he was stunned, unable to believe how incredible it was to identify weapons just by smell. And it was also so precise. However, Vunbach showed no particular reaction and simply said, Come in. This is my private workshop. Del didn't hesitate and followed him inside, where there were many weapons. Vunbach placed the sword on the table, looked up and asked, Since you already have a good dagger and a knife, what do you think about a sword? A flicker of interest appeared in his eyes as Del frowned and muttered, A sword. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Yes, it is one of the weapons I am best at. It is the foundation of combat, and also the most powerful type of weapon. Vunbach couldn't help but laugh softly. If your father heard that, he'd probably scold you. To avoid attention, he pouted and said, That's right. As you see, I am still growing. If I make a sword now, it will be harder to use when I get bigger later. Vunbach, hearing your concern, casually said, That's not an issue. I can easily craft a sword that you'll still use, well, even when you grow up. That's what a true blacksmith is. Swords are indeed common weapons. But in my previous life, They were the best black weapons. If he forges it properly, it will be fine. Thinking this, Yeon nodded and said, "All right. I will choose a sword." Hearing your answer, Vunbok smiled and said, "That's a wise choice, actually. When I saw you for the first time, I already had a suitable sword design in mind for you. And with your physique, I can immediately envision the perfect shape." Unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, "Really? Then it will be faster." Vunbok replied casually, "Yes, I will let you choose the materials you like." Hearing that, Knight became even more confused. So then, seeming to understand what you want, Vunbok immediately suggested, "It's best I show you in person. Follow me." And after a while, in another room, there are many minerals inside. Seeing them, I couldn't help but exclaim, "This is amazing. Are all these used to craft equipment?" Vunbok slowly explained, saying that almost every mineral in the world is here. De hesitated and asked to look around. And he responded without hesitation, "Go ahead and choose freely." With Vunbok's approval, I started to look around and finally noticed a mineral and spoke up. "This is extremely rare." Vunbok nodded in praise, saying, "You have a good eye." And I was truly impressed. There are not only rare minerals, but also many types you've never seen before. There are many interesting things, but I don't know which one to choose. After thinking for a while, I reached out to touch a blue mineral. "You just haven't had a chance to touch it yet." Vunbok spoke up. "That's Terragang. It's lightweight, durable, and can generate recoil. It's better suited for armor than weapons. But currently it's not enough to make a full suit." "I see. And what about this one?" Vunbok slowly explained. "Izen, Danio, don't touch it. It's toxic. You need neutralizing gloves to handle it." Startled, he quickly pulled back his hand. "It's too dangerous. You can't use this." At this moment, your gaze shifts to something in the corner, a brown mineral stone that feels very strange, so you quickly run toward it and ask suspiciously, "What is it called?" Vunbok hesitated slightly, but still answered, "It is Akaneum." Hearing this name, Black was startled, but more than that, he was overwhelmed with a sense of excitement. You gasp in amazement and say, "Don't tell me it's from the ancient magical kingdom of Akana." Vunbok nods and replies, "Yes. It's a metal excavated from the ruins of the ancient royal castle. But besides knowing it's a metal, no one can determine its use or structure, because it cannot be melted or analyzed. With current technology, no one can melt or examine this material, so it is only regarded as a rare collectible." On felt a bit disappointed and stood there, staring at the mineral, while Vunbok beside him was lost in thought, almost unusable now. So he decided to look at something else. What about the one next to it? That was a comma, but Den couldn't hear it, because there was a voice beside his ear, as if it was calling out to him, like it was trying to tempt him, like that. You kept staring at it without blinking. And suddenly, an invisible wave appeared out of nowhere. Den was stunned, eyes wide open. No way. Is it reacting to him? He quickly used his skills to observe the mineral. It wasn't long before Den's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a surge of mana radiated from his body, growing stronger and stronger, making Vunbok beside him gasp in shock. "Hey kid." After regaining his composure, he hurriedly ran to the mineral and exclaimed in shock, "What's going on? Why is Akaneum reacting?" He also muttered in confusion, "I just looked at it. Doesn't that mean it can really be done?" This made Vunbok gasp in shock. He stared intently at the Akanium stone and finally spoke. "Yes. I am sure I smelled metal that wasn't there before." With this situation, forging could actually be possible, even though no one has ever done it before. This only makes him more curious about Den. Who exactly is he? Black didn't know what he was thinking, and Huangfan stared intently at Akaneum. After a moment, Vunbok reached out and picked up its words. He looked at Den with a serious expression and asked, "You said you wanted to forge a sword." "Right. Then just do it. I will personally make it." Den nodded without hesitation. "I rely on you." Vunbok. But that was the only time Akaneum reacted. No matter how many times they tried, Akaneum refused to melt. While they were struggling, Kanas suddenly emerged from Den's body. Shocking Den in fear, a flame suddenly erupted, melting Akaneum in an instant. A moment later, outside Lojin, Layla and the others waited all this time before Black finally came out. Layla excitedly asked what you decided to do. Black replied slowly, "We sealed Kanas's flame inside a magic seal." Wunbach will continue to wield the sword. Hearing that, Layla couldn't help but feel moved. Truly amazing. He was supported again by Canis. A sword from Aconium is sure to be incredibly powerful. After dealing with the weapon transfer, Black naturally feels very happy, so they decided to quickly return and go back to the academy. The short-term break after the exam ended just like that. A week later at the academy, an announcement was posted. Everyone gathered around the notice board, whispering and speculating. So finally it has begun. That program only for the most talented students in the academy. This is the recruitment notice for the regular monster suppression campaign at the academy. The academy is now accepting applications from all departments for this crackdown. The only one probably unaware of it is Black. After hearing everyone talk about it, he muttered a bit confused. The whole academy is in an uproar over it. You said it's not just about the reward, but everyone wants to make a mark. And since this is a royal-level event, hearing that made him chuckle. At this moment, Layla suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute, isn't Squad 4, led by the person accompanying the third prince over there? Delphine is indeed leading people in that direction." Priscilla glanced at Layla and smiled, saying so. "Didn't you mention Mr. Delphine before?" And everyone was showing off those gifts. While the four of them were engrossed in their conversation, other students nearby kept discussing the monster suppression. "Has the location of the suppression been announced yet? I heard a student from the Holy Magic Department say that it is an ancient ruin near the Imperial City." Ernest accidentally overheard the words ruin and suddenly became very excited. So he couldn't help but laugh when he heard the word ruin. Priscilla finally spoke slowly, mentioning an abandoned ruin for a long time, with monsters taking over it, and the Holy Magic Academy being automatically dispatched. So she had to go. Den asked with concern, "Do you still have to treat the injured sister? It must be hard." "Right." Priscilla hadn't had a chance to answer yet. Den glanced at you and asked, "And what about you, Den? Are you going to join?" Den frowned slightly and remained silent. Priscilla definitely had to go, and Ernest would sign up just for the ruins. Gaining more combat experience with monsters would be very good for Layla. And all the academy was in chaos over just one announcement. Even Den and the others are discussing intensely. After some thought, Den suggests that nothing helps you get stronger better than real combat. "Let's register together." Layla agrees without hesitation. "Good." Ernest also happily said, "So our entire club is joining. This will be so much fun." Den shook his head and warned him not to be too confident. "Ernest. After all, he's still a monster. And the selection test won't be easy." Hearing that, Ernest sighed and said, "I guess so. But Den feels he will be fine, although he's weak in combat. His knowledge and skills about the ruins are top-notch, so he will definitely be chosen." "All right then," Den suggested. "So today we'll start a special training session. See you after class." "Okay. This time I'll really show everyone my skills." Everyone in the academy was busy preparing for that selection, and the whole place was noisy for days. A few days later, the Monster Suppression Team selection. The annual Monster Suppression event is one of the biggest occasions at the academy. Students try their best to catch the eye of the royal knights and nobles to showcase their abilities. And for the professor, this is a chance to see firsthand how much his students have grown. Of course, as a royal knight. Delphine is also present. He whispered, "Your Highness, everything is ready." Edward nodded softly and said, "All right, let's begin." As he finished speaking, a deafening horn sounded. The Monster Suppression Team selection officially began, and the excited shouts of the students immediately echoed through the air. Immediately afterward, a series of battles took place. Many faculties participated in today's selection, from the magic department to the swordsmanship and spear arts departments. Even summoning, they seemed to be unleashing all their skills. The battles happen non-stop in a short time. The arena is in chaos. Dust fills the air, and stones fly everywhere. After a few hours, the names advancing to the next round appeared. And shortly after, in the Royal Auxiliary Conference Room, all the professors are present now. They are selecting the most outstanding person in today's recruitment. Den Sogris. With his skills. Honestly, any department could have chosen him. Hearing everyone's chatter, Edward couldn't help but speak up and interrupt. "This way it'll never end. Everyone, stay calm." Delphine glanced at him and nodded slightly as if to say he was right. And the people below also realized the situation and nodded in agreement. Seeing that, Edward spoke up again. Noticing how passionately everyone was debating, clearly indicating that he is an outstanding student. Right. Your Honor, Delphine replied indifferently. Yes, Your Highness. There was a student who took exams in 2 departments. But no one has ever surpassed all 4 departments with the highest scores in history. Edward nodded with satisfaction, secretly admiring himself for being clever. Suddenly, he slammed the table and stood up. Edward looked around at everyone, speaking fiercely. But no matter what he chose, this argument wouldn't end. So I came up with a solution. Hearing this, everyone looked at him with suspicion and asked, "What is it?" Your Highness. Edward pursed his lips and smiled, saying the only proper way to use his extraordinary talent is to have it join his own special undercover agent unit. A few days later, the suppression team finally set out, with all the trainees present, and the team leader spoke again, saying the plan was simple. We would stay at the ruins for 2 days to hunt monsters, both to ensure security and to assess the trainees' abilities. Everyone looked very tense, hoping that no one would get hurt this time. Even some families forbade their children from participating, because talent means nothing if you die at the hands of monsters. Priscilla noticed the tense atmosphere and pouted with a smile, saying, "Be careful and don't get hurt. The healing team can't be everywhere." By this point, everyone was very worried because they would be acting separately, and he couldn't protect everyone. So each person had to be extremely careful. While everyone was on edge, Priscilla spoke to reassure them but also warned not to be too afraid, as the Night Order would protect the Academy students with their lives, even if there were casualties at times. But right after, Layla and Ernest became even more worried. Jun tremblingly muttered, will it really be okay?" Seeing that, Black spoke up again, reminding them not to overexert themselves or act alone. If they see danger, they should retreat immediately. Hearing this, the 3 Layla nodded in agreement. Yes. Understood. At this moment, a squad of knights appeared again. The leader is Delphine, who looks at the group of students and speaks. All right. Everyone focus. From now on, move quickly to your designated sections. Do your best in your roles. And absolutely don't die. That's all. As soon as these words left his mouth, the students who had been excited suddenly turned pale. Probably their first real battle like this. Everyone feeling nervous. At this moment, Den suddenly shouted loudly, "Everyone, let's go." Layla nodded and replied, "Yeah. See you later." Ernest also winked and said, "It's been a while since we've had such an adventure." Priscilla also cheerfully said, "Let's all return safely." Soon after, the students each headed back with their teams. And a while later, at the Rewa Sand mountain range, the royal team is on the move. And Den, walking along, hesitantly asked, "Sir Hilderon, I have a question. The person you just called the Imperial Knight Vice Commander, Royos Hilderon." He calmly suggested, "Go ahead, Densagress. I heard the original plan was to head towards Rewa Sand. I heard it only takes half a day to reach the camp. So why are we heading east instead of west now?" Hearing this, Royos's face showed a hint of awkwardness as he hesitated before speaking. "Observing your sharp senses, Densagress, what I'm about to say must be kept secret from the other students. We detected the movement of the monsters. They are to the west of Rewa Sand, where the attack was originally planned. It has been confirmed that a large herd is heading toward the ruins. According to the Rewa Sand reconnaissance team, at least 300 of them." Hearing this, Den's face immediately became serious. 300 of them. After thinking for a long time, he hesitated and said there was something strange. Monsters usually have strong individual traits and rarely gather in groups, but this time they gathered and moved toward the same place. Hearing your guess, Royos praised you, saying you are very perceptive. Based on his experience, in cases like this, it's very likely that the ruin itself is attracting the monsters. Den couldn't help but be stunned, wondering what kind of ruin it was. Seeing that you didn't say anything, Royos continued, "So we went around to the other side. But rest assured, no matter how many gather, our forces will take them down." Although he said that, Den still had a bad feeling. A ruin that attracts monsters, if not dealt with promptly, things could get very bad. At this moment, someone ran over and announced, "Vice Commander, we have arrived at the base camp." Royos couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Oh, they've arrived. Good. Inform all units to set up the barricades and complete all preparations before sunset." Everyone immediately received the order and started rebuilding. By the time the sun began to set, they had finished setting up the camp. At night, 4 black-clad figures gather on the cliff to observe below. Ernest anxiously says, "No matter how you look at it, this terrain is not suitable for defense." Down below, everyone is on high alert, watching carefully. Den whispered softly, "I think so too. But with so many people fleeing like this, there's no other choice." Layla glanced at him and asked, "Nothing will happen." "Right," Knight replied reluctantly. "It's hard to say. We should arrange the watch shifts carefully, especially towards Riwa-san." Just then, something on the other side of the cliff started moving, and Ernest couldn't help but shiver, whispering softly, "I keep feeling a chill down my spine." At the same time, Kanash inside Den's nightmare suddenly moved violently, causing Den to ask in confusion, "Are you trying to get out?" Kanash responded with some very confusing words. It kept whispering inside his reverse cage, making him anxious and shouting, "Kanash, why are you acting like this all of a sudden?" Finally, Kanash crawled out and spread his wings to fly away, blocking their path. Seeing this scene, Layla couldn't help but feel anxious and asked, "Den, what's wrong with Kanash?" Den shook his head slightly and replied, "I don't know either. Maybe it's sensing something," Priscilla quickly exclaimed. "Yes, it's highly alert." And Ernest nodded in agreement. "There must be something out there in the wilderness. We can't underestimate Dung's instincts. Seeing the situation is unstable," Priscilla suggested. "Den, we must report to Lord Hyder immediately." Den did not respond. He focused intently on Kanash in front of him, who kept growling into the distance, looking very alert. After some hesitation, Den turned to everyone and suggested, "All right, I will go inform Lord Hyderon while I'm gone. Watch over Kanash." A while later, at Royal's office, he was drinking coffee and handling official matters when Den entered and reported everything. Royals asked in surprise, "Attacked first?" Den nodded slightly and replied, "Yes. We need to strengthen our defenses, mobilize Magic Academy students to reinforce the barrier, and prepare the highest level of countermeasures." But Royals calmly said, "Relax. This is your scouting mission. You seem to be too sensitive. What evidence do you have to say that when we finished the mountain ridge without finding any problems?" This statement left Den silent. He couldn't say it was Kanash's reaction, so he had to make something up. So he fabricated a reason, saying, "We found monster droppings, footprints, and fur, all of which looked very fresh." But Royals was skeptical and spoke indifferently. "Even if they are new, there are only a few of them. Monsters aren't stupid. They won't attack when they see such a large force." He said that no matter what happens, they can handle it. So you should stay calm and go rest. You also didn't give up and kept suggesting, "But we still need to strengthen our defenses, especially near the foggy mountains. So push the patrol line forward." I hadn't finished speaking when the Royals sharply cut me off. I told them to stop. And then he stood up from his seat. Then she pointed at Den's face and scolded him. "Den Sogres, no matter how talented you are, you're still a trainee. My soldiers are the best in the Empire. Stay out of this and get lost." Den was stunned, unsure how to react. So he just returned to the cliff and recounted everything to the 3 Layla and the others. After hearing it all, Priscilla immediately scolded in frustration. A deputy commander would say something like that. This suppression mission was doomed to fail from the start. What should we do now? But Den just smirked and said, "Maybe this way is for the best." Your words confuse Priscilla, so she asks again, "What do you mean?" You explain slowly. "We have issued a warning. That alone is enough grounds to act. And they won't be able to deny it later." Priscilla seemed to understand Den's intention and exclaimed in disbelief, "You mean you want us to handle it ourselves?" Layla and Ernest also looked at him in shock, full of doubt. Den nodded without hesitation. "That's right. We can't overlook even the smallest possibility, because this involves the lives of the knights and students of the academy.